among all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash Across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift winters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Onto the tags here because there's no more sustain.
The feed is filled with versus glow. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? He goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello heroes, villains, and time stream entanglers. We're back once again for Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA Stage 2 mocks. We're getting very deep into our group stage. We've already finished the sad lamentations of so many eliminations, and now we're working out some seeding, so it's time to spam your mogging in the chat as well as your notebooks, because I'm like joined by the arcane keeper of knowledge, Moxie.
And we might actually be in for an appetizer for the grand finals of the playoffs as a whole, Harry, because we have some doozies of matches today. Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi. That is the one that everyone is going to be having their eye coming into this. I talked to the teams before we actually had today to ask them their opinions on who they think would win. And Na'Vi were actually like on the fence. They said 50-50. They really don't know who's going to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, it's for esports old heads, Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi truly is a European matchup of all time. It's going to be my first time getting to cast it after like 8 years. Here's a quick look at how our groups have been sorted out here. Commiserations to Fox Sound, Revived, Paradox, and Foot Esports, who have all been eliminated from Group A and we won't be seeing in playoffs. But the 4 remaining teams are going to be working out their seeding today, as well as Group B.
Yes, and Group B is going to be seeing a lot of action too, as like you talked about, we've sent away our lower bracket teams. Now every single match today, if you lose, it's just going to be an opportunity for you to be able to test the grounds to see whether or not the meta is where these teams have started predicting it, because we saw the meta coming on through in the beginning of stage 2 to change entirely in comparison to that mid-season, but we can have a look and see coming on through the bracket overall. Chopped versus Insomnia is definitely going to be one of those ones to watch in Group A, as both Chopped has really impressed ever since they picked up some of the pieces from All Business and also Peps, and then Insomnia has been a very strong team. It's personally been my dark horse as a team coming on through for this bracket, because they have really good players, but they also have very good staff behind the team so that they can fully analyze every single one of their matchups.
Yeah, Insomnia, Mox has been propagandizing behind the scenes. But before we even started this bracket, said, have they ever dark horse? I'm like, no, Moxie chopped of a dark horse. But you had big belief, and it seems to have been paid off well. VP versus Na'Vi going to be our bracket finals here, and a quick look at how everyone got here. NJC were defeated by Na'Vi, as well as Alcazia for VP, and FaZe and Vice are going to be our other match here from Group B. That's going to be an incredibly close one. I think that's the only one that, actually, I don't think I can call many of these, but FaZe versus Vice is probably the biggest coin toss to me.
Well, it's also probably going to be in the running for some of the longest fights, because both FaZe and Vice have been incredibly close to not being able to make these playoff stages in the first place, as their matches went down to the absolute wire. Vice were able to pull off one of the craziest, if not the craziest, hold on third of Midtown that we have ever seen, being able to defend for over 5 minutes. And then yesterday, with FaZe's composition going through against Hall of Dejalia, that went down to the absolute wire, because they were running a Jeff and Rocket double strategist composition when they tried to play their second retake.
Yeah, bringing out the the animal-based backline, and all of it for some big cash prizes. Mox, let's quick look at our total prize pool: $250,000 for both EMEA and North America here at Marvel Rivals Ignite, with the first place walking away with 70 fat stacks.
Not just that, but also the opportunity to compete in that end of the year LAN, which we can finally talk about and announce. It is going to be at Atlanta's DreamHack. So we can have a look and see which of these teams, as we have a look at our schedule for today, is going to continue within that running of getting a better seeding when we head to those playoffs in the next iteration of Stage 2. Vice versus FaZe, the one that we said we really didn't know which way it would go. That's going to be right up first.
As you can see on our schedule here, all of these games are going to be best of 3, which in Vice versus FaZe, I think I can thank my lungs for, given how both of these teams love to go to quadruple overtimes. But because they're best of 3s, Mox, it does mean that we're not seeing our entire map pool all the time. It does mean that after Domination finishes and we have our losing team pick the map, they often are selecting one map type more than the others.
Yes, and that is Convoy, which was incredibly surprising to actually see when you go for some stat tracking, because we've seen the meta on Convoy defenses head fully into the territory of triple Vanguard and triple Strategists. But what's incredibly surprising is that though we've seen 12 whole Convoy maps, we've only actually seen 5 full holds coming on through. Yggdrasil, in fact, has been picked 5 whole times, which goes to show how many full holds we get to see. Spider Islands has had 2 full holds coming out, no surprises there. That was where the OG full hold composition was started to be figured out, but Yggdrasil only having 1 is a big surprise, especially because we see it being picked so many times. But that just goes to show how much better these attacking teams have gotten at being able to engineer things like the Storm, the Moon Knight, and the group compositions to be able to break the triple strategist, triple Vanguard lines.
Yeah, it feels like although the triple strategist, triple Vanguard is a very effective stalling tactic, as time goes on and the meta begins to develop, people are finding newer and better strategies to try and exploit the weaknesses that composition has, like leaning into the Storm, which has been particularly popular as a meta duelist pick over the course of the last week or so, as well as, well, history doesn't repeat, it does somewhat rhyme, and we're back to like the invitational style meta where Winter Soldier is often the most deciding factor of a bunch of fights.
Yeah, not just that, but also the ban draft. We've started to see Doctor Strange being either heavily banned or even saved in some cases so that these teams can teleport their players in. And there's another hero, an elephant in the room that we do have to acknowledge when it comes to things like the full hold capabilities, and that is the Adam Warlock. However, when we talk about the Adam Warlock, I don't want to look at his stats on Convoy, I want to look at his stats on Domination, because this guy has a 73% win rate when he's picked on Domination. And when I'm talking about picked on Domination, I mean for the full round had to be over 50% of the point, not just these teams picking him for the last fight when they teleport back in and they can just cheese the ultimate economy with one-sided soul bond.
Yeah, the one-sided soul bond has been quite effective, but just Adam overall, like working in the neutral, having more access to those live streams because of getting a 0.3 second cooldown per cosmic cluster projectile hit in recent patching has been a big boon for them. Let's have a look at our first teams coming up here. It's going to be FaZe versus Vice, and we'll dive into the rosters so we can highlight some of the people to look at in the forthcoming matchup.
Yeah, this is Vice's roster. Immediately we have to highlight Oligator, who was the hero of the hour coming on through with the late swap over to Loki on the 3rd of Midtown, which allowed Vice to be able to find the win, but so too was Lugigo being able to swap over to the Captain America and just run at the backline, continuing to stall out that objective, allowing Vice to start to make those comeback opportunities.
Yeah, Vice was a roster that came together quite late in our EMEA roster mania that began with Melio being picked up by Citadel and then kind of trickled down through the echelons of our competitive teams. Here's like Oligator, who has been responsible for a lot of the tertiary strategist pickups, especially the Jeff. And you know what? If we're going to talk about Canuto, we've got to talk about the potential for Iron Man as well, since we were just talking about Convoy. This is, he's a dedicated Jarvis merchant, likes his Stark tech.
And we've actually seen Vice lean heavily into it, where if they go for something like a save on the Ultron, they might be putting it into that pocket to have with that Iron Man. Something I do want to talk about, though, when it comes to Vice's roster is the players behind the players themselves, the coaches and the analyst staffs. I had the really lucky opportunity to be able to sit in on their scrims and got to see how it goes. And they have one of the most in-depth research windows I have ever seen, but so too do FaZe. And FaZe, well, they've been playing a couple of compositions which aren't really hardcore meta, which has been leading to a couple of not so much full meta but semi-meta bans having to come on through. I know you're a big fan of the Binary Hulk, and the Binary Hulk has since been targeted when it comes to the bans, leaving FaZe to actually run out with this composition in their fight against Alcatia yesterday, where they fielded Angela and Venom and went for a full dive style composition.
Yeah, we saw some some compositions of mixed success from FaZe in a couple of these dives, but it seems like there's definitely a lot of depth to Binary's hero pool, and I think that it's definitely one of the most versatile Vanguard players we have here in EMEA. Looking towards the DPS line as well, the Duelist Smashnez was a late addition to this team. Was picked up after Crisis was dragged into Navi's stable, and I think has been able to integrate into his team rather well. And Leolaz just seems like a very consistent player to have, really versatile when it comes to what picks, and it feels like Leolaz is a fairly meta-proof duelist player.
Yeah, I think the ban draft, though, is going to be very interesting between these two teams because looking at the bans that they've had previously and the saves, they've both actually tried to prioritize saving things like the Emma and the Luna. A lot of the time we see FaZe go for the instant save onto the Luna as opposed to Vice, who like to go for the instant ban and then into save on the Emma. So I think there's going to be a little bit of tug of war between those two heroes to see which of these teams are able to walk away with them.
Yeah, I like having the Luna for FaZe because I think it allows for easy Hulk pivots. Obviously, we have seen the bans towards Binary's Hulk previously, but Hulk really does excel with the long range and precise hit scan healing that Luna can deliver. Given that he's often going to be pretty deep in the backline alongside potentially a Venom. But as we get ready for Domination, which as always is going to be our first map here, we pointed out earlier that Unmirrored Adam Warlock is kind of Thanos of Domination. So we'll see if we get any plays in the draft. A pro gamer move to potentially get a one-sided resurrection.
Yeah, I mean, 17 times. He's won 17 of his 19 wins being in that non-mirrored state, which is absolutely insane. And it does go to show, you know, it's not just the comic revival that you have to worry about. It's also that soulbind to be able to take control of the first fight. And then even the fight that comes afterwards, as long as the Adam team doesn't immediately lose it, they can stall out long enough for those cooldowns or that res to be up and available. And it is going to be Krakoa coming on through up first. It's not going to be that Hell's Heaven, which is a little bit better of a dive map composition. And there goes the Jeff as FaZe actually forgo the insta-ban onto the Mantis and go for an instant save onto the Jeff, which is now going to force Vice in terms of that ban line to start targeting things which are going to strengthen the Jeff dive comps.
Yeah, we might see a pivot into a Venom ban potentially to try and shut down Symbiote shenanigans, or maybe getting rid of the Adam. Ultron's going to be one-sided here. Of course, Rage of Ultron, great for trying to shut down something like in its Jeff due to it not needing to be hit precisely. It's mostly area of effect, and the damage is very effective at pulverizing the small fin of Jeff the Land Shark.
Yeah, and FaZe now can't risk Vice being able to get the Ultron to pocket the Human Torch at the same time, as if you play a Torch composition, the Torch is the thing that will either win you the fight or lose you the fight, and FaZe actually doubled down on that styling. Ultron could also pocket something like the Star-Lord, and that's going to be removed too, as Vice are going to be removing the Invisible Woman coming on through for FaZe's end, so that's going to be putting much more pressure onto their backline if a dive is able to make it through.
See if a diver does manage to slip the net here. A lot of focus in onto those quick targets. Of course, you do want to make sure that the Human Torch isn't one-sided, but maybe Vice are just going to have to give that one up and allow for Smashnes to be able to be uncontested in the skies.
Yeah, what do FaZe try and save here? They might go for the save onto the Emma, but no, they're going to go for the save onto the Venom so that they can have both the Venom and the Jeff. Adam has not been banned out just yet. Do Vice go for the ban onto the Adam? But no, they guarantee that they get one-sided Ultron coming on through a little bit later, so that if FaZe wanted to play Smashnes on the Torch, which he has been known for, that's going to be removed as an option, because even though they were denied the Invis and the Guardian Shield and the team-up, which means that the Torch gets that little bit of extra survivability with the armor, Krakoa has a lot of terrain which allows a Human Torch to just change his hitbox entirely and avoid all of that poke.
Yeah, it's got like the animation cancels from a Human Torch can be a real pain to try and deal with. We're going to be dropping into Domination real soon. Of course, we're changing up the drops here at Marvel Rivals Esports as well on the Twitch Marvel Rivals page. You can pick up the Rocket Raccoon, so make sure you stay tuned, as well as on some of our lovely co-streamers' Twitches as well. I know that Space is doing a long-term co-stream for both EMEA and for North America, so make sure to check out what our community has to say about the esports scene as we start heating up.
Well, let's see how this first fight is going to be able to go. FaZe prioritized saving both the Jeff and that Venom. However, Vice got the Emma Frost through the ban line too. So that means that if the Venom does come into contact, the Emma is immediately going to be able to pop the Carbon Crush and try and peel him off. But if the Emma is looking at the Venom, that front line is going to be weakened. So it looks like FaZe are actually going to be trying to pit Vice into a counter-dive composition and coming out with something entirely differently.
Yeah, Lugia is known as a bit of a Wolverine merchant alongside their Vanguard hero pool. is... Oh, it looks like it's going to be a first miss there on the Feral Leaf. So a little bit of an opening here for the Rosa Dozer to roll on forward and start crushing people underfoot. And certainly Oligator is feeling the crushing pressure. Has to back off so far. Gets hit with a Terror Cape as well. Additional damage going to be taken, but a little bit of tagging in here and there in the front line means Missouri can take away some of the pressure. Guess where you're going, Rosa? You're going to the Shadow Realm, buddy. Can this even further pull as Groot is exposed to the full might of Wolverine?
Knutton's already got a Rage of Ultron. He does get taken down almost immediately off of the back of popping it, however. And FaZe have done a good job of relaying the point off of each other, so there hasn't even been a point cap just yet. Smashness comes on proof the Kraken impact. Ken's invisible boundary's going to come out, but Winnie's still got the Itch Jeff up and available to potentially nab someone directly outside of it, and he finds a massive pick onto Baby Bat, manages to grab the health pack too, which means that the Jeff survives to be able to go over the side of the cliff with the Luna alongside him, and Vice now are lacking defensive ultimates.
I think Ken had a momentary vengeance there with the Force Physics, sending the Jeff away thereafter. A little bit of phases accruing of the capture here has been taken away. A quick miss coming through from Lugia Goat, and now with the Eternal Bond, it's going to be bloody difficult for people to try and stay in this one. Oh, stolen away just after delivering the Eye of Agamotto. Going to be the Strangling Prison as well, sent in by the Groot. Rosa getting busy up close and personal. Even with the Fate of Both Worlds, still a player has lost. Winnie finds Lugia elsewhere, but this might be a touch too far for Binary to roll on forward. Never mind, the remainder of the team join FaZe in the brawl, and there we go. That's going to be our first catch.
Wow, imagine if there wasn't Adam in that fight. But Smashness is one of the heroes. Smashness is one of the heroes because he actually comes and prove the Trooper's Fist to push Oligator away from Oasis, who he had managed to catch with the Eye of Agamotto, and if that had converted into a Maelstrom of Madness hit, Eternal Bond gets cancelled immediately for FaZe and they lose the sustained fight. Now they've been able to take pride control of this point. They're going to be able to have the Kraken impact too to be able to keep up the pressure onto Vice, but Ken, with that invisible boundary, needs to get into a better position to use it, and that might just be the opening Vice have been looking for. Wolverine finds the pick onto the Groot, and Vice can move forward off of the back of their Ultron ult.
Okay, a quick save here of the Cloak and Dagger. Hopefully Winnie allows them out in good time. There's still going to be one enemy sent elsewhere. Luger, of course, with a quick right click is able to rescue themselves from all of this. But guess what? As both of the strategists of FaZe were out of a fight, the remainder of their team could just be torn apart by Vice. Maybe a touch of a fumble there.
Rosa is actually going to be going off of the Strange onto that Magneto, which, yeah, it's kind of smart. If you try and go for something like the Groot or the Strange, you're just going to get nabbed by the Wolverine. Now you can at least use things like the bubbles. We can see Oligator just hovering above, hasn't been scouted out just yet. The second phase drop forward. That backline's going to be hit by the Eye of Agamotto, but a huge grab from Binary is going to be able to turn the fight around for FaZe.
Punish is good, but healing also unsustainable when going up against Lugia. Even that percentage-based damage is nasty to deal with.
That was at the same time as Kraken Impact was invested from FaZe. It was a race between the two dealers to see who could find more value, and if FaZe could be able to take Ken down, an invisible boundary would fall, but Lugia was actually able to pin them directly into that slow effect, so they had much harder a time of disengaging the Wolf. Knutton's gonna be waiting on an off angle too, has the Lunar Snowflake, so he doesn't get punished. He does get scouted, but he still hasn't popped that ultimate just yet, and FaZe's longer wraparound rotation means that they're gonna go directly into both the Emma and the Ultron.
Oh, Knutton unable to force the end song for now. Pivoting on to the point is the Cloak and Dagger. Eternal Bond's going to give over so much friendly territory for the remainder of Vice to use. Moving forward, it's going to be Baby Bat with the Fate of Both Worlds doubled up on top. Baby Bat disintegrated under the force of Omega level mutants. With their powers combined, they defeat Vice.
78%. Vice are probably going to be able to clear above the 80% before the flip comes on through. And for FaZe now, they need to build up this Kraken impact. They know that they don't have to worry about an actual strategist ultimate coming on through and stopping Kraken impact from finding the value. But Vice, with a triple strategist line, might be able to put enough pressure onto the Winter Soldier before the ultimate comes out and deny it that way instead.
Oh, it's VS Chef still. I hate that it exists, but it does exist. And now Vice, they're not going to know when that circle's coming. It can be stalled basically indefinitely.
Knutton's got Rage of Ultron to be able to react to it.
Yeah. Has all the readiness that they need, and that healing pool is Not going to be in the most useful position. Lugia going very deep in towards the back line. No passive, but does have the E to reduce the incoming damage. There's the healing pool. Now the circle going to be formed. Look towards Knutson here to try and shut this one down. Rage of Ultron chasing after.
Bubble.
That's a good bubble. Winnie's got 4 in their mouth. Oh, chew, chew, chew. And they just swallow the remainder of Vice. That's going to make it incredibly hard to try and get that last second contest, especially with a stagger onto Knutson.
Yeah, that's gonna be Vice, unfortunately, not having a Doctor Strange to teleport them into time. And that is the value of the Jeff stall. If the Jeff is able to find those points in the map and activate his ultimate where he doesn't actually count as touching the ground, then he can hold on to the It's Jeff cast for as long as he wants. And that meant that they could just set up for the It's Jeff to collapse onto so many players from Vice's side, use Rose's mag bubble with the bullhook to be put onto the Jeff and safeguard his passage with 4 players off of the map. Even though Vice had so many good ultimates coming into the fight, they don't get the opportunity to use a single one.
Oh, you know what? I love that Jeff is also invincible while floating there as like the great shark of Damocles. Very fun. Always enjoy seeing that in my games.
Just, you know, never look a gift shark in the mouth is what a lot of players are having to find out. FaZe too, because they only really had to use Is Jeff and a mag bubble to be able to pull that win off, still have Kraken Impact as well as Endsong Inferno, as Vice are going to be trying to utilize this Doctor Strange and put themselves into the fight immediately to close up the distance for the Wolverine to put some pressure and not get scouted out and forced to burn the passive in the rotate.
Okay, not so much of an ambush here. Just a quick punch in the face. It feels like Vice don't really have that much of a position. Oh, look at how that's so brave from Leolaz. Instantly gets grabbed. Oasis tries to reinforce, but Leolaz's already gone. Oligato has been traded out the other way, though. So maybe it's a little bit better for the side of FaZe here. Rolling forth, culling aura onto multiple players. If you even get the passive aura of the Wolverine, it will re-rotate. Lugia taken down, so Smashnez gets to afflict a few more players with the culling aura. Big grab onto Canuta. The Terror Cape's already expired, though, so it's easy to survive with the help of the fate of both worlds being chained here by Baby Bat. But that's a great timing coming through from Binary. Knows exactly when that one's going to finish. Smashnez moves over into a healing pool left behind by Jeff. Winning towards the back. Canuton's almost already lost out on their own ultimate here. The time has expired. So too is the life force of Vice as Leolaz just carves on through. The premier melee duelist in the game, the poke hero, Phoenix.
Smashnez has already got another Kraken Impact. He's in the fight before. Last Stand is going to be invested. Lugia thinks it's winnable. Vice are able to chain the Wolverine's ultimate into the Emma, and Binary gets caught before they can disengage. FaZe don't have a defensive. They've only got aggressive prowess with the Kraken Impact coming on through. And Vice, because they've got better invisible boundary percentage, want to try and take the fight to point.
Oh, we're going to try and stall out here with the Eternal Bond. Believe it's winnable. Maybe Binary's going to come on back with a fast portal. Indeed, it's going to bring Binary and Rosa back into the fray. Smashnez has fallen, taking down Baby Bat with them. And now the culling aura is going to start to once again call for the refresh of the ultimate. Seems like all have survived at the moment. Winnie once again goes underground, ready to try and eat up any members of Vice who dare to present themselves. I believe those are all allies, though. Okay, 4 allies eaten. A momentary heal coming through from Winnie before they're consigned to oblivion from above. And Vice should be able to convert on this and grab the cap.
FaZe were really trying to sell that too. Oasis, the rocket's not going to last. That is just going to be, yeah, swap so that you could get the BRB station when your portal stall comes on through and they could get the most amount of percentage before Vice flip it. Vice did have to invest big time into that fight though, but Oligato will have that Eye of Agamotto coming on through, and FaZe don't have a defensive ultimate to be able to try and CC immune it. It's all going to be up to Binary on this Amma to grab the Doctor Strange before the ult can come hit.
Lugia waiting. The welcome mat of Wolverine for any Vanguards. The Psylocke is certainly not a pick that's been seeing a huge amount of use post-nerf.
It's for the Ultron.
But yeah, getting rid of the Ultron could be a huge priority. Oligator floating above has access to the Eye of Agamotto. Has almost ran out. However, that's going to be a miss off the back of the Meteor Rem. 2 stuns onto both Leolaz and Rosa off the back of the Eye of Agamotto. They convert onto Leolaz. So the Endsong Inferno not going to be a factor in the forthcoming matchup. Vice have so many ultimates to play with. 5 still in the bank. And they're going to open up here with Knudsen. This means that Winnie later might have a little bit of a freer usage of its Jeff, but Binary tried to turn it around on the other side. But going up against just phalanx of shields for Testudo formation, it should be easy towards the back. The dance of a butterflies, a triple healing patty cake right here. Knudsen taken down by Leolas from far away. Insong Inferno hits into basically nothing as Oligator goes absolutely crazy. Lugia within Winnie right here, trying to decide where to deposit this Wolverine. 4 players inside yet again. Oh, Winnie's going mad with them.
Yeah, Winnie is just getting the itch. Jeff just chained off of the back of Ken's own invisible boundary, which again, Lugia tried to pin everyone from phase into with that last stand. Yes, the Ensling Inferno didn't hit a huge amount of bodies, but crucially, it was the break point that allowed Dance of the Butterflies from Smashnez to beat out the bodies that Vice had sharing all of those dash damages. Emerald Smith is going to be in the hand for Vice to be able to open this fight. It is going to be the only ultimate on the board right now, so FaZe have to have Binary go into Diamond form to stall the point before the flip can come on through, and that's going to mean that the Emma gets picked.
Yep, good point tagging, and as Rosa comes in after as well, their co-Vanguard to try and keep things on top. Yet another Rage of Ultron. Great pace here from Knudsen to be able to do a huge amount of damage to Oasis, who moves into the Dark Force dimension to momentarily peel for themselves. Vice have got themselves the cap.
Oligator is going to have this Eye of Agamotto. Rose has got to go for the Doctor Strange portal to get everyone from phase back through, but they don't have the Cloak and Dagger CC immunity of the dashes with that Eternal Bond to try and dodge out this damage coming in through if the Strange ult hits.
Oh, an attempt at body blocking the portal coming through from Oligator. However, Oasis is going to be the primary victim of that one. The Dark Maelstrom courses through their veins. Knudsen taken down by Smashnez, finally achieving their objective. The Insong Inferno doesn't get too much inside of the invisible boundary. Once again, Winnie looking to try and grab a couple of players and staying within that submerged form means that they do have someone on their side. Three players once again. Winnie now up to 11 hits off the back of that one. Lugia coming in. Looks like Genie doesn't get any forgiveness from Logan this time, and no second chances for Oasis. A mid-air interception from Logan, the surface to fur missile.
Okay, I think canonically, you know, Logan is known to throw a couple of hoops with Cyclops, but that was a quarterbacker charge. If ever I've seen one, the last stand to interrupt Oasis so that he can't tap onto the point and keep it stalled out for Rosa on the Venom to swing through and allow FaZe to properly punish Vice's lack of numbers off of the back of these hits drafts. We was able to do so many of those, by the way, by getting to go through the portal on the Jaff with all of those players past the waterfall and off the side of things. It's going to be a little bit harder as we head over to Cradle to be able to find the same level of value with the ultimate now.
Ooh, opening up here with the Dance of the Butterflies. Not incredibly effective against the triple heal patty cake. But we didn't see Leolas third party it last time to get one pick.
Yeah, you either third party it with another ultimate stacked, or you full target it on the Ultron. Because if Knudsen's able to come on through with a Rage of Ultron in this opening fight, it's going to be a little bit tougher for FaZe to be able to try and keep up the tempo. However, Binary is going to be onto the Angela, and they are just going to go for a full dive hit on the backline with both the Venom and the Angela and the Psylocke already.
Oh, Knudsen's feeling fear, having to disengage here. Additional shields given over to everybody. That overhealth from a firewall should be enough to try and sustain them against the Dance of the Butterflies. And speaking of dancing, Baby Bat's getting her own moving forward here. Winnie at the back, primary target ascertained for the Rage of Ultron. Seems like we've been able to mostly walk away from the incoming damage, but not without ceding the point over to Vice.
Winnie and Oasis are going to be doing very little actual burst healing too. Yes, they have a lot of range with the Jeff heals, but Vice have a lot of burst damage coming on out, and the Emma and the Wolverine are going to make it so hard for FaZe to have any sort of point control right now. As we can see, Luca having an absolute field day. The more they look at the Wolverine, the less they look at the Emma, and again, Missouri is able to build up an ultimate and try and keep FaZe held in check.
Legendary up above, a miss on the charge coming through from a Wolverine means that Leolas is now unperturbed up in the sky. A quick flip for FaZe here, and all Vice can do now is attempt to reset. Looks like
the stagger.
A long stagger coming through. Baby Back going towards the teleporter, but it hasn't been turned on.
Yeah, FaZe managed to find the flip before Vice lose all of the players on their team, which means that Baby Bat is going to be staggered for a very long time. We're going to see Heaven's Retribution potentially paired up with either Dance of the Butterflies or Feast of the Abyss, and that's something that Vice are going to have to be very concerned about, especially if Binary decides to hold off onto it and try and use the Angela ultimate the way we see Groot drag Invises outside of their ult AoE.
All right, Lugia. Once again, going to look to try and interrupt the dive here of the Venom. It's all in for the side of FaZe. And they're going to be distracting players as the Jeff comes on in. Knutson going to instantly pivot here, knowing where he's coming from. And Oligator's ready with a fully charged up Dark Maelstrom. The powers of being a fish and nothing compared to the dark magics of Cyttorak. Smash Nez looking to isolate a target here with the Dance of the Butterflies. But it's all about the stuns coming through from the Doctor Strange. Agamotto has been opened and they see victory for Vice.
FaZe had no way of being able to push Vice into taking more damage. They don't have something like a cloak to be able to hit through with the blind when all of those players from Vice were held in the grip of the Heaven's Retribution into the Dance of the Butterflies. So Ken's ultimate is more than enough to keep Vice healed on through. We're going to have a last stand coming out from Lugia as well as Baby Bat's own ultimate so that Vice have all of the sustain and aggressive power, and FaZe have to pull off a dive perfectly.
Has to be a perfect dive. 3-2-1s in the comms. Oh, that's not ideal. The Frenzy's arrival from Rosa was stopped by the geometry. So there's plenty of time for Baby Bat here to pop the fate of both while sustaining the remainder of Vice. But look at that. Classicing disengage.
They have to. They don't have any win condition right now. It's going to be the Rocketeer coming on through, but that's going to get melted down by the Wolverine almost instantaneously before Rosa can hit the Feast of the Abyss. So it's not going to be a damage boosted Venom ultimate.
Big value getting two though. Baby Bat's already down. Lugia exactly the same. The axes of Icors carved through from Binary, getting value there off the Angelic Armory. But Vice are one fight away from winning the map.
FaZe now, at least because they're in control of the point, they can try and punish Vice's rotations through these chokes. And you can actually see that Vice, they're not going to use the Strange Portal. They're going to hold off onto it in case it does go to a 99 to 92% fight and they need to get some of their players back. But that does mean they have to pass the gauntlet. That is going to be all of this pressure from the Jeff, the Solid, the Venom, and the Angela if they don't clear every single angle.
Double not noted behind Galactic Legend already popped, combined with the Venom. They're eating good on the side of FaZe, but the sustain is strong still from Vice. Now there goes Ken, Baby Bat, Knutson. Yeah, it's a good job they saved their portal because they're going to need it.
Yeah, but look at Vice's ultimate economy. They didn't use a single ultimate in that fight. FaZe burned 2. Because Feast of the Abyss on its own didn't have enough damage. So Vice took the fight quickly, burned 2 ultimates out, and now have far less to worry. And that's why FaZe is actually going to be spawn camping so that they don't get to pull back.
Mid-air bullying potentially of the Ultron. Canusa's managed to move away. Look, they're still channeling the portal. Bro is just parking up the car right now. Already there's been a couple of players eaten up by Winnie. This is going to allow for a little bit of additional sustain. Winnie ends up falling just through Oligator in that case because Lugia ends up falling out or something. Missouri gonna post on business on the point, trying to get rid of the Venom. Leola's tracked down, but guess who's back once again? Binary, ready to fall with Heaven's Wrath upon this backline, carving through with axes made of Asgardian iron, and the Asgardian iron is more than brutal enough to carve through Vice. Leola's ready to track down any comers. Oligator may have arrived on the Spider-Man, but there's no comic book ending for this one. There's no secret ending. It's all FaZe up, and it's 1-0 surely as Vice are kicked from the point.
The game sense coming on through from FaZe to ult track that Vice took the previous fight quickly so that they could force as many ultimates from the other side as possible, take a dry fight, reset, portal back onto the fight, and overwhelm Vice by just coming on through from the Strange Portal with something like the Invis boundary. So that you force them off of the point, you manage to find the flip, you go from 92% to 99%, and a dive composition, which is known for not being able to take long sustained brawl fights, and instead having to weave in and out of disengage engagement windows, would be not able to stand up to the pure sustainability that Vice, with all of their strategists, would have been able to hold over their head. What a play to go through and weaken Vice as they try to set up for a teleport recontest.
And this might have some long-term implications for the banning of the Jeff. One-sided Jeff here definitely was serving Winnie well. Of course, there are some preemptive measures that Vice can take against that, like going to a map that isn't quite as terrible for environment.
Banning the mag. banning the mag. When Rosa swapped to the mag and we got to see Winnie get the bubble for the Jav ultimate, so that even if Knuten had Rage of Ultron, yeah, he dodges getting chomped, but unfortunately they just don't have the ability to take the Jav down before he can find himself off of the map. And I mean, time and time again, look at this pathing. This, if you want to play Jav in your games and you ever get Krakoa, that's the pathing that you take through the portal, so you don't even need to chain together speed bubbles to be able to have the distance and get all of those players with an environmental hit.
I mean, just great planning overall from Winnie. Very intimately aware of the ins and outs of the character that is Jeff the Landshark. It was a very spirited matchup, though. Vice definitely not going to be rolling over here in the face of FaZe, but I loved that pivot in the final round to go towards the Angela and try and avoid some of the threat that Lugia was posing on the ground. Didn't mean that Rosa was absorbing a lot of that incoming threat, but managed to deal with it rather well by using the Symbiotic Resilience. I think bonus health doesn't give you ult charge when you're tanking things either, so it does mean that the ult economy is a little bit harder to build up for Vice. But now, for the side of Vice, they're going to decide where we go for map number 2 to try and stay alive in the bracket. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
FaZe up 1-0 in our lower bracket matchup here against Vice, but it was hard fought, Mox, as we had an absolute slobber knocker on Krakoa.
Well, we definitely saw why FaZe went for the instant ban into instant save on Jeff, and that's because their entire strategy hinged on having Jeff looking for those environmentals and getting not just one person in the eat, but multiple times, multiple people, and also multiple times the entire back line at the same time. Now, however, we're going to get to see how exactly Vice are going to be able to respond to it. We've been throwing around a couple of hypotheticals to see like whether or not if it's a convoy map, which convoys they obviously couldn't go to. Spider Islands, Yggdrasil, all definitely being ones that you solidly want to avoid if you don't want to have to burn a ban on Jeff. Midtown probably being the most viable of the convoy maps, but I feel like the smartest decision would be to try and take phase 2 convergence of Symbiotic Surface, because the first time we saw them play that map against Na'Vi, it was a little bit rough.
Yeah, that one was that was a real rough one. Like my face stonks took a little bit of a dip after that Symbiotic Surface, especially considering that I believe it was their map choice as well. I mean,
Yes.
they got a little bit pantsed by Na'Vi. There's no other way to put it. But then again, you could argue that after getting thoroughly pantsed by Na'Vi, maybe that's when you focus in your scrim time on like, okay, we've got to tighten up this map because we thought we were good at it. We forgot to load into the server that time. Sometimes it's just a bad day, but I think that utilizing that information can be incredibly valuable, especially now that we're in these like seeding matches. You're really working on your draft. Maybe you're not showing all of your strategies. There's a world where like maybe Lugia doesn't want to show off their expanded Vanguard pool. And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Old head Lugia on the Wolverine, even though Wolverine has been distinctly unpopular in the new meta compared to his previous reign as king of the duelists.
Yeah, but I mean, Wolverine kind of worked into what FaZe were running, because FaZe were running a very aggressive dive at your backline continuously composition. So Wolverine, instead of going aggressive and looking for like grabbing Vanguards out of position when you're in a brawl fight, they actually started using Wolverine as a counter dive component, where if the Venom comes on through, the Wolverine is going to be able to grab, potentially even grab the Venom and the Jeff out of range of each other, so that the symbiotic shenanigans would snap immediately.
Yeah, the Venom also relies on proximity to targets for the cellular corrosion slow, which could be a very important part of these dives. So enforcing that gets broken by taking the Venom away does also have some utility when it comes to the overall like second phase of the dive, because the initial burst, of course, comes from the maybe the angelic descent of the Angela alongside the diving strike from the Venom, and then about 2 seconds later you get the second phase of burst, which is when the cellular corrosion explodes on the targets that it's tethered. So being able to shut that one down does have some value.
Yeah, speaking about shut down, FaZe did a very good job, even though Vice prioritized having one-sided Ultron in their compositions. We saw SmashNet swap over to the Psylocke and just being able to melt the Ultron down, because even though Psylocke has sort of been pushed a little bit out of meta in terms of duelist value with how much sustainability there is down to the butterflies, not really getting picks, but much more so being able to force resources. SmashNet, however, was able to put so much more pressure onto that Ultron that we saw so many times, you know, when Knuten in that first round would have the ultimate ready to go and would in fact be able to build 2 ultimates in one fight. When we started seeing the Psylocke put pressure onto the Ultron, that impact of the Ultron faded out almost entirely.
Yeah, having to play a lot more self-preserving when it came to being the Ultron, having that direct threat means that you could use your Imperative Firewall in so much of a like team reactive sense to try and peel for your other squishies, maybe to try and give some additional bulk to someone like channeling Vanguard, trying to make an ultimate happen. Instead, you often have to use it as triage for when you become assaulted by the Psylocke, to make sure that you're not in range of getting KO'd by one of those dashes.
We should very quickly note that Jeff has actually been banned as a whole, as because we got to see that abuse of the bug, whereupon Jeff was not able to immediately interact in the ground, he has been taken out of rotation entirely and will not even need to be burned a ban of in terms of that ban phase.
Oh, shout out to God for that one.
W Guang Guang.
Big up to my guy, I guess. W Guang Guang. Not that that was at all bitter, but that was a usable bug. I guess it wasn't usable in the end. W. So now we don't have to worry about about Jeff. So maybe this might make
Maybe we
Vice
go
reconsider their
Maybe
map
we go
choice here.
convoy. Maybe we go convoy. Maybe you go for a defense side first too. Maybe you take us to Spider Island, which every single time we've seen Spider Island being played, it's involved a full hold.
I mean, it really has been, it's been like a defensive bastion. If we see a completion on Spider Islands, we're like, okay, this might well be over. Like, and sometimes in Spider Islands, it's like, how far can you get rather than how easily can you complete this? Kind of like the end of Hall of Jalia. If you manage to full complete in the absolute Helm's Deep-esque final room with this Hall of Jalia, you are in a very good position to try and just win out the entire series. Off the back of that, we'll soon get into our map pick, but I feel like this admin ruling has possibly thrown a spanner in the works.
So
Vice might have been planning.
slight change of plan. Just hearing now from production in ear. Ant-Man was able to get out of the time stream and was able to rewind things a little bit. Pin particles fully coming into play, as it's actually going to be re-rolled. Jeff is going to be allowed and enabled once more.
Oh. Atheism is making a comeback.
Symbiotic surface. I feel like we're headed directly there. And you know what? Judging from the music, I think I might be right.
Okay, I guess they may have just said you can't use that bug anymore.
Okay.
Okay, handshake.
So yeah, both teams actually had a handshake and said that they would rather Jeff be enabled rather than Jeff be entirely banned out. So Jeff will remain in the hero pool, as FaZe are going to be going for the instant ban on the Ultron, which means that FaZe, if they want to, they can get one-sided Mantis right here and now.
Would be a pro gamer move. Would allow for some very difficult off angles to try and deal with. Instead, it's going to be the Luna protected. This does allow for a potential one side here from the side of FaZe, but Adam doesn't have quite as much value on these maps compared to Domination. So maybe a one side when it comes to a particular duelist, or even an EMEA, which has been a priority pick.
FaZe, last time they played Symbiotic Surface, were trying to play the Hulk and the Namors. They're really going after things that can control those off-angle lane fights right now, which means that, I mean, even if Vice go for an invis save, it's not going to be finding as much value unless it's trying to pocket something like a Phoenix or a Namor. And FaZe can still remove one of those duelists if they so prefer. And I feel like removing either the Hulk so that the Namor gets weakened or the Phoenix straight out would be a good move for FaZe's defense.
It'd be a great move to try and make. Luna being available for both sides does allow for, like we said before, there's a potential for a Hulk bait here. Vice trying to get FaZe to play that one out and then being able to collapse on the Hulk rather easily, as we saw Na'Vi do on their Symbiotic Surface defense. Going to be a simultaneous ban this time.
What do FaZe and Vice go for? Adam still in play, Jeff still in play, Venom still in play. Invis Woman, I feel if you want to try and run something like a dive, is going to be taken out. And indeed, Vice are going to remove the Invis Woman. FaZe are going to remove the Emma Frost. So we're going to be seeing a lot of dive capabilities coming in through from them, either with a Venom, a Hulk, or a Captain America, as they've been able to secure themselves one-sided Emma. So even if Vice try and utilize this Lunar Snow that they've got with the Idol Aura to get placed onto a dive component, the Emma is going to be able to stand quite literally in their way.
Yeah, one-sided Emma really is a huge way of shutting down these more vulnerable Vanguards who have a large health pool but not much in the way of mitigation, like your Hulk, your Venom. Strange indeed. Like, strange means that you have to consider so many more things when you're thinking about how to land an Eye of Agamotto. And we have seen both of our teams quite happy to play Strange in the neutral, even without like the portal recontest being a major factor.
See, Vice going for the one-sided Adam now, I wonder if we're going to, because they're on the attacking side, see them try and min-max, and even if they don't continue to run with this composition, just go for first fight with Soulbind so that they can just push main. As opposed to when you're normally attacking Symbiotic Surface, you can't just push main because the defenders control so many angles against you and are shooting one position from 3 opportunities all inwards. If you have Soulbind, you can just walk onto the point and pick up 1 or 2 ticks for actual free. I
mean, free ticks. It's free real estate, Mox. Symbiotic Surface, potentially the last stand here for Vice, but it is where they have decided to take themselves against FaZe. Previously, FaZe have picked this map up against Na'Vi, as we've noted, and it was not a alarmingly successful run.
No. It was also FaZe on the attack, first of all. So already we're going to be sort of deviating away from that past, as FaZe this time around are going to be on the defense. First and foremost, I really want to see this composition that Vice have decided to field towards, as they got banned out of so many things that FaZe definitely had a problem with. By removing things like the Ultron, they don't have to have Smashners, have to play the Psylocke, which, as we've said, has fallen massively out of meta in comparison to her placement in Stage 1.
Yeah, ubiquitous. Tuzi can still cop a ban on the Psylocke. Just due to raw aura. True, same for Ballas, but not quite so meta.
Oh, they're doing it. Knuten's on the Atom right off the rip, but I like how FaZe are actually running the Torch and Phoenix, because now they're just going to tax the approach. Vice don't get the opportunity of just walking from main with Soulbind. They have to wrap all the way around the back of the point so they don't take too much spam pressure coming on through from both the Torch and the Phoenix, and that's allowing FaZe to counter-rotate and still hold on to the high ground. And there's the Soulbind before Vice are even on point.
Ken being down, unideal. Lesser healing available now for the remainder of Vice. We're trying to force Binary off his angle, knowing that it's very hard to get back up here on the Magneto. You've got to try and extend some of those symbiotic bridges to make such happen. Should be a rather short walk back, though, for Ken. Leolaz on the approach, standing on business, rolls on fourth. It's a little bit audacious, but it's not going to be fully punished. Lugia go now getting themselves cooked by Smashnez. A big bait onto Alligator, who thought they might have had an opening, but it's traded 1-for-1 here, and Knudsen is going to be able to resurrect rather quickly. Never mind, does have a Karmic Revival to bring themselves back. Quick jump scare from the Magneto. Leolaz under pressure, pulled on fourth. Huge prioritization of targeting here onto Leolaz, and that's going to earn the Metallic Bulwark up close and personal, just standing there, T-posing over all of them, and combined damage onto Missouri crushes them underfoot. Karmic Revival ready to go. Knudsen going to bring back Missouri, but not much more than this. It's just going to be the Soul Bond to keep the remainder of Vice sustained on their approach here. Around the back, the Strangling Prison grabs in Winnie and isolates for Fate of Both Worlds, channeled by Oasis. They still have everything they need to try and keep this one contested, but mid-air there goes awry. I believe that Smashnez managed to dodge it, as it was Lugia going awry.
Yeah, Ken's Invisible Boundary is the last ultimate on the point itself, so Vice are going to be able to start fortifying that position. Winnie over to the Doctor Strange, Leolaz onto the rocket so they can cheese the underworld and bring one of their players back with the cooldown of the BRB, as opposed to waiting for the hard timer. Vice, though, have so many players. They've lost the Groot, as Winnie did a really good job of shield blocking off the heals for that Vanguard opportunity, and now FaZe just have entirely uncontested access to all of these angles, and Vice gets sent right back onto main road.
Leolaz rolled on through on the Rocket Raccoon as well to quickly res up Winnie through the portal using the BRB. Kind of crazy.
Yeah. And then Winnie went back and swapped to Jeff, and it will be back into the fight incredibly quickly with how fast you can move underneath. Binary throws out the Meteor M just again to stop Vice from starting to reposition and play around either better Soulbind or a Lunar Ultimate, being able to damage Amp Alligators, and that allows Smashnez to continue holding this angle for Spam to build Supernova and find a pick onto the Atom.
Oh, the Pyro Prison sends Knudsen to the Gulag, has to resurrect themselves, moving in towards this tight area. Time to spin to win, but you feel a little bit hot under the collar right here if you happen to be Vice. Not much space gained, but 2 ticks already to their name. If they could just wait out Smashnez as well.
But if they wait out, they drop directly into the Sonic section coming on through from Rosa, who might just wait for the Vanguards to drop, then use Diamond Chrome and kick up to be able to catch the backline uncontested with the Emerald Ultimate.
As Missouri drops on down straight into the Sonic Seduction, a wall dragged on fourth as everyone is sustained by the incoming danger of the Lunar self-bubble there onto Lugia. There's not really many great places to deposit players for Winnie here, but it does mean that Ken and Babybat don't have quite as many reinforcements as they would like. Missouri is actually in Botswana right now. A brand new recontest with 1 second to go, but they can't get through the portal in time because Knudsen stands alone and has to finish their animation. 87% is all Vice get to separate them from Oblivion.
Oligator on the Human Torch, getting the pick onto Knuten on the Atom, forcing the self-res, forcing the Karmic so early on rotation to the point, rather than trying to bully FaZe and allow Vice to find that last little tick that they needed to pick up the full thing. And even then with Winnie, like you said, the HJF doesn't find the elimination, but it does still carry out one of the Vanguard's major, huge, beefy health bars that could have been used to fortify a position on just a corner of the point and still long enough for that strange teleport to come on through.
Yeah, Groot just brings so much utility mid-fight when people have already used resources, and suddenly a little bit of access to a map editor can be everything. Oh, for Vice, this is dire straits right now, but if you're FaZe, you're on cloud 9. FaZe up goes even higher.
I mean, if they do want to try and use this torch, though, remember, they don't get the Invis women, which means that they're going to be going into so much hit scan pressure from the Adam Warlock as a flyer. There's a difference from having a flyer and being able to defend around all of the angles you already get given on the defense, and having to invade onto those angles when you're on the attacking side.
They've got to try and take that space. And a high ground hold here from Vice, a distinctly different style from FaZe, who are happy to cede away that high ground and just assault it from afar.
Oligator's on the Human Torch too. It's gonna be a 1 versus 1, but it's not really a fair and equal fight, as Ken on that Invis woman is gonna be able to provide shield and the heal coming on through off of those extra armors. FaZe are gonna try and dodge out of so much of the spam by boxing themselves in and threatening to walk onto the point, which is gonna force Vice to have to overinvest into the brawl.
Oh, they've already used their soul bond as well.
Yep.
That's a huge amount of sustain that's going to be off the table, but guess what? When it comes to removing sustain, removing Oasis is probably the best way to do it. A great roll up there from Vice. They simply just walked him down.
Yeah, but FaZe, they knew they were going into that fight outnumbered in terms of those resources, and it's a fast one. Yes, Oligator is going to be able to build up a huge amount of charge onto that supernova because of spam damage, but FaZe have been able to see out the soulbind before Knuten builds up the res.
Thanks for the boost.
Knuten only halfway. That's the time of the watch here. If you want to look at one number on the UI, it's the one under Knuten's name. Binary just starts to build up some early charge here off the back of these Groot walls, and Rose are looking to try and negotiate some manner of forward momentum. Remember, the force physics one-sided here from the side of Ice could be everything. However, the Eternal Bond right into the back is met by the Invisible Boundary. It doesn't have great overall coverage on the point, so it's fairly easy to ascertain where the fires are. Speaking of fires, one's being leaked under Ice right now. It's just burning through them. Oligator managing to get through so many members of FaZe. Resurrection coming through from Knuten. It's only onto Missouri, and it might be a little bit premature, to be honest. I'm going to call that one a bit of a waste.
Yeah, FaZe waited. The Vanguard took a little bit of spam pressure from the Torch to be able to build up and open the fight with Winnie's Eternal Bond to get into the backline, try and find a good blind onto Vice, force out the Invisible Boundary because they didn't have Soulbind. The problem for FaZe is that because they opened with Eternal Bond, when the Strangling Prison combined with Supernova came through, they have nothing to be able to sustain through it. No ultimate, and even then, Vice's damage numbers that they'd be able to deal would still have found the pick through it. They're really dancing with fire right now in terms of time bank too. This next fight has to go perfectly for them because they're about to invest so many ultimates. Supernova first, potentially combined with Strangling Prison, but Lucas can actually hold on to the Meteor M instead of absorbing any of it.
Soul Bond used. Knuten already down. Don't know if they're going to be able to revive themselves. Yeah, they have the Cocoon Reviver. That's a massive Groot ultimate right there. Mind control after mind control. No mind is free right now. It's rent-free for Binary sitting in the back of their heads.
Can they find a strange portal in time? Ken's going to have pivoted over to it, but I don't think they have the numbers to keep the point stalled, and FaZe will be able to walk away with the win on Symbiotic Surface, taking this series 2-0.
Oh, what a heroic performance from a pair of Vanguards there. Massive ultimate from Rosa. Strangling Prison grabs in at least 4 players. And then all of those potential barriers are burned to make it so easy for Binary to start picking apart the team with the Sonic Seduction, just getting one after the other players with their ultimates suppressed and their movement only towards the pretty lady.
Yeah, Vice just had no opportunity to break LLS from that Emma ultimate either. So like you said, even if they did have the ultimates available, they don't get the opportunity to use them. And FaZe can finally position themselves onto the point itself. It was a little bit of a harder time for them, admittedly. However, as we talked about, that first fight on their attack, they had to do it in stages. They had to bait the soul blind. They can't go into a 6 versus 6 brawl fight against an Adam who will win every single time. It was all about limiting the amount that Vice were able to build in this first matchup.
Yeah, we can see some of the highlights here from Vice. They are, of course, going to be returning for our playoff bracket next week. But this does mean that FaZe is going to be walking away with a higher seed, and this probably means Vice is going to get the lowest, and that means that one of the big boys will be their first matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely not an enviable position coming on for, especially because we got to see from FaZe different compositions which don't typically get target banned. Or if you do try and target ban them, it's a very niche strategy that you ban on out, as opposed to banning for something that has more value as a wider point in parts of all of the map. It's sort of like when we see teams trying to ban or save around having a better spawn hold, and then that spawn hold gets immediately broken and they get snowball momentum through the second and the third aspects of it because they have so little access to what's meta for those parts.
Yeah, I kind of feel that maybe there's a better world if Knudsen doesn't use that res on just Missouri in the midst of that fight. But to be honest, this is still iteration for Vice. As we mentioned at the beginning of this particular matchup, Vice is a very new squad. FaZe has also gone through a couple of roster iterations, but generally their core has been together for quite a while. But Vice definitely seemed fairly haphazardly constructed towards the nadir of our roster construction era, and they're slowly iterating to become better as a squad and really figuring out how they want to try and share out the tertiary strategist duties. But currently Knudsen is filling quite a few off.
FaZe also improved as well. You can sort of tell that after they did take that loss against Na'Vi on Symbiotic Surface, they went back to the drawing board, because something to point out, when they went for those attack rotations, they didn't try and go the same wraparound that they had against Na'Vi, when Na'Vi punished the speed that they were having to move around, trying to develop an angle with a Hulk for a Namor, and would just walk into that backline. By trying to box themselves into a position, yes, they're taking so much more spam damage, but again, they wanted to build strategist ultimates up so they could push on through with that eternal bond. But they also confirmed and guaranteed that no one from the side of Vice was going to be able to get into that backline, because to access the backline inside that small room, you have to walk from main into the door frame, and that's not what a Human Torch is going to be doing. He's going to be playing above the door frames, trying to spam in and holding Pyro Prison for when the Vanguards move out of that box and onto the point, so they take all of the tick damage.
Yeah, it can be a difficult thing to try and make a Human Torch do. And to be honest, I think that we saw Smashnez get a little bit better at that Human Torch do most of the time, despite having fewer resources, but not having the team up nor the shield in midair. But then again, Smashnez is a player that we know is like a Human Torch before Human Torch was cool, you know, a hipster Human Torch. So definitely one of our OGs in EMEA for making the world's hottest man do something.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting. I had a talk with their coach, Coffee, when I was asking about like roster mania and how the team were holding up through it. And I was like, picking up Smashnaz, who previously used to be for Zero Tenacity, has kind of been a little bit of an advantage for the team, because now you've got a really good solo player, but you also have a really good Human Torch player, because Crisis, who they had before, wasn't known for his Human Torch. So lacking Smashnaz did lead to a little bit of a vulnerability in terms of duelist potential picks for the team, but then they were able to pick up Smashnaz, and as we've seen, having the Psylocke being able to put pressure onto the Ultron, having the Torch to, even though without the Invis Woman, still be able to win out the duels, have the better spam angle pressures, and being able to come and prove that Supernova to pressure out Karmic Revival allowed them so much better of an advantage when they were taking a fight against the Atom.
Yeah, a lot of dotted I's and crossed T's here for FaZe when it comes to their strategy. I think we're figuring out at the moment if we've got an interview ready for FaZe, as we can potentially get to talk to them, have some insight into how they approach that match with Vice, who I imagine they've probably had quite a few scrims with, obviously not so much recently once the groups were decided, but both coming up as squads at a similar time does mean they probably know each other quite well, and obviously there's quite a mix here as well. Quite a few members of both these rosters are from the old Zero Tenacity roster. Newton, Lugia, Oasis, and Winnie all coming from that one. I think Smashness on that roster as well. Might have been, actually.
Yes, Smashness was previous Zero Tenacity.
This is the product of Zero Tenacity divorce.
I was going to say, Zero Tenacity sort of leaving EMEA did leave a sort of gaping wound in the side of players that we got to see, because a lot of players unfortunately didn't manage to find teams in time, or they did have to find different teams and potentially get subs as well, because Smashness was originally going to be a substitute, actually, until he got picked up to go full-time with FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, good pickup, to be honest. Smashness has been showing quite a variety of hero pool as well. I didn't know they had such a good Psylocke, to be honest. I'd heard whispers, but we were unsure. Okay, we got ourselves an interview coming through from FaZe. A fellow big brainer, I believe Coffee, is ready to go.
Hello. Coffee.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
You here. Congratulations on the win.
Crazy.
So I'll start things off. How much work did you put into sort of looking at Symbiotic Surface? Because in comparison to when we saw you guys play Symbiotic Surface against Na'Vi before, that was a world of difference just now.
I mean, if you ask anyone on the team, we probably still don't think that we played it as well as we know that we can. It's honestly one of our better maps, but we haven't really shown that just yet. We obviously did VOD it because we were really annoyed after the Na'Vi game that seemed very close after map 1, how we just threw it away. Those are the teams that we want to be competing with, and you know, it kind of went out the window, so it was really annoying.
Obviously, these matches at the moment, you've qualified for playoffs, so congratulations on that, but these are mostly just for seeding. I won't say how seriously are you taking it, but are you guys holding any comps in reserve for playoffs in comparison to what you might play if you were going all out for those land spots?
Yeah, I don't think we've shown our hand at all, to be honest, because if you watch our games back, we have vastly different drafts every single time. We have vastly different comps every single time. Obviously, there's been a bit of an overlap with the Angela Rocket comp and stuff like that. But we are definitely taking it game by game, and I think that's how we're succeeding despite not playing very well at all, to be honest.
So looking to see outside of what we get to see in broadcast and also scrims, because for viewers, they obviously get to watch the matches, but they don't get to see anything else that goes on behind the scenes. How much preparation for a professional team actually goes in outside of just the scrim hours to being able to prepare for matches like these?
Yeah, this tournament has been really intensive. I think this set of players that we have right now are going above and beyond. Like, I know you guys know I don't have a PC right now. I'm actually at Rose's house, coaching from Rose's house. I traveled 3 hours. And literally, I'm making it work. There's a lot of prep that goes into it. We're working really, really hard.
I saw you post the other day that you could be the first person to make it to LAN without a PC. Do you have any team in EMEA, now that we know you're going to playoffs, who you guys want to beat in particular?
Yeah, for sure. I think it would be nice to start competing with the likes of Na'Vi and BP, obviously. But in terms of the teams that we really see as a competitor for LAN, it would be Chopped and Citadel are the ones that we want to be.
Ooh, okay, very interesting. Thank you for joining us, Cuffy. It was great to get some insight from you. Go and give Rosa a pat on the back. See you next time.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Cuffy, coach of FaZe, coming off a 2-0. A little bit of a clean cleaner symbiotic surface compared to what we saw against Na'Vi, Mox.
Yeah, but you heard it. You know, this is the thing. Pros and coaches, they're perfectionists. If they don't just sweep that map, they're going to be poring over those VODs, analyzing every single potential angle that could have been played out. So next time, they're going to be able to do it better. And we can see, or rather, we can wait and see who exactly FaZe are going to be playing next, because they have the... Well, Coffee said he wanted to compete with the VP and the Na'Vis. He's going to have to compete with one of them. VP or Na'Vi, whoever loses the upper bracket finals, which we'll have on our third game of the day, will be matching up against FaZe next time we see them.
Yeah, on the other side, Vice coming out with the lowest seed of this group is probably going to have to go up against either Chopped or Insomnia. But if you're going up against a Hella, you got to look out not just for the Soul Drainer, but for some stunning looks as well, Mox, because a brand new costume has hit the store for the Goddess of Death. The Grim Lady is now available. It's a timely bulletin to make sure that you get yourself one of the freshest looks available from the old-timey skin collection.
I mean, Hella skins just don't miss, unlike when I'm playing Hella and then I'm constantly missing. But you know what? That's why they have Soul Drainer, right? You just muscle memory. That was the true min-max. You could always tell who the Hella mains were all the way back in Season 0, because they would be going for the Soul Drainer into immediate setup for the headshot follow on through. But speaking about following on through, we're going to be seeing OG Seed versus Citadel after Citadel find themselves very surprisingly being taken down to the lower bracket a little bit earlier on versus Chopped. We'll have to see which of those teams is going to be chopped from the group stages after this short break.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining.
Wake up, honey. Org fight on the docket here between OG Seed and Citadel Gaming. Once again in our lower bracket, which is surprising for Citadel, given that they were in Guangzhou at our mid-season finals landmarks.
Yes, and I think a lot of eyes are going to be turned Citadel's way when we show that roster lineup. Who is going to be on the starting rotation? Is it going to be Pokey? Is it going to be Tanuki? Is it going to be Melio? Which combination? Because we got to see yesterday Melio's Ignite Stage 2 debut now under Citadel. And boy, did he pop off and debut in style. Highest amount of damage coming on through for the first round of Celestial Husk on Ultron of all things. He did 10k damage in one round.
Yeah, but bro is a bit of a hit scan prodigy. I mean, they make him different in Denmark. There's no other way to put it. Like, Danish hit scans, if you want to compete, you gotta find yourself a Danish hit scan in some cases. Here's a quick look at Citadel Gaming's lineup. You're likely familiar with them if you're here watching in EMEA. Polly's been able to dodge so many of the target bans of the Captain America that kind of defined mid-season, and we kind of solved that if we target ban Polly, maybe we can get one over on Citadel. It worked spectacularly well for a lot of teams. Not so much of a Vanguard ban meta at the moment, though, heading into Stage 2.
Well, not just that, but Polly's also been able to swap onto multiple Vanguards that you actually get to see here coming on out with things like the Venom. Remember, Enzo actually used to be the main Venom player coming on out from Citadel, but Polly has been picking it up and allowing Enzo to go into a little bit more anchor style and shield heavy Vanguards of things like the Strange and the Magneto, and potentially even sometimes the Captain America, which means that they can run a double dive Vanguard line, which has actually been starting to see more and more play. We saw FaZe go for that kind of playstyle. We saw Na'Vi go for that playstyle. What OG Seed have in terms of playstyle, though, is a little bit less traditional, because Frost Mountain has been playing their Storm and playing it to absolute lethal degree.
Yeah, the Storm really has been a bit of a rising star here in Stage 2 for the aura damage boost, as well as just having some great Omega Hurricane ultimates. For me, though, it's still about that Northern magic. The Finnish sorcery of Lapsis Otilas has been able to really transmute OG Seed from a fairly bullyable Stage 1 team into an absolutely unbreakable object. The amount of healing that Lapsis Otilas pushes out is, frankly, second to none.
I mean, Name as well, coming on through with the Cloak and Dagger. It's not often in Stage 2 that we get to see all that much Cloak and Dagger in comparison to her amount of time played in Stage 1, as Invis women getting all of those buffs means that Luna Invis tends to be your traditional double strategist lineup coming on through. But OG Seed are one of these teams that still like to play the Cloak and Dagger so that they can time blinds with that 28% increased vulnerability into Strangling Prison Groot ultimates, which then leads to Winter Soldier Kraken Impact being an absolute echo chamber coming on through from KQ43.
Yeah, it really feels like these guys are at the forefront of the new duelist meta, or some might say the old duelist meta of Storm and Winter Soldier. It runs in cycles, you know. Winter Soldier rises up now and then. It really feels like Winter Soldier has the ubiquity of the displacement the Bionic Hook offers. Is really good against triple Vanguard compositions, so getting something like a Groot out of position. And for some reason, we got another buff, the Trooper's Fist, that has an immobilizing effect for 1 second afterwards to shut down any potential escapes with mobility abilities for a second after the impact.
Not just that as well, the fact that for OG Seed they're not going up against many mirror Winter Soldiers. We had one yesterday, but now we're not seeing as much Winter Soldier mirrors, which means that the Cloak and Dagger with that Eternal Bond, when it comes on through, has to worry about a group maybe grabbing them out of position with a Strangling Prison after their last dash has expired. But the continuous counter that Cloak and Dagger's lived in fear of, that being Bionic hooked out of your ultimate as you come on through, has sort of settled down in terms of danger level.
Yeah, like, the danger level has been lowered. We've also seen some great reactions come through from strategists. We're slowly getting through like our flow chart of Marvel Rivals, you know, really figuring out all the best ways to try and react to the various stimuli that you have to deal with, things like a Bionic Hook repositioning someone. But here for OG Seed, they have managed to playoffs, but they are about to go up against one of their biggest challenges. Citadel Gaming is one of our titans here in EMEA, and they've only become more titanic with the addition of Melio.
Yeah, and Polly as well, and the Captain America, every single time, even going into like triple strategist lines and just bullying things like Adam Warlock and staying in forever because they're able to secure Lunar Snow through the ban drafts as well, which means that they get Snowflake to put on the Captain America, who then receives trickle healing, and he's already hard enough as it is to try and push out of your backline alone, and then you add into all of that healing coming on through, plus it's just a Captain America as opposed to follow up from something like a Psylocke, which they do have in the back pocket. So too do they have things like the Human Torch. So when it comes to drafting a ban against Citadel, you have a really hard time. You kind of have to choose between Nightshade and other poisons all lined up on one shelf to try and figure out, is it going to be a double duelist line that you want to take against them? Is it going to be a full dive composition that you want to try and play? Because what we have seen is teams like Dawn Corps actually utilizing Storm and Winter Soldier to really quite cleanly take down dive compositions, and they might try and bait Citadel into a dive comp.
Yeah, like, you can definitely try and bait the classic Citadel, like, they kind of rose up around the dive comp of just going fast, going hard. Pokey and Polly as a duo, playing both the Psylocke and the Cap, who both got nerfed this season, really was kind of a default setting. And we had Enzo being able to play a fantastic Venom as well, which now Polly's been adding to the pool. It was always a little bit weird that their Venom and Cap players were kind of different, so the pivot between them was a little bit more difficult, but you could play both at the same time, which at points had its own value. But now, very different Citadel. As I said, we've got the Psylocke and the Cap nerfs, but also the addition of Melee means that we've got more options when it comes to that duelist line, and Polly's been expanding their hero pool.
See, I wonder if Citadel as well are going to be doing a little bit of experimenting to see whether or not that new full dive composition that Na'Vi showcased against NJC is going to be playable for them too, because we know that Melio plays a really good Ultron, but Tanuki is going to be starting off things too, and Tanuki's Star-Lord is actually very, very strong. Tanuki was a player that we knew who had prowess on melee heroes when he was starting to become a rising star in the Marvel Rivals esports scene. He was known for magic and Black Panther. It was sort of an unspoken rule that if you went up against Tanuki's team, you would ban the Black Panther. Even back in like season 1, you would still ban the Black Panther against him. And then we saw it really rise up the ban rank priority in stage 1, where dive started to become a thing, and Black Panther on things like Hell's Heaven just made it almost impossible for teams to be able to play into. But he has since been able to flex over to so many things, Torch being one of them, but Star-Lord his other notable go-to if he got banned out of his melee characters.
Yeah, Tanuki's become a bit of a pluripotent duelist player when it comes to expanding that hero pool. Of course, we did see Black Panther get a touch of a nerf heading into Season 4, as when it comes to the raw stats, having get HP pool decreased, but did get access to a brand new team-up, which I think is a little bit more useful for Black Panther, given that Hulk is a bit more likely to be played rather than playing Magic Black Panther, which is a little bit of a, let's call it a quick play duelist line, shall we?
Not just that, it's also kind of been stealth buffed too by the fact that Black Panther's passive, if he goes down to under 100 HP, he gets a 20% damage boost on all forms of attack. So if you have that Hulk additional bubble coming on through, you're gonna be sitting at a 20% damage boost comfortably inside that shield. But we're yet to properly actually get to see it in play, and again, because all of these teams have been able to confirm their positions into playoffs, I don't think if you're gonna go for that kind of playstyle, you reveal your hand now. I think that's something that you try and figure out behind closed doors and scrims.
Yeah, probably try and figure that one out behind those closed doors. You don't want to give away too many of your strategies here in the because teams are already going to be augmenting now who they're scrimming against.
Yes.
Because heading into this, already weren't scrimming their own group because they wanted to make sure that they got to playoffs rather easily by not giving away too many of their strats. But now, since the groups are probably going to be changed, or rather you're going to go up against someone from the other group when the seeding is decided, likely we're seeing once again pivoting back to scrimming against their own group, who they probably won't go up against in a mega important matchup to try and get to LAN.
Yeah, I know some teams are actually still scrimming internationally as well, and they were doing so before Stage 2 even properly began, so that there was no likelihood of, you know, trying a new strategy against a team and then inside EMEA other teams catching wind of that strategy too. If you scrim internationally, it becomes a little bit harder to try and figure out how the other scrims from all of these other teams are doing, as we're going to be getting ready to head into our first map between Citadel and OG on Domination, and it will once again be Krakoa coming on through.
So we are gifted with the wonderful music, because it's going to be simultaneous bans for both of our teams in the first slot. But the first Protect is going to go the way of OG Seed to potentially try and make a pro game. The first player is going to go the way of Citadel, because I don't know what colors are.
Well, Mantis is going to be ubiquitous, removed from both of these sides immediately. You don't need to read your colors for that one. Citadel Gaming now, what do they try and go in terms of save line? They go for a Jeff, so yeah, if they want to try and play that dive composition, OG Seed now are going to have to start protecting a couple of variables. First, taking out the Adam Warlock, which Citadel Gaming are going to be more than happy to be able to take, because they've still got dive, as OG Seed are going to be able to claim themselves one-sided Adam Warlock in the hopes that they'll be able to live the Jeff Tether with an Adam link of their own.
Yeah. Using that soul bond, although admittedly the Jeff Tether is a slightly lower cooldown. But when you look at Adam on Domination, most important thing going to be the res. So Citadel Gaming, they're going to have to plan for essentially 3-tiered fights, getting your original poke out of the way, hard committing, and then dealing with the 4 players that come back via the Karmic Revival.
Or they just stack damage. We've seen like these teams, even into Adam compositions, if they go full dive style, it is 6 players looking at 1 person, and they just get obliterated on the spot. And Citadel are going to be removing the Ultron, which we already saw, giving Jeff the problem, forcing you to have to put one of your Vanguards onto something like the Magneto to be able to bubble, so that Rage of Ultron doesn't take the Jeff down mid their ultimate, as well as removing a Jeff from OG Seed's side of things. So OG Seed get the Adam link, but they don't get to double it up with the Venoms.
Yep, that's not going to be on the table. However, potential nuclear options against Marine Life, the Ensong Inferno, going to be on the table here for OG Seed. Does mean we probably are going to be seeing an early Storm roll out here, unless it's going to be taken up by KQ, which I don't think is overly likely. Citadel is finally going to get rid of the Luna last and go for their Protect. Maybe go for a one-sided Luna.
Potentially a one-sided Luna, so that they can play that heavier dive composition. However, I was going to say, if we do see that dive comp coming on through, they're going to want to have moving components in terms of that lineup, and they want to guarantee that they get the Venom through, rather than risking OG Seed being able to remove it, because yes, they could potentially remove the Luna now, but Citadel is still going to be able to have access to things like the Invis Woman for the shield stagger onto something like a Star-Lord, and OG Seed understand if they let the Star-Lord go through, Invis is just going to be able to shield him, so they removed the Star-Lord from Tanuki's pool instead.
Taking the Star-Lord away from Tanuki also offers a lot more safety towards potential flyer characters, like the Iron Man that KQ is hovering right now, or Frost Mountain coming out on the Storm, because the Tanuki in midair can be a real pain to deal with that. Melee, of course, is in, by the way, so Pokey's on the bench for this one. The Danish hit scan has arrived.
Yeah, but Melio can play pretty much, I mean, every single hero that Pokey can play as well, so we might still be able to see something like that Psylocke make it through in case Frost Mountain does go for something like a Storm, as teams and Flyers find out the hard way that Psylocke might be removed from meta as a whole because of the sheer sustainability that triple strategist lines bring to the table, but into Flyers, she's still more than enough to be able to take them down prematurely.
Oh yeah, that poke can be pretty brutal when it comes to going up against Flyers. Krakoa is going to be where we start off once again, and this is an absolute playground for a Jeff. We can see Jeff, Ken hovering it to begin with. Although we do know that Alex plays a good amount of Rocket Raccoon, I don't think this one's going to be coming out long term. This is just for the initial extra. Oh, is it long term? Could be. Ooh.
It's dive. Citadel are going full dive comp. Aggressive run at OG Seed, force out the soul bind, and then overrun them. OG Seed are going to be able to teleport themselves onto the point and start to box themselves up so they can stack to have everybody receive that soul bind. But Citadel are just going to get aggressive, and this is the test. Can they peel the dive before the dive finds a pick?
Yep, they just leave. Soul Bond has been used, so it's time to leave, and now it's time for second phase. Gonna be Enzo already using that symbiotic resilience to get some additional HP. Lepsis Athilas falling low. Abuhu gonna try and force out. That was quite the flick there. Abuhu knew exactly where Melio wanted to go. Catches Ken on the outside, blocks off the incoming healing of a Joyful Splash, utilizing that Aegis barrier, and now Gainer just goes to town with daggers of Danak and dark maelstroms abound.
Nami's been able to build up Eternal Bond in one fight off of how much stack damage OGC are taking, not just from the dive but also from the Phoenix, trying to connect as many shots as possible onto all of these stack players and build up the End Song Inferno, which will be up for this first fight after the point has unlocked, and Citadel could well go for synergy between the Phoenix and the Venom, which is something that OGC are going to have to be very careful about.
But you know, did see shades of a similar composition from Na'Vi previously, where they played with Jeff and the Ultron as a pair of strategists in the back. That was, of course, on Hall of Jarlio. Oh, a missed grab there. That could be an opportunity taken away, but Enzo doesn't get to explode many of the players with the symbiotic corrosion. It's going to be a big move forward here from Ken. Very aggressive, but wants to get that healing pool onto the midst of many players. Are they going for the Eat and the Jeff out at once? Looks
and
like
Tanuki is going to actually hold his ultimate to be able to combine with Melio's, more than likely. OGC, though, still holding on to this point. Crucially, Frost Mountain on this Adam has been picked, which means that it is going to be a case of just cleaning up the staggers and Citadel finally finding the flip.
The RB being expended at the end, though, does mean that's not going to be up if Citadel Gaming take a fast fight here.
This has Invis boundary, and OGC can open up this fight and the space with the Sonic Seduction to be able to move themselves through. But they have to keep an eye on Melio and Tanuki. Citadel Gaming have the ability to have more than enough damage to punch through the Invis's ult.
I require some aid.
Oh yeah, focus fire. Easily burning through. Got to think about Sia versus the Ensong Inferno, though. That's going to be plenty of sustainability offered here by Lepsis Tilas, dealing with the dance off the butterfly. Citadel Gaming are able to back away, though. Enzo, with just a sliver of HP, should be able to return to their healers, or at least manage to find themselves a health pack to try and sustain a little bit further. Don't know where he's at the moment. I think he's managed to find at least a health pack. Abuhu going to try and stymie the incoming tide. Big stuns. No, none delivered there by Gainer. Seems like it's all about trying to shut down Enzo. 4 ults popped at once here by Citadel. The Alpha Strike has activated, and OGC crumble under the pressure, but they've still got some legs on this map.
Citadel invested so much to have that immediate wipe potential onto OGC, and now they're just going to hold a little bit closer. OGC, though, having that immediate mechanic of Krakoa, will be able to teleport themselves behind that point, getting a little bit of a better angle for both KQ and Frostitop to scout out where this dive has rotated and potentially force them out as the Venom goes in deep and disengages, just stalling out long enough for OGC to have to now deal with Ken and Tanuki in the backline instead.
Oh, I think we're looking a little bit nasty. Was that an aggressive TP onto Name? A little bit of a jump scare there. Requires an instant resurrection. Frost Mountain brings the Cloak and Dagger back to the fray, but KQ catching so much damage from above. Tanuki is untouchable up here at the moment. A healing pool for all. A touch of a look onto the Adam Warlock. Bro has no mobility. He ain't getting out of this one. KQ taking down Lepsis Tilas. Not long for this world either. And as Name stands within the Eternal Bond, Citadel, the Piranhas, they fear the blood in the water. They start to circle. The Vanguards have no healing behind them and have to stand against the weights of the world, but Atlas, they ain't. OGC, they did manage to steal away the point temporarily, so there's a chance for another fight.
They got that steal, so there is going to be enough time to set up a Strange portal, especially since Ken does not have Jeff ultimate to eat the Strange and stop it. Out through the portal, they collapse. Pretty close to getting the Invis boundary on the line, and now it becomes a matter of protecting Lepsis. They cannot allow the Invis to go down, otherwise they lose the sustainability.
The Duelist playing out of LOS for now, though. Lepsis Tilas brings up all that's needed in the form of the invisible boundary and attempted an Alpha Strike. KQ up close and personal. 99%. We're so close to the end song, and yet no songs will be sung here for OGC, but a funeral dirge over the flames of what was quite the battle. But Citadel Gaming emerged victorious off yet another massive Alpha Strike. They keep using these 4 ultimates at once.
I mean, they use the 4 ultimates, which means that they don't have those 4 ultimates for the first fight of growth. However, we should point out, OGC burned Psionic Seduction after all of their other players had fallen, so now they don't get the Emerald. ultimate to either try and take a high ground fight against Citadel Gaming or hold on to the point with the threat of the EMEA and allow OG Seed to find the first capture progress and stall out the fight that comes afterwards with Eternal Bond into Adam sustainability.
Dude, Tanuki's putting up some numbers over here on the Phoenix. Lots of damage being poured out, and it certainly is necessary. We haven't seen an Endsong Inferno used just yet to deal with a C yet, I believe, because KQ, unfortunately, falling at 99%. That would have been a great way to try and deal with all the additional HP, the overhealth given to Enzo from that, but it might have been cooked from the start, to be honest, Mox. When 4 ults hit at once, it's difficult to try and carve through.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you burn through these sustained compositions before OG Seed can hit the cycle of 3 defensive ultimates. Citadel Gaming already going to be in position. They've got such fast-moving heroes. They're already in rotation for a dive hit, a free angle dive hit directly onto the backline when OG Seed, the only cooldown they have is the Soulbind, and that's going to be before they're on point again.
Counting down with the count at home. KQ's already 3, 2, 1. Melio down. Oh, Tanuki gets one over on Gainer right there. Drops the emote as well. You can pick some new ones up in the store right now for the if you're interested. Oh, the Endsong Inferno. It's certainly going to be sung real quick. Wraps around the back. So many angles. There's nowhere to go. Everywhere you look, the Citadel has been erected brick by brick. And well, they are looking absolutely unbreakable.
Yeah, OG Seed stack their players, the strategists around the Atom, in case they get dove upon for the Soulbind, but that actually leaves the Phoenix, KQ43, vulnerable alone. So the dive gets called off of the backline and onto the duelist, and now with Soulbind gone, the dive is going through onto the duelists. The blind from Name is good though, and Enzo will get immediately wiped off of a Carbon Crush, and Name burns the Eternal Bond just to be able to get over to the point, but Tanuki might be able to shut that down afterwards with an Endsong.
Wrapping in from behind, Enzo looking for some manner of edibility. It looks like Ken didn't actually manage to grab anyone. Maybe a good dark teleportation coming through from the Cloak and Dagger. KQ under pressure. Desperately needs some healing, but everyone else has fallen away. Frost Mountain brings them back with the Comet Grove, potentially inside of the teleporter. It's good cover, yeah, and it's allowed for Melio to be taken out from the other side. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier up onto the high ground, has good LOS, but you can see that Citadel are not overly keen on diving inside of that invisible boundary. Instead, they wait for OG Seed to emerge, and they planted their own seeds of victory, waiting for Melio to return back in. It's a good patty cake once again. A tip-tap-toe of everyone moving in onto a point to stop it from being properly contested. Battle Recall Beacon taken away. It's Enzo's turn now to move in and keep this point as Melio starts to once again work the margins. Do you want to use the ultimate? Enzo thought it was workable, but a quick spinning kick from Abuhu sends him into the tree.
True, but that was CC cancel on the ultimate, not full hit onto the Venom, so Enzo is going to be back to the Feast of the Abyss in only a matter of moments. They're actually going to give it up so that he can swap over to the Strange, because they've spotted that OG Seed don't have their Atom, and the only way that OG Seed get their Atom back into this fight is by burning Cocoon.
Difficult to try and deal with. Frost Mountain ready to receive. Polly, just that's so painful to try and deal with in the back, but up close and personal with the Phoenix, things start to get real complicated real fast. An Alpha Strike into the back line. Melio's already taken out Abuku, but Polly has been traded out in turn. The BRB brings them back though. The resurrection off the cooldown better in this case. It's an invisible boundary, but it could make easy eatings here for Ken. Goes for this one, manages to grab their own Doctor Strange, and it's just chased on down by the Phoenix. That melee DPS needs to be dealt with. So many players bought low. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier not taken down. It's intercepted mid-air. Great focus fire from Citadel Gaming, but OG Seed still have the sustainability. The Eternal Bond keeping them stronger for about a moment longer. Frost Mountain has arrived on the Doctor Strange. The Pentagram of Ferala has been opened, but so too is the sword being unsheathed, and Melio's blade is going to cut through OG Seed with little regard for life, limb, and destiny. Gainer taken down last, and OG Seed fall before the might of one stinky boy. The Rocket Raccoon has arrived.
Citadel Gaming have arrived as well with that Jeff composition, even though the Eat onto KQ43 doesn't manage to get the Phoenix elimination. It manages to stall out the combination of the Feast of the Abyss from Gainer and the Endsong Inferno, which then gives Citadel so much more opportunity to position in anticipation of the Phoenix ultimate and burn through it almost immediately off of the back of the damage boost coming on through from that Rocket ultimate. that. Plus, like I said, Citadel Gaming, like, understanding, they gave up 50% of charge to a Feast of the Abyss that they could have used to combine with either Dance of the Butterflies or Phoenix Ultimate if they really wanted to stick with that composition. They are not backs against the wall, 99 to 99 point percentage going either ways, so there's no real rush for them to have to swap to a Strange and try and continue that fight, otherwise they lose the map. It's purely because they identified that getting a pick so late onto Frost Mountain in the fight before, the only way that the Atom gets to come back into that fight in time for Citadel to retake it is if he uses the self-res rather than walks. And that means that when the TP comes through from Citadel, Tanuki and Melio are hot on Frost's heels and they melt him. And he doesn't have the self-cocoon to come back and come through with a Karmic Revival fight when OGC get better portal advantage.
Great knowledge of the win conditions there. Melia popping off the end of our highlight reel there as well with the Dance of the Butterflies. And honestly, I think one of the most telling things in all those stat lines that were scoreboard we saw at the end was how little damage a majority of Citadel had taken. A lot of it was being absorbed by Enzo, who's doing a great job face tanking a bunch of OGC's aggression. The remainder of the team not really catching that much in terms of strays. It was always about those very precise incisions, getting your 3-2-1s.
Yeah, I mean, their rotations. We saw it every single time these fights were starting to ramp on up and we were following, you know, Polly's POV, Enzo's POV, Melio's POV. Every single time they were rotating and using map cover so that they didn't get scouted, that they didn't get immediately chip damage coming on through from poke, which would have pressured them off of being able to take those engagements. And they were always in position looking for that opportunity to dive rather than being cleared off of those angles. One of them going in at the wrong time, taking too much damage and having to disengage, while the rest of the team look to go in and don't have one of those Vanguard bodies to absorb the damage and get taken out. So yeah, dive coordination that Citadel is known for.
Yeah, 3-2-1 certainly is a strong tech that you can't really nerf via any patch notes. We'll see if it continues as we head to map number 2 after this break. A brand new look for the side of Citadel. I brought up that Alex plays the Rocket Raccoon as a bit of a joke, but apparently it's still a thing. I just remembered back to when I think Citadel had a surprise win on the Hell's Heaven, potentially against Rad, when basically all of the good strategists were banned. They're like, we'll just cobble something together. I don't know, Jeff, Rocket, Mantis.
Oh, Midtown. It was Midtown, and it was Ken on the rocket so that they could just eternally res Tanuki's BP.
Yeah, they've played some weird stuff in the past, and the weird just keeps on rolling. We'll see if it's going to be a mainstay as we're heading to map number 2. This is once again going to be the choice of OG Seed. We saw very different Jeff approaches, though. It definitely felt like Ken was more healing pilled than what we saw earlier from Winnie, which was very much the I am the star, here's 11, it's Jeff, chomp frags. Whereas Ken wasn't getting quite as much value out of that one because with only 2 strategists, you need to spend a lot of your time getting that healing done.
I think if you're OG Seed, though, you might actually be one of those teams that decides to take us to Convoy next. And indeed, it is going to be Midtown. I'm not surprised about this. OG Seed have been known for playing things like the Winter Soldier and the Storm. Therefore, they don't need to be as worried about some other teams when it comes to spawn strategies, because they have the damage boosts.
Easy enough. This time the Mantis makes it through the ban. I wonder if Citadel will take the bait on this one. OG Seed prioritizing having that one-sided Emma, but admittedly, Enzo and Polly, they didn't play much Emma last time.
It's more for like Cap, Venom, anything that's going to have high mobility as a Vanguard and be able to bounce point control of the convoy itself. Being able to as well have psionic seduction to walk your team forward if you have to play into retake. Like if you get stalled out in second fight, or rather on second point, and you have to play into retake, the defenders immediately have high ground and they're going to be able to spam damage into you. So opening up with psionic seduction with an Emma and being able to actually walk your team forward into something like Subway evens up the playing field for the attackers.
All right, Doctor Strange protected here to make sure that there is always the opportunity to come back for a spawn hold, and of course, trying to negate a potential OG Seed spawn hold as well by getting rid of that Adam. It's going to be banned away from both sides, so no resurrections this time in the immortal words of Thanos. It seems at the moment that OG Seed, they have been pivoting their bans a little bit more towards the long haul of the map rather than focusing mostly on first and the spawn hold potential of a 3-3.
Yeah, but Citadel might actually get an opportunity to get one-sided Doctor Strange through here, as OGC don't get an opportunity to save. However, Citadel will be going for a Groot ban coming on out, so a little bit more of a all-round viability in comparison to the Doctor Strange, who is very much just for the tempo of retake fights coming on through from those portals. Groot Walls being able to isolate Vanguards and split them from that backline. Not just that, having combo potential with things like the Winter Soldier if OGC decides to go that route, looking for Kraken impact off of Strangling Prisons. It's a very good option to remove from OGC's team.
Yep, making sure that there are very few ways to try and support that Strangling Prison. Of course, it could always be combined with something like a Meteor M. Mantis is going to be the last takeaway here. So a lot of the tertiary strategists have been removed, but with Phoenix on the docket, and there we go. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Storm ban here, which OGC'd love, or potentially even a Winter Soldier. You and I were speculating at the end of last week that maybe we start seeing Winter Soldier make its way into these bans, but no, instead it's going to be Ultron taken away.
Yeah, so Ultron, you don't want to let something like a Phoenix get one-sided Ultron pocket, especially because Ultron in those long-haul fights has the ability to build Rage of Ultron so incredibly quickly in comparison to some of the other strategists, because he was released a little bit later. He hasn't actually had the energy rate pushed as high up as something like a Cloak and Dagger and Invis and a Luna, who've been going through a couple of nerfs over the past couple of seasons.
All right, Midtown on the docket here. This is the choice of OGC to try and keep themselves alive in the lower bracket up against Citadel. Both of these teams have qualified for playoffs, but seeding could be everything. And I believe the loser of this matchup would go up against the winner of the grand finals, which is probably going to be either VP or Na'Vi in the first round of playoffs. So an unenviable task.
Yeah, if you want to make it to LAN, you do not want to have to go into that matchup up first. And it is going to be OGC, I believe, actually on the attack first. This is a gauntlet because they decided to attack first. They get to pick not only map that we go to if they lose the first round, but the side as well. And as as we talked about, you know, with the propensity for the Storm, for the Winter Soldier, OGC don't really concern themselves as much as other teams about breaking these triple strategist holes. But look at what Citadel Gaming are doing position-wise. They're not in a position for the Storm to find these damage boosts and let OGC walk. They're already all the way wrapped around the angles, waiting for OGC to walk at a spawn.
Oh, Tanuki taking a bunch of poke here, can't quite make it through the doorway. That tertiary vanguard of the Angela really is going to allow for consistent pressure on the card to stop it moving at all times. First it's Polly, then it's Enzo, then it's Tanuki. There's so many opportunities for KQ to try and pick something up here, especially with the damage boost given over by Frost Mountain. But you know what? Frost, they've got their own damage to pump on out, and Polly's been resurrected real quick. Mid-air harass can be strong coming through from Tanuki. Doesn't quite have the Assassin's Charge to try and isolate that Emma, but the second that they see them move into the diamond form, just takes to the skies and essentially wastes that cooldown.
Yeah, but Polly is taken down a second time after having first been brought back by Melio's BRB. And Abuhu on this end has been doing work. A good Assassin's Charge comes through from Tanuki, but it is not going to be enough. And OGC should be able to overwhelm, but we're going to be seeing the Strange Portal come on through. Melio going down now so that the BRB cooldown can be reset immediately, as opposed to having to wait for that 40-second timer. And Citadel do have Invisible Boundary to utilize after this portal comes on through into the Kraken Impact.
Decisions there for Polly. Was waiting for something to move on through. Abuhu was taken by surprise by Tanuki, potentially up close and personal. A right click from Frost Mountain gets rid of Polly, and only a singular eat comes through from Ken, so they're easily isolated by the remainder of the players from OGC, who have themselves 6 ultimates to play with. Omega Hurricane ready to be unleashed for Storm of a Century, placed down on top of the Invisible Woman. A quick bubble, Metallic Bulwark delivered by the Magneto. KQ potentially going to be overwhelmed here, but no, the damage coming through from the Cloak and Dagger. Tanuki on top of this, burst on through all of the healing, utilizing the end song, amplified by the Cosmic Yarn itself.
OGC, though, should have a massive advantage into this next fight if they get the space to be able to take it. They're going to have one-sided Emerald to open up the space, and then they get to use Invis Boundary to trap Citadel in position for KQ to start farming the resets off of this Kraken Impact. So Citadel, they're not going to let OGC walk forward in the slightest. Tanuki's going to be on the off angle. Abuhu ignores it entirely and just walks onto the backline with the Emerald Smith up, though.
Great use of cover here. 2 players mind-controlled, attempt to try and block off their healing, and mid-air maybe onto the Storm, but no, pivots it straight into the shielded Aegis brought up by the Emma. Great play from Abuhu, but Nemesis of Tilas, they can't get inside their own ultimate, so they're going to be taken on down. Now Cloak and Dagger's going to be the primary target for Polly. Justice being delivered, and it's Tanuki around the other side, utilizing the spirit of a Phoenix itself to carve through both light and dark forces. The primal force of the universe is stronger than that, but dark magic still courses through their veins and corrupts them to their very core.
Polly's doing such a good job of keeping Lapsus on this Invis Woman in check as well. KQ43 had the Kraken Impact, doesn't get the opportunity to use it. This is where we can feel that group ban coming in full right now for OGC to try and prioritize how they get to use the Winter Soldier's ultimate, as they haven't been able to use it a singular time. Tanuki's going to have the end song Inferno too. Melio's about to build another Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and they get an opening pick onto the Invis after OGC drop, and Polly can complete and compete for that high ground.
And just in the back as well, just giving Polly so much healing. There's so much sustained. Gainer forced into a corner. Frost Mountain torn apart by a Sonic Vortex. And it's just a full-scale retreat here from the side of OG's Seed.
Oh, no.
Ken just waiting on the outside. I think has decided to just give this one away. Just instead putting down the healing pool to sustain the remainder of Citadel right at the spawn.
Gainer's on the Venom to touch. That's their only opportunity. Maybe Frost Mountain with the Hurricane, but no!
It was all about using that healing pool there, just allowing everyone to stand on business right at the spawn of OG Seed, and no option, despite the protect of the Strange, to go for that portal. No, you could be knocked back into the spawn by a mag cannon from Enzo, stunned by a right click from Tanuki. Even Ken being able to rotate those aqua bursts could have pushed a Strange back into the spawn and cancelled the portal cast.
Yeah, and I mean, Invis as well. Alex with the force physics, potentially being able to grab back Gainer, who tried to swap onto the Venom, wasn't able to find the bypass of the bouncer line that Citadel Gaming were just waiting outside of the spawn doors with, and it had to fall to Frost Mountain to try and use the Hurricane of the Storm ultimate to get through everybody and go on to the point itself, but unfortunately it was locked out in terms of animation.
Couldn't get it done. It's so weird to see Melio with 128 damage. But that's what happens when you're playing Rocket Raccoon, I guess. So
look, he's out healing.
Guys, what is my Punisher doing?
He's out healing a little bit. Yeah, he is. He's out healing one of the strategists. Not all of them, mind you. But you can tell that Citadel Gaming, like, they didn't want to ban either the Winter Soldier or the Storm. Banning the group was by far the better option, and it really has bankrupted OG Seed's opportunity to utilize that Winter Soldier the way we'd seen in the past. And now Citadel with an early pick onto Abuhu, already forcing out the BRB. They're just going to use the Storm strats themselves. The damage boost onto Melio is absolutely insane right now.
The spawn hold, well, they were certainly at spawn. I don't know if there was any holding involved apart from maybe holding a Boohoo for a conciliatory cuddle thereafter.
Yeah, Boohoo got brought back by the Rocket PRB, so had to go through that twice. Enz is going to look for the portal cancel onto Gainer too, so the OG Seed can't even try and recontest this on second fight.
Enzo stares into the portal and sends daggers of the Knack forth. Seems like the interceding of the portal has not quite worked out, but a release of Dark Energy builds them up even closer towards the Eye of Agamotto. OG Seed thus far without casualties. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier means extra damage for all and sundry. Take him to the skies. Now Ken looking for a big grab, but actually finds no one. Still being up on high ground does mean they're rather safe from any follow-up or punish from a stun that's self-inflicted thereafter. Enzo on the Lapsus of Tilas. You can see the Phalanx has been drawn up around the Invisible Woman to protect the vulnerable support that lies within. Nami with a secondary ultimate here. The Eternal Bond making sure that OGC are going to be so difficult to remove from this space. The Omega Hurricane as well from Tanuki at the back can get through these players so quickly. A little bit of the Aegis shields for self-protection. And you can see once again the Testudos form the Legionnaires. They make sure that their VIP is protected.
Yeah, KQ, Abuhu, and Gainer all being able to share shielding and live through that Storm ultimate off of the back of the Storm ult, chunking down the shield instead. Citadel go back to the drawing board, but OGC to have the better ultimate economy coming into this next fight. Melio is so far away from Final Judgment. Lapsus and Nami will be able to build their ultimate in no time.
Yeah, OGC, they're actually in a pretty good position here, despite how poorly their first hold went. Tanuki being chased down brutally. What a pivot there, knowing that everyone else would move on back. Gainer just makes the aggressive play, trying to deal with the culling terror. You can see that there's layers of defense here. A survivability onion has been drawn up around the Punisher. Players moving into different corners. Have to be worried here about the BRB as well. Could be in danger. But moving around the back, oh, Polly's trying to cook with the Strangling Prison. It does draw up the invisible boundary, but nothing more than that. So that's one tool less in the economy for either team.
Yeah, they just disengage it. They're coming back in again this time, looking for that win. Invis boundary is going to slow everyone from OGC down. Makes it so much harder too for KQ to keep a track of the Final Judgment charge. A Meteor M gets melted. OGC trying to hold on as long as they possibly can, but we see the Doctor Strangers go for both of their ultimates. But OGC, though, with an Eternal Bond, have the better sustainability when it comes down to the health bar trades.
Eternal Bond and 100 charge on an Emma, which is nothing to be sniffed at. It's going to make them primary enemy number one, saved from being slammed into the ground. Why'd you do that?
Oh, the Groot's looking for the isolation tier. KQ43 doesn't get an opportunity to get healed because of the isolations from those walls. And Citadel Gaming will be able to complete the 2-0 against OG Seed to continue their run in the lower bracket.
Yeah, some great tracking there from Melio with the Final Judgment, showing just what the creme de la creme of I just noticed the new skin from Invisible Woman. You can get it at the store right now for a limited time. Creme de la creme of Punisher tracking was shown off there by Melio with the Final Judgments just burst through the Strategist ultimates, even with the amount of healing that was available. And Tanuki walks away 26 and 4. Good catch up from Melio after playing Rocket for the first segment.
I think Citadel too, just coming in fully aware of OG Seed's game plan, banning out the Groot so that KQ43 doesn't get the opportunity to use Kraken. In fact, a singular time. He didn't use his ult the entire attacking round.
Damn.
As the continuous pressure onto him just meant that he was always target focused, and his team had so little resources left to be able to put into him that they never really felt they got the opportunity to go and look for know that win condition. They always thought that it would be better to hold off until the next fight. And then Citadel salting the wounds, locking Polly on the Groot to sort of tease OG Seed with the one Vanguard they needed to make that composition work and weren't able to receive because of the ban draft.
Oh man, that was also a really good heads-up shield from Enzo as well. Saving Melio in the midst of a final judgment from the incoming Meteor Ram. Had to save resources for that one. It would have been so much damage as well, especially with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier on the Meteor Ram. That thing does damage when it's charged up by a Punisher. That's not correct. Citadel are our winners as far as I'm aware. And they're going to be moving on through our bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Citadel coming on through and showcasing that they're not just a dive composition. I think that's another, like, sort of part of what today needs to serve as to some of these teams as they move into playoffs. You want to show off the amount of compositions that you can play, so you sort of are given a choice when you run against them in the playoff stages, the really important stages when you're playing for those spots into LAN, and you're spoiled for choice of, well, we saw them play this composition against this team, and they won, and we saw them play this other composition against this other team, and they won, and we saw them play this other entirely different composition against this other team, and they won. So when you look at the ban draft, you're left scratching your head trying to figure out where exactly you need to prioritize your bans.
Yeah, there's a little bit of well poisoning going on when it comes to the draft, with so many comps being shown off by Citadel. Like, they can play the Storm, they're bringing out a little bit of the Punisher. Haven't shown too much in the way of like Winter Soldier looks yet, but we know that Melio can play that. We know that Pokey and Tanuki can also bring that one out because they're all very having the 3 duelists does kind of create this weird Sophie's choice when it comes to making these drafts happen as well. And Melio just brings so much to the table for this team that seemingly has a Rocket Raccoon in the backside as well. I know that Tanuki's got a Rocket Raccoon as well. Like, true to their name, Rocket Raccoon was also their first main before they became a Magic player. So this is a very difficult team to draft against at the moment.
Yeah, and we saw them also play the Angela for parts of their defense too, which is then going to force a lot of teams to have to prioritize saving things like the Invis woman to be able to play into that particular Vanguard. It looked too like a Boohoo being able to go for that Emma one-sided was keeping Polly in check for parts of their attacking round, but it didn't unfortunately manage to pay off in full, because while that Emma was able to grab the Captain America and they dispatched Polly relatively quickly for the first life, the Rocket BRB coming back in just meant that Polly was immediately right back up and running and forcing the Emma to constantly pivot and look at a Vanguard, which then freed up the duelists to do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, just so much freedom, especially when Tanuki managed to find those off angles with the Phoenix. It was really difficult to try and task someone with trying to clear that angle, because we constantly saw like the Vanguards demanding attention. You can't send one person over there. You don't really have the mobility with something like a Winter Soldier to try and make that one happen. So you kind of just have to tank what Tanuki was bringing to the table.
Yeah, just try and ignore the Phoenix and run directly onto the objective so that you can just deathball, essentially, as a composition coming on through, is the terminology that we would say for that playstyle. But like you said, Tanuki being able to not only claim those off angles, but if multiple players are stacked on top of each other, that Phoenix is going to be doing a lot more damage and a lot more ult charge to put more strain on your strategist ult usage.
All right, got ourselves an interview here with the one and only Enzo. We still missed the food poster, but it's okay. The background's still nice. Lovely. Is that an OG jersey, Enzo?
I mean, yeah, we had to show them who are the real OGs, you know, so I had to wear the shirt, the jersey. showing them who's Papa.
So the group ban, was that very specifically targeted into the Winter Soldier composition because of the Strangling Prison synergy with Kraken Impact?
Yeah, we watched their game. We saw that they played a lot of this Storm, Bucky, Groot comp. So we said, okay, we're just gonna deny you the Groot. It's gonna make us the old close better for us. And overall, the whole map just was a good idea. Tanuki suggested it, and we said, okay, we follow you.
Can you give me any insight into how Angela fits into your spawn hold composition on Midtown? We didn't see it happen for long, but it was evidently part of a plan.
Just recently, we kind of got bored of this meta, triple support, stacking on each other. It's kind of annoying. So we say, okay, guys, let's play what we want to play. Let's play aggressive. Let's play dive all the time. And we say, holding close, we want to stall point. We're gonna stall point with Cap, Oli, and Cap, Venom, and Angela. It fits perfect for this. So we say, yeah, go for it.
So we saw OG Seed immediately staking a claim on the EMEA, going for the instant ban on the EMEA into the instant save to try and shut things down like the Cap and the Venom, but you were still able to complete the full hold. Was there a particular reason why you were able to work around that win condition from OG Seed side?
Skill issue, yeah, that was the win condition. Just the skill, play on the mechanics, that's it. There's no more explanation. Not gonna lie.
How did you guys react to the loss against Chopped? Have you been doing any targeted scrims against things that went wrong, or was it just an unlucky go next?
I think we played really poorly. We did a lot of mistakes. We should have won. The first game was straight up a draft issue. We didn't know they could play that comps, so we just gave it to them, and then we realized they could actually play it. So it was just we give it to them. The second game was just us, and the third one didn't go in our way. We did many mistakes, especially me. But it's also just the way we played the game. We played the really standard comps, kind of passive, and it just doesn't fit us. And after this, I say I don't want to play this anymore. It's just annoying. It's just boring for me. So let's just dive, and that fits us way more. And I can't wait to play against them again.
So we have probably the most anticipated matchup coming up next, Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi. Whenever I've talked to players or coaches, they've said it's so close that they don't really know which way it's going to call. In your opinion, who do you think is going to take this win, and what do you think the scoreline is going to be?
I think that VP not going to the LAN they missed a lot of practice, basically. There was the 12th best team in the world at this LAN, practicing for 3 weeks straight. So I think we got an advantage on this, like all of the people at the LAN. So I expect Na'Vi to be better than them, even though they had a roster change recently. I think they can still make it. I don't think VP is a threat anymore, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, I think Na'Vi is winning. 2-0 slide.
Hey. Thank you so much for your insight, Enzo. It's great to speak to you again, and good luck in your forthcoming games. Thank you. I hope you will see me soon. All right, that was Enzo, Vanguard Controller Prodigy, coming through from Citadel, winning out 2-0 of OG Seed, but OG Seed still going to be in playoffs as are Citadel here in EMEA mocks, but the big one's coming up. This is the one that we've all been waiting for. Na'Vi, our current mid-season champs, new organization with a couple of pickups over the past couple of days, grabbing players from low 9. Now going to be matching up against Virtus Pro, who at the beginning of the year, everyone said was the strongest team in the entire world. We're going to have a look, though, at how that win has impacted the bracket, as it is now going to be Citadel Gaming waiting to see their opponent between Chopped and Insomnia, which will be our final game of the day. Yeah, Citadel Gaming definitely hungry to get into those grand finals and maybe take some revenge. Maybe they have to go through Chopped twice to make it there and then go up against Insomnia. Both of those teams have been real breakouts here in EMEA. Definitely a surprising upper bracket, but nonetheless earned. And you can also have a surprising amount of fun in Marvel Rivals on the PS4. There we go. I made it work, Box, somehow, because Marvel Rivals has arrived on the PlayStation 4. So if you've got the console sitting under your TV, you can now experience Marvel Rivals on the biggest screen. Yeah, maybe we'll get to see some PlayStation 4 players joining the Ignite stage as well, coming on through, as we have talked about and seen actually a whole lot of players utilizing the controller, Enzo being one of them, one of the most predominant players coming on through. And even actually Leolaz used to be one of the duelists for FaZe. He used to play on the console side of the MLC tournaments before he moved over to the PC. Yeah, DRP, TTK. It seems like when it comes to prevalence of controllers, it's very commonly the pro Vanguards that are making the controllers work. Enzo, TTK, and DRP, I think, are probably the most well-known amongst those, but as you can see at the bottom of our screen right now, oh, we're lucky, Mox. We get the big one. VP versus Na'Vi going to be coming right up very soon, and oh, it's going to be an absolute banger. I can't wait to see what comps these teams are going to bring out, Mox.
I hope it's a free mapper. I really hope it's a free map. I think both of us are going to be disappointed if it is a 2-0. We'll have to see whether or not it is going to be that scoreline, as we'll be back with the most anticipated game of the day after this break.
We are undefeatable! Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Buckle up your seatbelts and remove the speed limiter because the big one's coming on up. VP versus Na'Vi. I'm practically bouncing in my chair from excitement, Mox. This is going to be an absolute certified gigabanger.
Oh, I hope it's a free map series, Harry. I swear, if we've built this up all week expecting it to be a nail-biter of a series, back and back, an absolute tug-of-war between these two teams, and it turns out to be a 2-0, I'm gonna be disappointed. The teams will be disappointed. Chat will be disappointed as well, because it means less time on stream, less opportunity to build up those drop progresses for all of our wonderful new cosmetics for the season, which is the Rocket Raccoon, which we actually got to see in compositions today too. So he's somewhat viable in certain situations, which means, hey, you'll get to use that skin.
Yeah, in certain Citadel situations as well. We like seeing Melio play Rocket Raccoon certainly was a little bit of a weird, wacky mirror world. Maybe we were in the mirror dimension for a moment, but when it comes to these teams, like everyone knows the rosters very well, but Na'Vi has had a couple of changes coming out of mid-season finals. They lost Melio, of course, to go and play Rocket Raccoon for Citadel. That was the main primary pickup reason, I'm fairly sure. And picking up instead, Jerky and Crisis. Crisis is kind of a prodigious hit scan player, whereas Jerky, I think, is a little bit better at those fast runaround characters like your Psylocke, like your Human Torch. Really good at working those flanks.
Yeah, we have seen, though, when we were on sort of like the build-up to Stage 2 and we got to see the teams in Night Shift, where actually Jerky was saying he was still on a little bit of probation coming on through with the team, trying to figure out in a trial period whether or not he was a good fit. There were actually instances where they would both play things like the Psylocke and both play the Human Torch, and the other one would flex over to something like a Phoenix or an Ultron. So there is going to be a lot of compatibility between the two, especially because their previous teammates, they both played on Stage 1 with low 9, so they've already got synergy between each other.
Yeah, there's definitely some pre-generated synergy between these teams. Like, that was a very impressive run for Low 9 as well, who I don't think many people really rated heading into Stage 1, but beat all expectations in terms of the raw performance that they were bringing to the table. I think Rose was on that team as well, and maybe that's where FaZe got their spot from in Ignite. Cheeky.
That was indeed how they were able to pick up that spot too. But on the other hand, you've got Virtus Pro, a team who at the beginning of the year, everybody said, this is the best team in the world. They were screaming internationally, saying that they didn't really feel like EMEA had anything left to offer them. And then we went into Stage 1 and they dropped first a map, and then series plural. However, what's important about Virtus Pro is that despite losing in Stage 1 and not being able to qualify into LAN, being heartbreakingly one placement behind being able to make it into LAN, they kept all of their players. So they've still got all of the synergy and that coordination and communication.
Yeah, a lot of synergy here and a lot of versatility in this team as well. We haven't done really any roster augmenting. I believe the last change they actually made was bringing in Fincy in place of Doge in the ancient Team Cats days. EQO has also been on this roster now as a coach and substitute, but I believe it was mentioned in Night Shift chat by Blaney that EQO is a little bit busy at the moment. I don't know if that's changed since we last checked in about EQO's coaching status, but like you said, at the beginning of the year, this team was pretty much heralded as the final boss of Marvel Rivals. And if we had 3 spots for LAN for mid-season, they would have gone as well. We have 3 spots now, though. So EMEA, they're going to be sending 3 teams. NA still gets to send 4 because I guess we're going to cope our way through. But EMEA has 3 spots to work with, and VP are definitely going to be a contender for one of those.
Yes, and VP, because they were such a dominant team for so long, they've seen a lot of different metas. Phi is one of the best Human Torches back in the Human Torch meta. You would always see a band out against him. You would also always see Sparker's Psylocke. However, as we've talked about, Psylocke likely not going to be catching any stray bans coming on through, as she has withered in terms of compatibility with compositions. We still see her from time to time, but Dance of the Butterflies is less about picking up all of the eliminations as it is stacking, either trying to force a resource from your opponent so your true win condition can come through afterwards, or you're a contributor of damage off of something like a Phoenix ultimate or potentially a Venom if you're not able to secure a damage boost component into your comp, because Mantis is the most targeted hero in terms of our ban draft, and I don't see that going away anytime soon.
VP, also classic patch note for them, they did buy a 30-meter Ethernet cable for Fincy.
True, we have had a sum total of 0 disconnects currently for Fincy.
Okay, going to be a Mirrored Mantis man to come up first, and Na'Vi going to get the first protect here to try and make sure that something they have access to is obviously going to be the Jeff, because I believe that Fate is probably the premier Jeff player in the world.
And it's Krakoa on Domination again, which means if we do go to Grove, those teleport carry you throughs right over to the edge of the map are going to be something that Virtus Pro is going to have to be very wary of, as Virtus Pro are going to be able to secure themselves one-sided Ultron, so a triple strategist line is going to be strong. They'll be able to generate the first ultimate more than likely, and have Rage of Ultron to try and deal with the Jeff, as Na'Vi have been able to confirm that Virtus Pro won't be able to put Sparker on it.
Okay, a couple of pro gamer moves here. Getting those one-sided bans and protect. Simultaneous ban going to come through now, which VP will be able to instantly react to as Luna's taken off the table. And there is the Invisible Woman, who has been becoming very meta over the course of Season 4.
Yeah, Invis Woman with the pulls, like all of her base utility was already in an incredibly strong position, did not need to be buffed. It was the ultimate that needed to be buffed, as it being static made it so easy as well for these teams to just int onto the Invis, force the ultimate off of the objective, and then get out. But now that that slow rate has been increased significantly, disengaging an Invis ultimate is a lot harder than it was previously, and Virtus Pro are going to be able to ban Na'Vi out of having it and guarantee that they get it to deal with Jeff and Venom, which has currently been able to make it through, as well as that Star-Lord for the side of Naga, which means that he's going to have a lot of dive compatibility with the Jeff, but not the Venom, because the Venom has been removed entirely.
Yep, love that Venom ban, getting rid of Fate's ability to use the symbiotic shenanigans, meaning no double links here between both the Soul Bond and the symbiotic shenanigans. We're going to be relying mostly on Jerky, pressing that shift to rebuff the first wave of Virtus Pro aggression.
Virtus Pro are going to be trying to just pocket fire on this Torch. We talked about it. He was one of, if not the most prolific Torch player. I think only really matched, I would say, by Speedily in NA, who is just the best flyer duelist in my personal opinion. But VP have been able to confirm that they get one-sided Invis Woman, which means Guardian Shield Stagger for the Torch, as well as the Phantom Force team up, and they get Ultron to be able to pocket him too. So this Torch pressure is going to be able to do a lot, and he's also not diveable, which means he's going to be able to act as a counter to the Jeff while having to watch out properly for the Adam instead.
As I try and stay on top of that one. Going to be starting on the carousel here, so it's party time for VP and Na'Vi, and easy access to a ledge, which Fate is certainly going to be keeping in mind.
VP, flyers and against dive, they need to win the first fight. If they have to play into retake and that flyer gets scouted out every single time and takes continuous pressure from Adam Warlock and Jeff, they're not going to be having a fun time. And this is right all back to the VP versus Rad days, where Fate initially played Jeff strats against Fi on a flyer.
It used to be an always a bridesmaid, never the bride scenario for Na'Vi, always second place. Oh my goodness, the initial aggression onto VP, they could take Fi down already, catching them in midair. Spark having pivoted over onto the Phoenix doesn't seem to have been enough to scare away Na'Vi, who move now back towards the point after it opens up. What a great first fight, rather than prioritizing the point.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi just get to go as aggressively into that backline as they possibly can. The Ultron's not going to be having a fun time against the Star-Lord, who is one of the best duelists at dealing with aerial units. So too is Rajara on the ammo, one of the best vanguards at dealing with the Venom, and already Nevix has been melted, and Na'Vi just continue pressuring to make sure the Virtus Pro lose more point percentage and lose the ability to regroup, which then hits their ultimate charge.
Yeah, just Naga showing off all of their mechanics going up against Sparker, usually one of the most feared duelists in EMEA. Not quite as much burst coming out of the Phoenix to begin with until you get up close and personal at least.
Ensong Inferno is going to be up for VP, but it's not going to be an ultimate to open up the fight. They need either this Rage of Ultron or a Sonic Seduction to come on through, and there's the Ensong Inferno, but Faye just utilizes his ultimate, provides the healing AoE for his team, and Na'Vi, off of the back of that Luna Snow ultimate too, will be able to keep up with Driver sustainability.
Alright, Croak grabbing everybody forward, using the Luna ultimate. Naga doing their best to escape, knowing that the Sonic Seduction is over. However, targets have disappeared inside of the invisible boundary, so Naga can't really get too much off the back of this one. Instead, going to try and track down Nevix, forcing out the symbiotic resilience. And guess what? The Invisible Woman ultimate is gone when it comes to that healing, so relying on the raw mechanics. Na'Vi, though, they don't really feel too threatened. They can still move on forward. Symbiote, oh my goodness, 3 minds controlled, and they all just walk towards their doom. It's a grim march for the side of Virtus Pro as Na'Vi. Their control of these engagements is second to none.
Yeah, and they had a backup plan too. Trust me, with the Freedom Charge was able to keep the point stalled in their favor, but it also meant that Jerky got to use the self-regen cocoon away from Virtus Pro, trying to chase him down with either the Ultron, the Venom, or the Phoenix. And now Virtus Pro have to take a teleport fight with, granted, Ensong Inferno, but nothing to empower it, into a Karmic Revival fight where Jerky is entirely out of the way of danger.
Sparker going to be poking through the back, and here is, trust me, marauding towards the back. The Vikings looking for their own Lindisfarne to try and loot their way through. Naga there with the follow-up, down 2094, but has for Snowflakes, who is getting that continuous healing redirected from the tanks and the Vanguards. Dredro's taken down Jerky, who is going to be able to self-revive here, so no Karmic Revival on the card. Sparker doesn't quite have the DPS, and Virtus.pro don't have the personnel on the point. Na'Vi coming up dominant on their first sub-map.
I feel like with Na'Vi, you might actually need to start instant banning the Jeff. Like, Fade on this Jeff is just doing so much to be able to set the dive up and then also support it. Like, he goes down a total of 0 times. Even though Virtus.pro have both the Ultron and the Phoenix, who should be able to put so much pressure onto this Jeff, Na'Vi are just not letting them get the space nor the angles to be able to do so, because there's just constant harassment. Star-Lord in your face, Captain America in your backline, and Virtus.pro have to turn and deal with both of them.
I mean, the primary complaint we had about Virtus.pro, as few as they were in Stage 1, was that they seemed uncomfortable with the Ignite ban system. Grinding it out, no doubt, heading into Stage 2, but still things to be done when it comes to dotting those I's, crossing those T's.
Okay, now we're going to be moving over onto the Human Torch rather than the Phoenix. Fi is going to have so much more pick potential with the ultimate now, because you don't have to stack it up with another ultimate coming on through. Plus, you now gain access to the Fantaforce team up with Saipe, so you have more sustainability. What you have to worry about, though, is 2 full flyers going up against the Star-Lord Galactic Legend.
High ground control was almost total there for Na'Vi, as Fate's going to pick up a Venom, a freebie there, grabbed within the mouth. Going to be difficult to try and get an overall environmental frag onto him, so Na'Vi's down a healer for now. However, Croc's making sure that any lack of resources is made up for by the secondary engagement of the Fate of Both Worlds. Naga gets just out of range there. Great double roll using the iframes to stop themselves from getting assaulted by the EMEA in the back. Speaking of assault, Spark has opened one up here upon to Trust Me. Extra damage onto that overhealth from the Rage of Ultron, the most recent patch, but it seems like the survivability is still going to be there. Trust Me, once again, unperturbed around the Guardian Shield. The healing is going to be there. The AoE coming through as well, but a quick freeze up onto Fire should be an easy follow-up thereafter. The back doesn't get too much off the back of a Feast of the Abyss either. Jerky sets up the Karmic Revival, but is anyone even going to be benefiting from it? It seems like the remainder of Na'Vi, they're just making their own way through. Na'Vi get the first cap.
Yeah, Na'Vi get the first cap and now potentially stall it. Tridor's going to get aggressive with an Eternal Bond, but Sparker playing above it doesn't get the opportunity for the heal. And Fate reads where the cloak's going to finish the ultimate and manages to find the connection with its Jeff, taking Tridor entirely out of the fight. And now Galactic Legend gets to come on through unstopped by any support coming on through from Virtus.pro's backline.
Their understanding is just unparalleled. Na'Vi is a well-oiled machine, and Virtus.pro, they're just punching this wall again and again, but can't find any purchase.
Sparker is going to have that Rage of Ultron, but trust me, with the Freedom Charge is going to mean that Na'Vi can just, you know, dig their heels into the sand and refuse to give up point control off of the back of bouncing it, Luna, and Soulbind. Virtus.pro need to find these picks right now. Fi has to be able to do something that necessitates having this torch getting full pocketed by the Ultron.
All right, opening up with a Sonic Seduction. Rajara trying to isolate a target. Good Guardian Shield usage, but these backliners, they just have to dodge through the teleporter. Trust me, he's more than happy to join them. So no invites for a party for me. Spark is down. Finally, a frag found by Fi, getting Naga out around the outside. Fincy trying to break through their compatriot in frostiness here, but Saipe's already been taken down on the other side. Virtus.pro, they've been scattered to the full winds, gone, reduced to atoms.
Rajaro was able to put pressure with the Sonic Seduction onto Sparker, who doesn't get to open up the fight for VP either. Dealing with the aggression from Na'Vi running at the backline with the Ultron, and you know what? Na'Vi are just going to continue. They've seen that VP are losing so much time to potentially get through these chokes onto point. They were thinking maybe it was going to be a strange TP, maybe the backline was left a little bit more vulnerable, and now they make sure to push in full with all of their numbers and force Rage of Ultron before they're even on point.
Trying to punish Rajara for moving too far up. A quick turnaround. just emboldened by Crook, dancing for their life over here. Yet another Sonic Seduction coming on through. Finally, the Vanguards are starting to make some purchase in towards the back, but here comes the Karmic Revival. Anyone who falls will instantly be returned, but Sparker is still the first one to go down. It's Naga in the back getting it done, forcing out an invisible boundary in less of an ideal positioning, stealing away like a bandit with the mini health pack. Fate goes through the portal and just heads into Narnia itself with a strategist in mouth of the remainder of Virtus Pro. The Bears, they've been sent to hibernate once more. It's autumn time, so it's time for a lie down, old man. The new kings are still on their throne.
Oh, Na'Vi, the target focus, being able to remove the Invis woman so that with the Jeff ult, they just carry any potential Guardian Shield stagger away from the Flyers, and Galactic Legend melts through the Human Torch. Also having all of the target focus every single time we saw Eternal Bond come out from VP's backline too, so that they were either focusing the Cloak and Dagger before the ultimate could come up and second cycle in after Invis had burnt hers, or being able to find the pick onto the Cloak and Dagger prematurely before Eternal Bond would have been able to end and build into something like an aggressive Terror Cape, which could have weakened Navi's entire backline. They're using Soulbind aggressively to push and fray away at Virtus Pro's space that they get the opportunity to. If these fights go long, Virtus Pro with the continuous spam pressure of a Torch should come out in the lead, but Na'Vi just never let the fights to go for the long.
Yeah, it felt like some of these points Virtus Pro were feeling rather spaceless, just down to the aggressive nature by which Na'Vi would push. Trust me, it just seems immortal in so many
Jerky too.
engagement.
Like the Atom, there was never a time where it felt like Jerky was pushed to burn his self-revive. Because Virtus Pro, even though they're coming in with like the Ultron, the Human Torch, and the Invis all trying to make plays for Fi to be able to do anything, there's so little actual natural cover when you try and play into retake on Grove in comparison to some of the other submaps of Krakoa, that it just meant that the Human Torch was always scouted out, and then Na'Vi would go fast when they knew that the resources were on the Human Torch, not the backline instead.
Alright, VP, not a great Krakoa, but now they get to choose where we go for map number 2, so maybe they can try and design a preferential matchup here against Na'Vi. We'll find out where they want to go after this break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
World Series champions may be the best team in the game. I mean, scientifically, it seems like that's definitely the case right now. Na'Vi are looking sublime off the back of their win in Guangzhou, and returning home, they mean to maintain dominance.
And I mean, dominance was achieved very much so on Krakoa. Every single time Virtus.pro had a win condition, they never got the opportunity to use it. If a fight went long and they burned for all of their ultimates, it's because Jerky was setting up for a Karmic Revival fight, so that Na'Vi would be able to swing second stage. If a fight got finished because they were forced into using Eternal Bond, it was so that Fate could bait the Cloak and Daggers position and come on through with the Eat before it could translate into a hyper-aggressive blind behind the enemy team. Tech that VP was one of those teams that really pushed the Cloak and Dagger blind meta all the way back in stage 1 after it got used against them. But if you're VP, kind of feels like you went back in time a couple of months ago, because Rad was the team that initially put this team to the absolute brink and then pushed them over it. And even though they're under a new title, a new shiny organization in the form of Na'Vi, this is still, for the most part, Melio excluded, that same old roster.
And that same old clarity of purpose provided by the one and only Trust Me. It's going to be a Rocco where we're heading now, Mox, and I feel like the Jeff needs banning. Real quick.
Oh, it definitely does. I mean, we called it in between the break. We were sort of trying to figure out where exactly VP would decide to take us, and we were like, if it's a convoy, it's probably going to be a Rocco, as they've gone on record in stage 1 saying that this is their favorite map to be able to play. As instead of going for the instant ban onto the Jeff, they have gone for the ban onto the EMEA instead. And I mean, that EMEA, the Sonic Seduction, was making it a little bit harder for Virtus.pro to have to play into, especially when it comes to those flying units. And they've been able to clear Mantis for themselves as well, as Na'Vi went for the ban onto Invis. So I wonder if we're going to be seeing some defensive Angela shenanigans coming on through from them in a spawn hold capacity.
God, I love the Arako music so much.
You do just be jamming.
I mean, I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with Level 1 Crooks Twitter. I believe 99% win rate in ranked at the moment with Mantis and the original Mantis Merchant. Even when Mantis was kind of bad, Level 1 Crook was trying to make the Mantis work. So we'll be more than happy to mirror the Mantis up against VP.
That is the second Loki ban we've seen, not of today, of the entire stage 2 so far, which goes to show the fall he's had in terms of pick rate. But he is still strong in the capacity of regeneration domain, and also being able to have God of Mischief copy a strategist ultimate when you're looking for a closer hold, and that being potentially either an invis boundary or perhaps a Adam Porlock, and you go from having 6 potential revives to 12.
Hooray! Last Protect now coming through for Na'Vi. Do they want to try and bring the Jeff in? Maybe a Venom Protect to allow Trust Me even more dive potential? It's going to be the Phoenix.
Phoenix. I mean, Invis still hasn't been removed from Na'Vi's end of things, so Virtus.pro might now prioritize taking out the Susan Storm, just so that Phoenix doesn't get one-sided Guardian Shield to be able to cover her when she looks for those rotations. But no, it is going to be the Jeff. We theorized that it would likely come on through, as it has been an incredibly hard problem for Virtus.pro to have to deal with, allowing Na'Vi to set up counter angles while also looking to immediately stop their win conditions with better ultimate cycles.
Last Protect coming through now for Virtus.pro. What do they prioritize? Oh, getting their own Adam in here. So we are definitely going to be looking at a triple strategist lineup here. Both Mantis and Adam are going to be priorities.
What does Na'Vi try and remove? Because Virtus.pro at the moment, they have a lot of opportunities. We haven't really seen a draft targeting either a spawn hold or a spawn break. Doctor Strange was able to make it through. Na'Vi was the ones who really got pressured in terms of the spawn hold potential by getting removed in terms of the Adam. I think the closest they came to trying to stop Virtus.pro from being able to spawn hold better was the Loki and the Ultron removal. But then Ultron, you feel the value of all throughout the map, especially if we see Virtus.pro try to put fire onto the Human Torch again and use him to just wrap around Anaconda style and catch the backline as Na'Vi looks to keep the spawn in check.
All right, Arako Breaking out of a spawn is going to be the first order of business here for Virtus Pro. Their fate is once again in their hands here in the winner's bracket, but going up against Na'Vi is no easy task. And here on the comfort map, maybe you don't want to show off too many of your strategies before getting into the actual playoff bracket, but you know what? That could be cope from Emox.
Starlord made it through as well. This is something that I really do want to talk about because Na'Vi have been really taking a shine to the Starlord composition where we saw them against NJC go for a full, just Ultron Jeff composition coming on through with the Jeff, the Venom, the Starlord, the Cap, the Phoenix, and the Ultron, and looking for full dive run at them until you manage to find that pick and then disengage, as they've actually guaranteed themselves a Loki of their own. And indeed it is going to be Cherokee on the Angela that we predicted. Virtus Pro trying to go for the classic spawn break composition with the Storm, and the Greer are immediately going to be swapping Sparker off of the Moon Knight onto the Punisher for hit scan into the Flyers though.
Damage boosted Punisher. Fate actually getting the Vibrant Life Force team up right there to get damage boost off the back of his regeneration domains. Very useful. And Fate feeling the damage themselves, taking out fire at long range. Not the easiest thing to hit as a Loki.
I mean, Na'Vi are going to have the rocket, BRB as well. Changes are being made. We can see Virtus Pro starting to think about how they're going to be able to deal with everything that Na'Vi has outside their spawn doors right now. Fires over towards the Atom for the one-sided Soul Wand to be able to give themselves a little bit more breathing room and take some angles against these Flyers. But Na'Vi, they have so much sustain with both the Venom and the Loki regen domain that, trust me, can just go straight for the elimination onto the back line.
Yeah, trust me, really making some good soft dives work here. I would love to see Virtus Pro maybe pull out something like the Winter Soldier in the Sparker slot. We know the Sparker's great at that, and it has been fantastic at breaking 3-3 so far.
Well, I wouldn't even classify it as soft dive right now. Trust me, is going in, forcing the resources, then staying in long enough for the resources to be done and still finding the elimination. Fire this time around in terms of the musical chair swaps over to the Winter Soldier, classic CEC, as well as the ability to drop Jerky in the skies if able to land one of those tainted voltages. And Navix makes a play for the backline now, forcing out the regen domain defensively for the Loki, so it's not aggressively there for the Venom.
Big stun and the follow through onto level 1 Crook. Instantly Vasia gonna be sent to the Shadow Realm, but guess what? Crook managed to survive long enough for Naga to resurrect them once again. Rajara's right on top of the Phoenix, down to low HP, and the healing's not gonna be there. Oh, it's still the attempt here at the Mantis copy coming through from Fate. It might be throwing good money after bad, however. This isn't going to really be on the cards. If it was a world where maybe Fate just swaps over from the Loki after the spawn hold was initially broken for Na'Vi, hence the investment.
I mean, Na'Vi are still just stalling things as long as they possibly can. They've still got someone on the point. That is going to be Jerky. Jerky's not going to use Heaven's Retribution, though, so we're likely going to be sticking and still seeing the Andros Rajaro now has been able to come back and chime onto the point and stall it out even longer, which means that Na'Vi still have the opportunity to set up for a dive off of the high ground to stall Virtus Pro's approach even further.
Okay, so we've got to look at clone management here from Fate as well to stop easy resets coming through from the side of Phi. Nevix at least has a little bit of advanced positioning to try and work with, which has been a rarity for Virtus Pro. They actually get to try and design an engagement.
Yeah, they were able to push, trust me, out of that area as well on the high ground, so the backline is now going to have an easier time scouting the Venom, but if they're looking at the Venom, they're not looking at the Angela, and Jerky's been able to find the pick onto Sparker. Phi looking to hook anything that he can, as Virtus Pro have already fallen to a minute remaining.
Only 1 minute back. Spark is only just about to return. The beatdown being delivered onto the Sorcerer Supreme is coming thick and fast right now as a disengagement coming through from the Venom relieves some pressure. Oh, Heaven ready to fall. Answered, though, by the healing that Dredre brought to the table. Look at all that overhealth that's ready to be potentially burst down by Naga on the off angle with the Endsong Inferno coming up rather close and personal, but a headshot from Fire brings their HP down to 0 real bloody quick. Still holding on to this Kraken impact. Maybe it's the threat of the Kraken impact, which is more important than the ult itself.
Yeah, Fate's really being kept in check in terms of where he utilizes those doppelgangers because of the Kraken impact reset. So too is Na'Vi going to be tasked with trying to find a copy onto potentially a Luna with the God of Mischief. Rajaro comes on through with Freedom Charge. Finzy with the Eye of Agamotto sets up for Fire to come on out with the Kraken impact. Layered on top is the Endsong Inferno. And Virtus Pro are throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, into this fight to guarantee that Na'Vi don't stall it.
Oh, the culling aura still good. Fincy super low, but Melee gets it done up close and personal with Nevix, who just uses the Dark Depredations to finish it on out. It was a full investment from Virtus Pro, but they finally got themselves a bit of momentum and a bit of motion.
Na'Vi are going to change their comp now as well. We're going to be seeing Naga move over to the Wolverine, Jerky's on to the Human Torch, and Rajara off of the Captain America moves over to the Magneto. Ooh, Jerky thought about going for the Torch. I wonder if it was actually to just get faster through the spawn doors and come on out the other side on that Phoenix, as Virtus Pro trying to win this next fight since all of the ultimates have essentially been reset to 0 side of the Feast of the Abyss. Put fire onto the Adam Warlock to cheese the resources with Soulbind.
Yeah, Fincy sees the approach of the Wolverine as well and thinks, you know what, maybe I won't play Strange today. Jerky already down. Fire getting that one with a headshot as well. Means less cooldown coming through for the live stream. Just chasing out this Venom, making sure they can't comfortably exist in Na'Vi's backline.
Yeah, so the Winter Soldier isn't the only one who really gains benefit from the other side running a Loki. Remember, Fi getting headshots is going to mean his healing uptime increases exponentially too. So too will Dridder be able to start refreshing those seeds off of those crits. Is Na'Vi still going to be holding that position? Level 1 Crook with the damage booster ready out into Rajara. The Vanguard's building up their ultimates in record time.
Naga just disappeared. Fire managed to get them with the stream of bullets. And look at that. Fincy wrapping around behind the Magneto. Once again, it's going to be an all-out stall on the cart here for Na'Vi. They're doing their best to prioritize the objective and just get really good objective discipline.
I wonder, now that Virtus Pro have put an Adam Warlock onto the table, does Fate try and go for the Golden Goose and get the God of Mischief? No, they use a preemptive copy coming on out for a Mantis damage boost potentially onto the Feast of the Abyss, but it's not going to be able to find the elimination as Virtus Pro have plenty of sustainability on their side.
All right, Jerky unable to hit Terra Firma here. The Ensong Inferno ended before it could reach its crescendo. 5 down, but still has the Cocooned Revival and the Karmic only 2% away. Coming low on time right now are Virtus Pro, but now we've got to deal with the Meteor M. 5 taken low, but nice instant healing towards the back. Trust me, coming in close and personal, feeling real low as well. Sedated temporarily. Drijo take him down. This might necessitate the instant revival, and indeed it is for Solo coming through from 5. Sedation in the back. The Venom put to sleep to alleviate some pressure as Na'Vi just back on up, allowing for the timer of these revives to be expended already. Feast of the Abyss doesn't get too much, and Saipe knows it's time to move forward. A fate of both worlds to drive forth the Bears towards a potential victory. Big coverage here from For a Generation Domains, but Spark is not going to be one who's benefiting from it. Instead, it's an unhealthy duel coming up close and personal. My melee DPS has arrived in the form of the Phoenix, and the Soul Bond's been used, running low on resources, and Na'Vi have everything they could want and possibly more. Going to be a quick damage boost on the Ensong, but it doesn't reach the ground yet again. Fincy and Saipe turn it around. Have they managed to do this through the healing as well? But Naga was bringing to the table. Fincy from downtown. Can the Dunkmeister arrive again? Seems like it hasn't made any big connections, but trust me, it's connecting in the back with their foes. Rajara wants to try and follow up upon this one. Getting rid of Saipe would be everything, but they can't quite make it work. The Ensong sings for Rajara, a funeral song, the wake to be attended. Fate's coming through in the midst of all of this as well. I'm not sure what they've copied, but it doesn't seem to be popped out just yet. Still waiting on it. Naga taken down in their own right. That's going to be the objective as well. Fate couldn't even use it. Oh, Fate was on the Venom.
Yeah, Venom.
Misclick.
Yep. It was the Venom, which is why we didn't hear the ultimate going off to allow Na'Vi through the door frame and back onto that objective, and Virtus Pro will continue on the absolute edge of their seats into third, but they've got a comic revival fight. Fi was able to build it up all the way through the previous, and they can have damage boosted Feast of the Abyss, but Jerky is out onto the magic. The Magneto and the Phoenix get chained together. Fincy held into position long enough for Trust Me to come up through with a dive into a pull from Fate, and Virtus Pro are down their vanguards.
So the NA Brain Rise hit EMEA. Jerky ready to go. Nevix, big Feast of the Abyss, is going to be chomping through both the Magic and the Doctor Strange. There's more than enough healing here that essentially just gets transferred into Strategist Ultimates. Chomping through towards the back. Trust me, gets their own attempt now. Good reliability coming through from the heals given over by the Mantis. A pair of Soul Resurgences mean that everyone has so much cushion for all of the incoming pushing. And level 1 Crook now once again assaulted by Nevix. Was that an interrupt on a potential ultimate? Oh, Sparker from downtown. Cellular Corrosion combines with the Ensong Infernal to find the casualties that were desperately needed.
And that was damage boosted as well through the Luna's ultimate. which means that Na'Vi now down Fate of both worlds, while Virtus.pro still hold on to theirs. Na'Vi need to come through with some of these eliminations. Maybe Virtus.pro goes a little bit overextended, too close to the sun for Na'Vi to be able to pull one forward out of position with either the magic or this invis. But Rajaro's taking so much entry damage just to let Fate build up his ultimate before the fight begins. They're running out of time. They have to go in with the Darkchild Jerky spinning to win. Forces out the Soulbind from 5.
Requires sustainability though, comes in with the Eye of Agamotto, nothing gained. Rajaro on the other side gets a pair of stuns onto Fi. He's going to have their Cocoon Revival to bring themselves back potentially, but it's going to be difficult to try and do it in the midst of all of the enemies. Needs to try and burst on through this. Trust me, getting up close and personal. Double red feast. No one's on the point. Virtus.pro are scared away, and Na'Vi hold them just shy of a completion.
Virtus.pro, they try to go for a Karmic Revival behind cover, so it's only the Venom that's going to be able to put pressure onto the Atom because they know that Feast of the Abyss is in the pocket. But that means that when they're all getting revived up, no one's on the point, and that is where it will be finished.
Jarvis, play the bops again. I need a moment. Oh, Na'Vi, though, considering how close that was to being essentially a 3-meter hold, like, Virtus.pro managed to clutch up towards the end there and really start thinking about these engagements a little bit better. I think they started to get a lot more value out of their Endsong Inferno as well, which allowed for Sparker to convert into a lot of final hits.
Yeah, they were also able to keep the pressure on Na'Vi. Every single time Fate had a God of Mischief up, Virtus.pro's backline was being hidden partly because of positioning and also because Trust Me was just continuing to put the pressure onto poor Saipe and Trudero. Every single time they wanted to be there for their team, that was a Venom just pushing them out of LOS so they couldn't help out. And that was when we would see Na'Vi go aggressively forward and try and find those eliminations.
Spawn hold right outside. We can hear the group walls being brought up, and Jerky's still hovering his magic.
There's a rocket. There's a... Virtus.pro are on the Rocket Raccoon shenanigans, which means that, hey, we might actually get to see damage reduction Groot.
W. However, this does mean no healing wall for Groot here. Shujo's going to be up on the Resurrection Perfect being himself, Adam Warlock.
More worrying is Jerky. Look at how far wrapped around this magic's already gone. Took the whole wraparound rotation to be able to come through and oust Virtus.pro from the high ground, isolate the Atom, potentially force the Soulbind, and then just step away to the point.
All right, trust me, in towards the backside is going to be in major danger here. There goes the explosion. Good light and dark karma used for self-healing. Quick slow from a chains of Cyterac that were thrown forth from Jerky as well. But Fincy gets resurrected. Virtus.pro still have a majority of their members. And Juju's going to desperately need some heals. Good 3-2-1. Cocoon Revival ready to go. Juju's so close to her own ultimate as well. They might decide to just stick around for the Karmic Revival. And a second attempt at a close hold. Rajaro coming up close and personal. Already has the Eye of Agamotto. Might try and do it in the midst of the enemy team. Spark is already down. The C has been used. Many players dragged in by the Strangling Prism, but the follow-up's not really there. Just a quick resurrection coming through as Drujo can dip out through the teleporter as quickly as they like. Trust me, sent scurrying away. And that's going to be Na'Vi back to the drawing board as Naga. Look at this position.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the Starlord now too, so he can follow up even better with the Venom and that magic, putting pressure onto Sparker potentially on this rocket too. Melting the rocket, removing the BRB. Na'Vi have the ultimate economy for this fight too. They wanted the Karmic Revival gone. The Karmic Revival has been removed. This dive, when it finds eliminations, they'll stick! And that's already going to be the Luna's Fate of Broforce, but it's not in time to save Sparker.
Yeah, Spark was above the pit. There's no way for Lunaration, but Fincy fragging out with the Iron Volley. An Omega level mutant rises above what Na'Vi were bringing to the table, but it was only one ultimate from Na'Vi. They still have their stockpile.
Yeah, they've got that Eldritch magic. They're going to be able to come on through with the Eye of Agamotto as well, trying to find these CC stuns onto Virtus.pro, which they can move into Feast of the Abyss follow-up damage. And they keep finding Sparker's location. The rocket's been scouted early again.
Oh, quick sedation onto Fincy. Has to bubble themselves. That means they can't really deal with the incoming Darkchild Jerky, just generating so much additional HP. And you can cut through both soul and body with the sword when they're stunned up by the Eye of Agamotto. And this entire time, there has been movement on the cart as well.
Oof, I mean, Virtus.pro tried to peel, yeah, and then... Oh, combo chains and melee cancels, and Luna is gone, and that's a stagger too. We're going to see Fi come back in on the Fing potentially, but he goes for the Wolverine. So Fing charges out of spawn, swaps over to Wolverine to have the passive, and also counter dive the Venom when he tries to show up potentially to displace the Feast of the Abyss coming on through. Jerky's getting pressure. Virtus Pro already forced into burning the Soul Bind, but there it is. The dive onto the Venom to allow Virtus Pro's backline to survive.
By the surprise of the Wolverine, Treejo's already down, Saipe as well. Na'Vi have made sure to remove a huge amount of the core of this healing. Na'Vi just floats above it all, ready with the Galactic Legend. There's not really enough healing to try and deal with him, but Saipe goes in for a duel with the cannon of the rocket. BRB is going to be used instantly, forcing out the E. No resurrection here for Treejo, no second chances. Saipe just runs out of spawn with their own Fate of Both Worlds. Can keep Virtus Pro sustained potentially, but Na'Vi don't want to use too much in the way of their ultimates here. They're going to invest with Dark Child and Saipe. He only existed hypothetically. Schrodinger's strategist. The backline is absolutely destroyed. Treejo prepares a resurrection, but it's too late. The damage has already been done.
They're off the point. The reses came through entirely off of the point, and now Virtus Pro, surely they're going to be swapping off of this Atom composition. They're burning the Karmic Revival there. It's at least bought them an opportunity to try and hold on second, but Na'Vi with the damage boosted Feast of the Abyss, followed up by both the Magic and the Starlord, meld through Virtus Pro's defenses and will be able to win out the first fight moving into second. And yeah, there it is. There's the swaps coming on through. No more Atom. It was just Virtus Pro trying to get as much value from that ultimate as they possibly could to stake out even more time from Na'Vi's bank as we move into second.
Oh, the damage boost on Magic is kind of nasty, I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh, no, Fi's actually going to be coming back in. Oh, they changed. Fi now moves over to the Atom so that he's built up 50% to that Karmic Revival and will have it up sooner.
All right, here comes the Galactic Legend, drawn in just Jerky. Multiple stuns avoided there, I believe, using the Iron Curtain drawn up by the Magneto, but the damage has been done, and the objective's been moving all this time.
Oh, maybe they get a second. No, Spark is too close. Naga does not want to go for this, but he can absolutely police Virtus Pro's approach and scout out to see whether or not VP are going to be looking for a contest fight. Soul Resurgence not going to be held. Instead, it's going to be Fate of Both Worlds coming in from Virtus Pro. A 10-second time window where Na'Vi have to distance themselves from the fight in case Sparker decides to commit Endsong Inferno over the top, but now that they don't have it, the Luna's vulnerable, and the Starlord finds this moment.
Okay, Light and Dark Karma, no good for trying to heal Treejo through this one. Spark has been able to convert. The Dark Child has arrived, and she is using Mephistian glory and power to just cut through Virtus Pro. This will be decided on the third and final point.
That fight went down so quickly too, because again, Na'Vi distanced themselves when they saw the Fate of Both Worlds come through. Fi didn't get the opportunity to build up to the Karmic Revival. The entire fact and point of why he swapped from the Wolverine to the Atom was to build Karmic Revival up, so Virtus Pro had it for that contest fight on second. They'll have it for this next fight, but that's not exactly the space that they want to have to use it, as Na'Vi have so much opportunities to force it early.
Oh, no E? Nevix doesn't have that one available. Do you want to try and use the Karmic Revival just for your Venom? He comes like real fast. Look at this. Fate's got so much freedom above this point. It's just dropped down so much healing. And that means Virtus Pro can't go too far forward, or they risk getting just shot in the back by the Loki. Rajaro with a fully powered Dark Maelstrom building up towards this Iron Agamotto. But with the low ceiling of this tiny corner hold, it can be a little bit difficult to get the value out of that one. Fate rolls forward. Soul Resurgence given over. Treejo falls on down, losing the ultimate. Fi wondering, do I have to invest here? No, they're going to go all in for one last hold.
What a catch from Na'Vi. They managed to come and prove the Eye of Agamotto when Virtus Pro looked to disengage the Soul Resurgence from Fate's ultimate with the portal. And unfortunately, no one's blocking the Strange up for the back of it. Trust me, already in deep towards Virtus Pro's backline, trying to put pressure onto that Atom. Galactic Legend is going to be able to do all the more for that. Forces out Meteor M to have to peel for it. Endsong Inferno synced out of time with the Mag ultimate because it had to be used before.
Heading towards the back, Sparker can't find any casualties off the back of it, but now the Face of the Abyss could try and convert. The Dark Child ready to go. The regeneration domains have been used out. Shirky heading towards the back. They're going into a more than ready Saipe, who's already started channeling the Fate of Both Worlds. Sparker fallen down elsewhere, so Fi will bring them back. Resurrection in and out of the underworld. Jerky taken towards the back. The self-healing here for Saipe is so strong between the Ice Arts and the Light and Dark Karma. Nevix has got two already. Na'Vi down to only 20 seconds seconds. Now they have to choose whether or not they're calling this fight.
Yeah, but Virtus.pro have no ultimates outside of the Mantis. Can they manage to stop the teleport coming on through? Or are they just going to jump onto Na'Vi as they try and pile out of it? Rajara has the Eye of Agamotto. Virtus.pro have to be able to block it.
Okay, Fit's going to be able to change positions there with a duplicitous exchange. Rosavo around the back is going to be able to roll out instantly with the Eye of Agamotto, and they won't hear the call if he does it while on the other side of a portal. Sparker up close and personal towards the back. No stuns are delivered. Great speed given over there by Drujo to make sure that you can just dodge it the old-fashioned way. Level 1 Crook expending their spores to give extra damage, and Fate has got even more now. It's an absolute embarrassment of riches when it comes to Romantis resources. Fi's been taken down. Sparker almost sits for ground, but great target focus coming through from Na'Vi to get rid of the Endsong Inferno. So close to this, towards the back, you've got to try and dodge it. Regeneration domains are drawn on up here to make sure that Nevix is harmless in the face of all of this. Vinci will stand alone against an oncoming tide of 6 as Sparker is going to be reinforced by Saipei's ultimates. Yes, the healing's good and the death's even better from the back, but Jerky's just managing to get it all done a little bit more on top of that. A cheeky little portal to get Vanguards onto point, but element guns will blast on through, and the radioactivity is reaching critical levels here for Na'Vi. Born to win, their name would scream, and their actions say that that motto is true. The world champions stay on top.
A little closer in comparison than Krakara, but nevertheless a 2-0 win coming on through from Na'Vi. Virtus.pro was so close to being able to have the advantage back in that fight. If Endsong Inferno and Feast of the Abyss had come through at the same time, and they'd been able to use the Endsong Inferno, the Phoenix ultimate, to burn through the regeneration domain of the Loki's doppelgangers, and then Feast of the Abyss was able to hit, but alas, Inferno comes on out. Regen domain is held in the back pocket for Fate, and when Feast of the Abyss, that one hit of damage coming in through from the Venom's mighty chomp hits from the floor, Na'Vi have all of the regeneration domains to be able to survive up.
Oh, this is going to be ruinous for my ranked games. A lot of imitation magic is about to happen, I think. Gonna have to tell people that they ain't Jerky.
Oh, learn your animation cancels. Magic, it's so hard to be able to make magic work, but magic on Araco, I feel like, is one of those maps where you really can find a lot of value off of how closed off a lot of those fight spaces are going to be. Plus, with the portals, it means that Magic can position herself into an angle where she can immediately teleport with one of those whirling discs into Virtus.pro's players, as opposed to just walking up, being scouted, being damaged, and having to burn all of her cooldowns in the actual engagement, rather than when you're actually looking to chain into the damage onto one of those players. Because even when you see as well Jerky's POV, take note that we didn't see one-shot combo strings from the Magic, because they always made sure that they had one of those cooldowns to disengage the situation afterwards.
Yeah, just being able to lay down that pressure, and having those stepping discs from the iframes that they confer is super important when you're going up against things like a Meteor Ram, like an Eye of Agamotto, to dodge incoming stuns, and make sure that there's always that oh no moment that you can step away from.
Yeah, they actually did a really good job. I think when we saw it the most effectively was actually when they were fighting on the first part of that point, because as you said, when you use those stepping discs, on the activation of it, as you go into the portal, you get CC immunity, your health bar turns yellow. As you come out of it, however, you don't. So what they were actually doing was they were leveraging the Venom diving in to cover for the absence of the iframe when the Magic commits afterwards.
All right, let's hear from Na'Vi. We've got our mid-season finals MVP ready for an interview. Level 1 Crook is on the line. It's nice to see you again, buddy. Congratulations on yet another win to add to your stack.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you too.
So what do you think was different in terms of Domination when we then headed into Convoy? Because Domination, it really did look like there was a world of difference between the two teams. And then we went to Araco and things seemed a lot closer. Do you think it was just composition? Did Virtus.pro have a better ban phase on that second map in comparison to the first?
I think on the first map they didn't really shoot back that much, but on the second map we kind of lost it ourselves. I do think we made a lot of mistakes. So right after this interview, going into the VOD, and we gotta figure out what we did wrong, because we were not happy with that, and we should have done better.
How are you feeling about the Mantis at the moment? I have been keeping track of your Twitter and your win rate at the moment. I've seen it's very high. How does Mantis fit into the current meta?
Well, Mantis is broken because Adam's really good, Jeff is really good, Ultron's really good, and whenever it's triple support, the damage boost does so much, because when you play triple support, you usually have a Venom or a Star-Lord, and they both do infinite with your damage boost, and you just flank as Mantis, you try and sleep one of the healers, and when one of them is slapped, the other one can't get healed right, and they just get one-shot essentially, so it's like really, really good.
Was there a reason why you opened up with a Loki ban on that second map? Because I believe that's actually the second overall Loki ban of the entire stage 2. Was it a particular strategy that you knew Virtus.pro were going to have in the back pocket to make the defenders a little bit more strict in their spawn hold potential?
I mean, we kind of just wanted to try something, but usually if you give Mantis, right, because we didn't want to ban Mantis on that map, we say we ban Loki so they don't get the team up. That was the only thought behind it. Otherwise, there's no good reason to ban Loki, only the team up.
Does that mean you guys rate the team up? Is it the expansion of the AoE for the greens that's better, or the damage boost?
I mean, it's both, because you can use it offensively, right? It's not a defensive tool anymore because it has damage boost, and it's more forgiving because of the extra range. So you just pop it in from, like, you're playing the backline as Loki and you just chuck it in, and your dive tanks are not gonna die, and they got the damage boost with it, right? And that's what I'm talking about. These comps are a lot about one-shotting the backline, so it's the perfect tool for that. That's why we think it's very, very strong.
So looking ahead, because I think a lot of people were looking at this match to be the sort of determined factor for who would be the strongest team in EMEA. EMEA gets 3 positions to go into that end of year LAN. Obviously, your team is looking like you're going to be one of those teams to go there, but who do you think the second and third spot is likely to fall to?
At this point, it's not that clear anymore. I think Chopped came into the mix without people expecting them to be in the top 3 mix, right? But they have very serious chances beating Citadel. And from scrims, we also know that they are not a bad team, right? They're improving a lot, they're bodying a lot, and we can see that they understand the meta pretty well. And yeah, so it's hard to say. Chopped, I think, could beat Citadel. They could beat us, they could beat VP. They have a very serious chance. So it's more like a top 4 team selection instead of top 3 as it was before.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Crook. It was great to talk to you again and get some insight on a team up that might have been underrated. My Mantis King. We look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
We will do. That was level 1 Crook strategist for Na'Vi and mid-season finals MVP, previously for Loki, but showing off just how much versatility he's got in his card deck.
I mean, we knew that Na'Vi were going to be coming in with a whole host of different compositions. They've shown full dive comps. They've seen now as well Magic Doctor Strange components coming on. And like you said, America started using that composition as well. So maybe this is the Black Panther of the stage 2 that we saw the way of stage 1, as we can now have a look and see how that win is going to be able to impact these group stages. Off of the back of that 2-0 victory, Na'Vi will be able to put themselves immediately into those grand finals, and Virtus.pro falls to the lower bracket to have to beat FaZe if they want to have a head-to-head rematch.
Okay, Virtus.pro versus FaZe might be pretty close. Virtus.pro looked very fallible on Domination today, although bringing it back on Araka was certainly one of a few bright spots we had. However, there are bright spots to be had in game right now, including a free costume if you follow the track that Sholau has led for you. Sholau's blessing is ready to be conferred upon everyone brave enough to go in game and complete a couple of matches, Mox.
Yeah, and at the end of that road, you'll be able to get your hands on one of those sought-after costume coins. And we have so many cosmetics that you'll be able to get your hands on. Maybe, you know, you're a little bit more of a Halloween fiend rather than a beach girl gal. And that means you might want to go for the Malice Invisible Woman skin over the current in-store rotation one right now.
I'm personally looking at the Negative Zone Gladiator Human Torch. I think that's a fantastic costume. I've already got a couple of these from some costume coins gathered from previous bundles. But looking to the future, Chopped versus Insomnia, our other winners final, is on the docket here. And honestly, Moggs, this is another game that's far too close to call.
Well, I mean, we got to hear just then in the interview with Level 1 Crook that he believes Chopped are a top 4 team. So this is definitely going to be the true test for Insomnia to see where they fall in terms of those power rankings for the EMEA stage. But just then, we're going to have to take a little bit of a short break before we can fully find out the answer.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on.
If you ain't Chopped, you're staying up all night for this one. Chopped versus Insomnia is our other winners bracket matchup, Mox, and this one should be a gigabanger.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the true test for Insomnia. Like, we've seen Chopped in action. We've seen them take down really pedigreed teams like Citadel. Granted, it was a pre-mapper series, and it did go down to the wire on Hall of Djalia, in overtime, in fact. But they were able to do it, and when you look at the players that this team has been able to compile, you can start to see why. Because even in Stage 1, a lot of these players had star power behind them. Tuzi is a duelist that you were able to pick up from All Business, and you get to pair him up now with Beetle. That's a really strong potential dive comp.
Yeah, I think that is like Beetle's been a real standout. I think that Pep's old Vanguard line of Beetle and DRP really was kind of like the jewel in the crown that got stolen away by Chopped. This team has a fantastic result in a third-party tournament Night Shift, where they managed to defeat the freshly off of vacation Na'Vi. So there is a little bit of cope there, but a result is a result. Na'Vi did get a little bit pantsed by Chopped in that first match back, where they were still trying out a couple of new strategies.
Yeah, but we've also seen them being able to adapt really quite cleanly into current new meta too. As we've talked about, they have really good duelist line powers if they want to go for a 2-2-2 composition, but we've also seen them easily being able to take to the new triple strategist line, something which Insomnia has also been able to take to incredibly well, because Line Pro, a very late edition pickup to this team, has been known for being able to come through and play things like the Invisible Woman, which we didn't really get to see all that much from him on in terms of stage 1 or when he played with Fnatic, because Invisible Woman was out of meta at that point.
Yeah, he loves the Invisible Woman, but it's been a while since she's been mandatory, as it were. When she was first introduced for Force Physics, really changed up how Vanguards were playing the game, and once again, it has been a huge part of the overall meta, just being able to force those relocations, whether it's by Bionic Hook or by Force Physics. But for me, Insomnia, I love their front line. I think Passua would forever work together amazingly as a Vanguard duo. Forever's actually got a really strong Doctor Strange in their back pocket as well. Get some great Eye of Agamotto play.
Yeah, and Emma Frost as well, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing either being targeted or being saved, as we can have a look and see Chop's lineup. We've talked about Tuzi, but Crazy Kitty is someone that I really want to mention, because the amount of just difference that we've seen, improvement from this duelist, has been probably the highest that we've seen from any player over the course of Ignite. They have been absolutely popping off recently on things like the Ultron and also that Human Torch.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty just about missed out, I believe, on qualifying for stage 1. But being picked up by this Chop team definitely has come into their own. Maybe receiving a little bit more coaching to really cultivate the inherent talent into some real results.
Mash as well, previously played under the name of Aura Stealer, also known for a very prolific Invisible Woman, so potentially we get to see a head-to-head between himself and Line Pro on that hero, though Vertigo has since taken over the Invisible Woman duties, coming on through from Chop, where, as we can see in that win against Citadel, they fielded the Phoenix and the Torch, a double duelist lineup, and were able to utilize it to shut down not just Jeff Dive, but Jeff, Adam, and Venom, something that we very rarely actually get to see being taken down on either Convergence, where they just soulbind and Jeff Tava and walk at you, or Convoy, which is also going to be a reason why we're likely going to be seeing those heroes be removed in terms of draft.
Yeah, the draft here is we're going to be looking at some evolutions potentially. There is a world where, like, Chopped do cop a couple of duelist bans because Tuzi's a scary guy. We've seen both Ballas and Tuzi cop the Psylocke ban. Maybe that's going to be moving out of meta now that people are kind of rating Psylocke a little bit lower off the back of the Wing Shurikens nerf. Of course, we did see Smashnens play a little bit of it earlier, so it is still a threat that people need to be cognizant of, especially if they're playing Ultron.
Yeah, not just that, Vice actually, remember when they tried to play Storm on defensive Midtown, they had a really good Storm Winter Soldier round on their attack, and then they tried to retain the Storm on their defense, and immediately it was just Jill swaps to Psylocke and Storm gets melted. So we are still seeing Psylocke pop up here and there, but it's in much more niche circumstances, as opposed to in stage 1, where it really was, if you got an Emma and you got a Luna, your Psylocke would just carry the game for you.
Yeah, we're far away from the Psylocke press for win button meta that we at one point had, but she still is a threat that needs to be dealt with, and maybe that gets addressed in the ban phase. Maybe we see Insomnia take a far more measured approach towards, like, getting rid of these tertiary strategists, trying to remove things potentially like the Emma, who has been a very popular ban, still not quite as big a priority as they were in stage 1, where either Emma or Mag was often the one copying the first ban, and whoever survived that ban phase was getting the first protect from the team that had them.
Yeah, speaking of that Magneto as well, if Magneto and Phoenix are able to navigate through the ban drafts too, then you get a massive opening to be able to combine Meteor M and Ensong Inferno, and there is so much pressure on your opponent to be able to melt the Ensong Inferno before it even flies through anything, because Ensong Inferno, yes, it detonates properly when it hits the ground, but if that Phoenix form is able to fly through anything, any sort of shielding or anything with a health bar that's a summon, like a Rocket Spear B, or potentially a Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, that all goes up in smoke too. So you really do have to melt that Phoenix incredibly quickly as we get ready to head into our first domination round between these two teams.
All right, I'm excited and ready to go. What will our first map be? I don't hear the familiar Krakoa music, so it's going to be Celestial Husk on Clintar, where we shall start our brawl.
Well, this is great for Tuzi and Crazy Kitty because this is one of the best flyer maps. Even if the other team locks something like a Star-Lord to try and counteract them with things like the Galactic Legend, there's so many terrain for you to just be able to hide behind with the natural cover to live through that ultimate, which isn't even going to force your strategist to overcommit.
One-sided Jeff, yeah, that's going to be it for Insomnia. Already making sure that that's going to be something that needs to be worried about. Maybe Chopped can make a play now, though, for one-sided Adam. We can see Mash hovering it at the moment, and we did bring up our scorecard at the beginning of the show where unmirrored Adam wins on Domination are incredibly high.
That, or they could go for a one-sided Luna. But they're going to ban out the Venom because they've seen that the Jeff has been able to get through, and they want to remove not just the symbiotic shenanigans where the Jeff and the Venom have so much sustainability, but also any form of damage boost. If something like a Luna is able to get through for Insomnia, they're not going to be able to amp up Feast of the Abyss the way that Chopped can, because they've been able to secure one-sided Mantis since Insomnia prioritized the Jeff.
Yep. Getting that Mantis in really does open up some of those angles for a duelist to be able to try and take them, or maybe for a deep diver to be able to make these independent plays with the healing that's conferred by the spores, as well as, of course, the damage boost as well. And we've seen that it has been able to occasionally combine with Loki, at least in Navi's estimation, but that's not quite so popular.
I was going to say Ultron needs to be on the chopping block for Insomnia immediately right now, as you cannot give Chopped and Tuzi on the Human Torch both the Mantis and the Ultron to have the support pocket come on through with damage boost and all of that shielding and drone. And instead, it's not going to be a pocketed Human Torch, it's going to be that Phoenix coming on out. Now, if you're Insomnia, do you try and remove the Invisible Woman so that you don't get Guardian Shield for those off-angle flank plays, or do you try and remove maybe one of the Vanguard lines coming through from Chopped? I think Luna might actually be a good shot here, but no, they prioritize that Invis woman who would really enable the Phoenix.
Yeah, enable the Phoenix, potentially enable a Torch as well. Final Protect coming through for Insomnia here. Maybe something like the EMEA to try and make sure that any divers could be shut down, given that Venom's already been banned away, to get rid of those symbiotic shenanigans. You do have a Vanguard slot up for grabs, and they're going to protect their own Luna.
Yeah, now at least you have an answer to damage boost coming on through from Chopped. Granted, Chopped are going to be able to get it whenever they have Mantis seats, and Insomnia are going to be relying on it coming on through with the Lunar ultimate. But for Chopped, they really wanted to make sure that they didn't just get one-sided Snowflake going their way, as I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're going to be seeing a Phoenix Human Torch double duelist angle coming on through from Chopped's composition, I'm sure.
Villain, I'm not judging.
Definitely seems like it's on the cards, as all of the bans have been completed. And Insomnia are making sure that there's no chance for the unmirrored, or for the mirrored Human Torch, rather. Vertigo, don't know how much I trust this. Vertigo usually plays a strategist, as far as I can remember.
Well, I mean, sometimes you see strategists, rather duelists playing the strategist, the way that we've seen Crazy Kitty move over to the Jeff. But yeah, a strategist playing the Vanguard, we don't often get to see. Even in the triple Vanguard lines, it's always a duelist who would roll swap over to one of those extra Vanguards and play something like either the Angela, the Doctor Strange, the Thing, as well, as is a big favorite of the duelists to move over.
Yeah, Thing is definitely a easy to pick up, relatively easy to master Vanguard. He ain't that deep, bro. he do be punching a lot, and occasionally that's enough. Celestial Husk is going to be where we begin. And honestly, Chopped, they're such a powerhouse when it comes to their duelists, so I'm excited to see what Tuzi can get done to begin with.
Ooh, Winter Soldier from the silhouette. It looks like coming on through from Chop. So yeah, Tuzi's going to be on that flyer, but again, can go between flying with the verticality, but also playing those off angles. And Insomnia, they've actually got Passivo in a favorite we've seen from this Vanguard player, the Captain America with Twitzy Psylocke, which means Crazy Kitty's going to be on the Winter Soldier to scout it and immediately push them away from diving his backline.
Butch already noted that means Chopped have to go over to a high ground. However, they're going to be surrounded on both sides here. Nocta's going to take their time to try and get involved, but Crazy Kitty surrounded, torn apart by the circling piranhas. DRP noted on the point, starts to accrue that capture percentage, but then Twitch is easily able to tag on in. DRP can't even get a wall climb off due to the aqua bursts of the Jeff consistently locking them down, and well, DRP ends up off the map. Quick reset.
Maybe a swap potentially is DRP without the Jeff symbiotic shenanigans. Every single time he tries to make a play for distracting this backline, gets melted by the Atom and doesn't have enough time to allow the rest of his team to walk forward and put the pressure as they're having to deal with the Captain America and the Psylocke. Insomnia now with better control of the spacing too, have the opportunity of clearing Chop's rotation.
Just so much damage being pumped out of Twitzy already here. Almost has access to the dance of the butterfly. Speedo has to move on forward, but constantly harried and harassed. They're just having to pay the troll toll as they move on forward every single time. Passo and Twitzy demand that attention.
I mean, DRP is just a pincushion right now, and the Captain America and the Psylocke are just bouncing between not going for the backline, which would be far riskier, but using the Ven. Ooh, that's a big elimination from Crazy Kitty. And off of the back of that, though, yeah, Chop went for a double stack of strategist ultimates. They have to win this fight. They've at least got the damage boost pumped to be able to try and put pressure onto the Karmic Revival, but Insomnia get the last laugh with the later fate of both worlds.
Oh, DRP managing to combine that, get rid of a Fate of Both Worlds in short order. Nocta awaits the arrival of a pair of strategists, but the remainder of Chopped are not going to allow you to get away with this daylight robbery without consequences. Law and Order wins the day as Insomnia are rebuffed away from the point.
That was so many ultimates coming through from Chop's side, though. Beetle is going to have Psionic Seduction, but so too is Forever. Passive with the Freedom Charge as well is going to give Insomnia the better sustainability prowess. So now for Chopped, it's all about utilizing this Venom, scouting their rotation, stalling out Insomnia, and giving Chop the opportunity to start trying to find a pick with the Phoenix and the Winter Soldier.
Pasuo already getting a little bit of additional pressure on the objective here. Brings Tuzi down. Someone else is going to have to tag in now. They just can't get rid of Pasuo. The Freedom Charge is going to make things a little bit more difficult, and Forever joins the fray. There's going to be so many mind controls. The dance of the butterflies is a dance macabre for certain. Mash and Vertigo are gone. Crazy Kitty put down for now as Forever rolls on board with diamond fists of flinging fury. Kung Fu fighting indeed they are. Nocta gets nuked from orbit by Tuzi, but I think the damage has already been done. Insomnia bring back the point in record time.
Oh, Vertigo too. Here's the strange portal. He's gonna get staggered. Nope, they just have to commit. They've got players out of the portal onto the point itself. A good grab comes on through, but they're not able to convert the eliminations off of the back of it. Passive running directly into the backline, fully zoning on off both the Luna and the Cloak and Dagger to patty cake each other, which vulnerabilities out that Vanguard lineup, and Twitzy gets to absolutely farm for a result while keeping Line Pro entirely safe for space for that res.
Feast of the Abyss could be damage boosted here by the Fate of Both Worlds. DRP has it ready, already has used their symbolic resilience, and now having to roll on forward. Mash knows that it's now or never. Relaxing Sky could have all of their health taken away in short order. It seems like the Feast of the Abyss hasn't been able to grab that much from above. In comes the Eye of Agamotto. Nocta's already got themselves one victim, spits out a second, mashes off the map, but the damage has been done. Vertigo's down. Line Pro is taken away as well and doesn't have the cocooned revival. So Beetle can easily clear through the remainder of Insomnia.
I think Nocta tried to min-max that by using the Edge Jeff to stop Line Pro from getting hit by the Eye of Agamotto.
Maybe.
And then carry him out so that he could come on through with the Karmic Revival. It doesn't quite work out, but it was definitely a smart play. As Insomnia do still have res advantage as well as Dance of the Butterflies, which is going to be more than enough pressure to force Crazy Kitty into burning this ultimate. As we can see once again, Pass, we're wrapping all the way around the point, which this time Chopped are in position to anticipate the Captain America showing on up. Beetle scouts it out entirely.
playing in the under caverns. Subterranean defense being mounted here by Chopped, but still Pasuo is going to test it as best they can. Sentinel strikes, good to go, building up towards a freedom charge for even more sustainability for the side of Insomnia. And that's even before they start using Line Pro's ultimate. Twitzy opens on up, Eternal Bond should keep everybody sustained. Mash is catching so many of those slashes, but the healing's still good from the Eternal Bond. Pasuo towards the back, and yes, there's that overhealth given over by the freedom charge. Democracy reigns over this. Forever falls on down, so it's time to come on back. No one gave you permission to fall. The casualties are taken aback, and Chopped are moving away from a point temporarily. Tuesday up close and personal. Oh, when you get shocked by the Phoenix, you get shocked real hard. Taken up, just offered as if it's an offering to a Protean god of a Phoenix. Drawn up still. Beetle going to be taken off the point for sure. Oh, never mind. Tuesday said, you let my Emma Frost go. Let my Vanguard be. A Tuesday noted. Then a Tuesday continues to just rain terror upon everyone who moves on to a point. Coming up close and personal yet again. Vanguards versus Vanguards. Forever's up close. Oh, Twitzy can't even survive with the help of up close. Fate of both worlds. Vertigo moving forward as well for Soul Resurgence. Vertigo's doing so much damage as well. Full control of the character while channeling that healing. And DRP and Beetle, they just wash over the Vanguards like an inextricable tide. The moon has made its own will known, and Pasuo can't touch the point. A turnaround from Chopped.
Oh, Tuesday. What an absolute monster on this Phoenix. Especially now that he gets to play off of the Venom too. Doesn't even use the Ansong Inferno to put pressure onto the Karmic Revival's position. Holds off on it so he could potentially pair it with DRP's Feast of the Abyss. Then has to use it in reaction to the It's Jeff to stop Nocta from being able to make off with Beetle from that point as the fight continued. And they knew that they wanted the Emma still up because Insomnia would be swapping to the Strange to pull it back in. And then you need the Emma to put more pressure on that Vanguard.
And they are so aware of all of the potential flowcharts of Marvel Rivals that were going to be happening in the midst of that fight. Crazy Kitty going to make a pivot now. Obviously, this is a little bit of a better map for the Human Torch. A little bit more airspace to work with, as well as fewer subterranean caverns in which to hide yourself from the burning power of the sun.
Yeah, I mean, if you win this first fight too, Insomnia are going to have access to so little angles, but no, Tuesday is going to be right back over onto the Phoenixes. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Twitzy is going to have Dance of the Butterflies to open up, but Chopped are going to have that Lunar Ultimate ready to go to be able to sustain all the way through it.
Okay, the pivot actually over to a Mantis. I was being bamboozled with Chopped. Spawn DRP towards the back, already having used so much of their utility, and wants to go back in yet again. Even without the cellular corrosion, demands all of the attention. 4 players stack on up and now rolling forward. Fate of both worlds means that DRP can disengage and get straight back into the action. 2Z ready to run down Line Pro. Yeah, there's a soul bond, but when you share out the pain, it just makes it twice as much in this case. Surely Line Pro's going to fall on down to the Venom eventually. A pair of live streams for themselves is more than enough feelings to try and sustain, but it does mean that no one else is receiving it.
Yeah, Mash waits until the last possible moment to use the Lunar Ultimate. Remember, it lasts 2 seconds less now. So they use it, they move forward, they force the Soulbind, and then Vertigo looks for a blind. Granted, it doesn't hit, but utilizing the vulnerability window is going to really put pressure on that Soulbind's effectiveness when Chopped are just going to be able to move on forward with the damage boost stacking as well for this Mantis. In the neutral, Crazy Kitty, you can see, continues to keep the damage stacks on both of the Vanguards, so Beetle is almost going to have another Sonic Seduction.
Who's starting to feel the pressure? Oh, the accumulation is starting to get real high here. Pasuo up close and personal animation cancels, looking good. Nice dodge coming through away from a Jeff Ultimates, and Nocta is punished for the audacity of trying to move in towards that back line. Line Pro should get some quick resurrections here off the back of the Karmic Revival, but very few people have fallen already, and it seems like maybe Nocta was too far away. Has to be a little commute there for Line Pro. The primary target of Tuesday, trying to just carve through the healing that was given on over by the Fate of both worlds, and now Pasuo demands attention. Once again, the Eternal Bond is used to try and deal with the slashes given by the dance of the Butterflies. Vertigo towards the back, marauding even. Just a Terror Cape, a personal gift for Twitzy, who readily receives it. And Chopped are looking strong here.
What's wild is that Chop didn't give up the point flip. Insomnia even placed themselves with the Sonic Seduction behind their own res, so that Chop weren't going to be able to try and make a play for that point, but the giant pillar right through the middle of it meant that Chop was still able to keep feet on objective and refuse to give up the percentage. And now we're headed into final fight. Insomnia have to make big changes. Passo onto the Hulk, Twitzy onto that Namor, so that they have the melt potential to keep this Phoenix in check.
And melt they may. However, remember, all of those squids can be victims of a shockwave that comes through from the end song Inferno, which Tuzi's got ready to go. DRP already demanding the attention here of Twitzy, but coming up close and personal, an easy headshot means those squids get berserked real fast. No unbreakable guard given on over. Passo instead forced to go elsewhere. DRP starts to chomp through the back line of Insomnia and dives in once again. The harassment is real, but so too are the stuns. An attempt to itch Jeff to try and eat up some of these players. The iframe no good, but you better believe that the counter punch is better. A damage boost to guarantee a one shot. The end song Inferno burns through what was once fresh meat. Twitzy is not long for this world, and Tuzi getting up close and personal. I'm only stronger when you get into melee with me. Beetle has the Sonic Seduction in the back pocket. If only it's going to be needed. Crazy Kitty seems to have avoided most of this incoming damage. Relaxing Sky overwhelmed. Double stun coming through with a freeze and a sedation for anyone who wants it. And while Hulk may be angry, he gets chopped through so quickly by the Venom. All that HP is just converted into overhealth for their foes and their nemesis, as Chopped are looking dominant to take this one. And Insomnia falter on the Celestial Husk.
Okay, we might need to see a Tuzi Phoenix ban. We might need to see a Tuzi Phoenix ban. Granted, the problem was definitely worsened by the fact that Mantis made it through the ban phase, coming in through from Chopped. But every single time that we see Line Pro trying to set up a res position, including in that last fight, he gets spotted out when he's in his soft cocoon form, shadowed by DRP on the Venom, and then Tuzi shows up to play and absolutely melts him before he can come on through with those revives. The fact that he only went down a singular time, and he wasn't even really using Endsong Inferno for a health reset. He was literally using it to play rock, paper, scissors, fire against Jeff's ultimate every single time. Nocta got absolutely no value out of the Jeff hits off of that.
I mean, it's so difficult when you're going up against like the double damage boost of the Song Inferno, right? One from the Luna, often from the Fate of Both Worlds, and then one from the Mantis basically all the time. This was disgusting, by the way.
Melee cancels.
Guang, look at this. Guang. Remove this from my game.
What's wild as well is that, like, he even gets to punish them being revived, because the more stacked that they play, the more players he's going to be able to stun, and then the more damage the sparks, when they detonate, are going to be able to do off of the AoE. So every single time we saw Tuzi use his ultimate, you gave it like 30 seconds and bro was 50% to the next one.
Also gets self-healing every time a spark detonates. That's cool.
Yeah, and iframe with the dash.
Phoenix has got a kit, you know, like a lot of kit to try and play with. How's Hella going to compete? Maybe with a nice skin, but we advertised that earlier, so you'll have to pop into game to see the new Grim Lady costume that's ready for Hella. However, Insomnia, they're going to have to start thinking about how they want to ready themselves for map number 2. They get to choose where we go, and they may have to choose Tuzi's hero pool for them a little bit as we adjust our draft heading into map number 2 right after this break. Gamers, is it chopped? We're heading into map number 2, and Insomnia are 1-0 down in our best of 3. They must choose where they want to make their stand to take us to a third and decisive map.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking just before the break about how Phoenix is so good. What exactly counters her? Well, I'll give you one 100% success rate Phoenix counter that she can't quite rise from the ashes from: a ban. And I feel like no matter where we go, we're likely going to be seeing either the Phoenix herself straight banned out, or the resources that the Phoenix had access to being removed one by one. But I feel like with Tuzi and just the animation cancels of the melee too, getting the Phoenix just entirely out of the mix is probably your best bet.
Yeah, Phoenix is just a force of cosmic nature that kind of needs to be constrained, honestly. Like, the thing about Suzy is that, like, you can get rid of a Phoenix, maybe you open up a path of a Star-Lord who's looking real good right now. We still got the Winter Soldier who needs to be contended with. But maybe you can try and weather that storm by going for maybe a convoy map and going for a spawn hub with a 3-3 that has a little bit more sustainability against the kind of damage that Tuzi's known to do.
Yeah, and Insomnia have shown that they know not just how to pull off a full hold, but also how to break a full hold. Yeah, that is indeed the whole of the chat. Oh boy. So if either Phoenix or Torch makes it through this ban draft, I'm going to be a little bit concerned. But then again, we did see Insomnia start to try, as Celestial Husk was just ending, go for things like the Hulk and the Namor. So they might try and use the Hulk and the Namor to try and shut down some of those vertical wraparound angles that Chop's flying players could potentially take in. Okay, there we go. Mantis insta-ban from both sides.
All right, how do Chop want to set the tone here with their first protect? I mean, it would be funny if you did Phoenix.
If I was about to say, it would be so funny if they immediately saved the Phoenix.
Be a bit of a giggle, wouldn't it?
And then Insomnia would one by one have to remove like the Luna, the Invis, the Magneto. Sooner rather than later you run out of bans too, but no, they're gonna be saving themselves up the Jeff, which means that Insomnia need to make sure that they have either an Ultron, a Magneto, or a Phoenix of their own, or potentially that Winter Soldier to be able to deal with it.
Yep, possibly even ban away DRP's Venom as well. Ultron going to be the next to go, making sure that if a torch goes in the air, it's going to be -1 of its enablers. First protect now coming through from the side of Insomnia. Could manage to get themselves for Luna or potentially something like the Emma.
Maybe the Invis. Nope, they're gonna go Ultron themselves. So maybe we see Insomnia actually go an aggressive route rather than a defensive in terms of being able to react to that dive. They want to formulate a better duelist line themselves. Plus, as we talked about, Ultron into Jeff, with Rage of Ultron, you should not have to worry. It will be like Celestial Husk with the Ensong Inferno interaction, but this time around, it's on your side.
It's always good to have it on your side. Simultaneous ban coming through here now. Likely going to once again be targeted at... Oh, okay. Venom gone. That makes sense. Just trying to nerf Jeff a little bit by getting rid of her symbiotic shenanigan tendrils. And on the other side, seeing that there's going to be an Ultron, you want to make sure that Human Torch is not an option.
Not just that, Twitzy was known. One of my worries for Insomnia's team coming into stage 2 was that Twitzy has always, for like duelist lines, been prone to going Human Torch or Psylocke. And those two, while we see Human Torch still having a great deal of value, especially in giga-pocketed compositions, Psylocke isn't quite where she used to be. So now that you can remove the Human Torch, that was my concern, that Insomnia might be a little bit behind in terms of playing into that meta.
Okay, Adam taken away. Maybe a mirrored protect here on to the Phoenix, not have it one-sided away from them. So there's still a ban in the pocket here for Insomnia to try and work with.
They might just go for the Invis though. Or the Luna. I was about to say, Luna's been able to make it through too, because Adam hasn't been banned out yet on the side of Insomnia, and now they have to think, what do they use this last ban for? Is it going to be an Adam ban so that no team gets access to the Karmic Revival and the Light and Shadow Karma with that Luna team up? Or is it going to be something like the Emma removal? You also still have to worry about...
Oh, stinky.
Okay, back to the notebook I go. Rosa isn't the only one in EMEA who misses a ban. Now, the Star-Lord is left open, the Emma is left open, the Adam is left open. Chopped really have a whole host of options to choose from now.
So many options.
The Phoenix got left open too.
Yep, Phoenix is open. Like, they've got Invis available.
Torch is open.
That's what we might call a bit of an oopsie doodle. Big oops, actually. That's okay. You know what? If they can win it down a ban, that's kind of aura.
That is kind of aura farming.
Rosa did it before.
True, Rosa did do it before. Shout out to FaZe, the only team in EMEA who's currently won a map with giving up one of the bans. Given how important we've talked about draft being, you can really fry your own win chances by burning your bans. Chopped now on the attack. I mean, they get the Phoenix and they get the Torch and the Invis. Oh boy, I feel for Insomnia. They need to be able to keep a track of these flying components. Nocta is going to be so vulnerable, having to take direct deals against this Torch.
Everything's coming up Millhouse right now. Twitsy's gonna have a lot on their plate already with Venom scouting out the approach here. Crazy Kitty having to pop the C, which is maybe not the ideal time, given that you might have to take a mid-air fight against someone like either Twitsy or Nocta, but big control of a high ground already on the table here for Chopped, and this allowed for Tuzi to be escorted into a premier position overlooking the point.
Yeah, and they've been able to put pressure onto Twitsy too, who's taking a lot of damage from Chop's approach now. Pyro Prison onto the point too is going to put pressure onto Insomnia's Vanguards, allowing Beetle to close up the distance and now threaten with the grab and spinning kick into the enemy team. Insomnia really have to just send past the woman for a soft dive to stop the attack, aside from just walking onto point and calling it home.
Twitsy noted, however, after the hot drop manages to get away with their lifeline probe in a pretty good position here. DRP's taking a lot of damage. And you know what? This might actually give a bit of an opening. Tuzi taken down in the back by Twitsy, taking out the Maestro themselves. It's a huge pickup. And now it's time to strike towards the back. The end song Inferno gets it done. Line Pro goes for an alpha play in the Invisible Woman versus Invisible Woman. Nice defense from Insomnia.
Yeah, Insomnia actually let Chopped walk in so that they lose all of those angle controls. Password doing a very good job as well of not overstaying, just being the distraction for Chopped to have to pivot and look at, allowing Twitsy and Nocta to get so much more aggression done. However, Chopped have ultimates coming into this next fight, and that's going to be the true test because Insomnia don't have a Magneto. If Supernova comes on through, paired up with Psionic Seduction as an opener for Beetle, Chopped are getting point presence for sure.
Supernova given over. Look at all of that pocket going through on a Crazy Kitty right now. Public enemy number one gets a lot of priority. Disengages after forcing out the invisible boundary alongside the rest of Chopped. We're just going to allow for this one to expire. This is very aggressive coming through from the side of Passive. As you said, soft dives, instantly disengaging afterwards. And it's going to be an exchange now of the Psionic Seductions. But Noxa on the off angle is just able to grant survivability to everyone who gets grabbed on up. And that forces Mash to come in once again with the fate of both worlds. DRP's already down. Tuzi's starting to spin to win. The Beyblade tech deployed. Twitsy noted in the back, but no final blows can be found. The casualties aren't mounting, and Chopped once again rebuffed.
Yeah, big pickup coming on through from Insomnia's and being able to desynchronize DRP with Tuzi. We've got Ensong Inferno, we've got Meteor Ram, we've now got pressure onto Relaxing Sky's fate of both worlds, but Insomnia holding on to it. They know when they use the Lunar Ultimate, it's going to paint a target on their backs for Chopped to try and stop it. As we can see that these soft dives from Password have been stalling the attackers from moving forward and allowing Twitsy and Nocta so much room. We're down to a minute and Chopped have to disengage because they're down their ammo.
Yeah, I mean, Nocta's still on the Stealth 100 build as well. Just keeps playing this off angle, just putting in so much damage without really any consequence.
Crazy Kitty went to the Atom in case Insomnia tried to pressure Chopped outside of their spawn so that they could have Soulbind and make sure that they didn't lose another person to the stagger. But Insomnia have so many ultimates to be able to play with. Last time we saw Chopped have to commit the Supernova to force the invisible boundary on the point so that they could disengage it cleanly. They're not going to have that option now.
Okay, Nocturne and Twitzy once again on the invisible angle. Big accumulation of sparks, and the invisible boundary is so far away from the point, Mox. We're just going to have to stay in here and stew, waiting for the point to open up there after DRP starts to move on forward. Maybe you can try and shut down this invisible boundary, utilizing your own Meteor M, but in the back, that's a lot coming through from the side of the Venom. No, DRP holds nothing. A space ult if ever I've seen one, and no one's on the point. Oh, Chopped is... They're just chopped. There's no other way to put it.
Insomnia might be the second team in EMEA to be able to win.
Aura farming.
No bans required. Whoa, I mean, they did just allow Chop to walk in, then Passo would dive the backline, soft dive, break it out, make sure that he was never playing frontline pressure too, so he could never get a grab opportunity off of Beetle. And then he would just be in and out. If you looked at the Venom and tried to patty cake your backline, Twitzy and Nocta, the Phoenix and the Ultron would just be working the front line and getting so much damage pressured.
One way or another, we're guaranteed a map number 3. The worst that Insomnia can do here is a draw. Look at the absolute stack of healing coming out.
Wait, they're going for it. Line pros on the penny.
Uh-oh. I mean, like, maybe you try and do a little bit of tilt damage here to Chopped, like missing out on a ban. Maybe you hit them with a decision.
Well, if you get the Atom, is the thing. If you get the Atom and you force self-res before the round begins, that's going to be huge.
Oh, they're just using it to farm up healing ult charge. Beetle actually caught a bunch of them. You can see that their health bar's been declined.
Okay, so they're not going to heal him until the round starts, because if they heal him now, it doesn't actually go into ult charge. They have to wait and then heal Beetle afterwards. But the question is, who gets to heal him? Who do they put more priority on building the ultimate first? It looks like it's going to be the Invis, because Vertigo coming on through with that invisible boundary to grab these players from Insomnia, who are still going to have dive components, is going to be crucial to slowing this attacking team from getting the one tick necessary.
I feel like Nocta really has been the secret sauce so far for Insomnia. We'll see if it remains to be the case. Passo wraps around the back, dive onto a back line. 3 strategists together, hits the cellular corrosion and instantly exits, doing their best soft dive once again. But Twitzy taken down as a stellar cluster goes through the doorway.
Yeah, big pick from Crazy Kitty onto the Phoenix, who now doesn't get to play that high ground angle or push Tuzi off of it. So Tuzi's already been able to build up almost halfway to that first Endsong Inferno, off of being able to put pressure onto Insomnia's rotation round that left side. Another soft dive comes on through. Chopped still not giving up these angle positions though.
Passo now on top of the Phoenix, but we know that that's actually where she's the most dangerous, so it's time to run. And Beetle doesn't really want to use the Diamond Form to get up onto high ground just yet, knowing they can easily be parried by Forever by popping their own Diamond Form. DRP is down, and Crazy Kitty's still 43% away from getting the Resurrection, so it might have to be a swap over onto the Doctor Strange to return rather quickly. Tuzi on the off angle needs to find something onto this back line, attempting to shut down the Rage of Ultron, already accruing towards all of this damage. One down. Endsong Inferno good to go, but can't pop it. Needed to stay contesting. Chopped just pushed from the point, and Insomnia claim it in record time. No bans needed.
The discipline coming on through from Insomnia as well. That last push, it's so well organized. They go for the pick the second they find the pick onto that Magneto. When they start pushing it, they're 30% off of Rage of Ultron 2. So they know that with the Magneto falling, there's now going to be pressure on Chop's side, that someone who doesn't have a good ability kit to hold on to that point and stall for a Doctor Strange portal to come back through now has to absorb the position that DRP held. Now Insomnia invest their ultimates, because they're either going to be able to find the elimination onto someone who's not equipped to take that fight, or the pressure of those ultimates is going to force Chopped to have to reposition off of the point itself, and even without finding the eliminations, they'll be able to find the tick necessary.
Poor DRP, he was having a time. It felt like every player in the lobby was firing at DRP. It was just like, I don't know if the bullets, if he became a casualty, was it via blood loss or via suffocation? Who knows? It's the raw mass of bullets that went his way was kind of unbelievable. We'll have to see if there's going to be a bounce back here from Chopped as we go to our third map after this break.
bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
And map number 3 finally mocks here at EMEA Ignite Stage 2. And between Chopped and Insomnia, it was somewhat expected, but I didn't expect it to happen this way.
Yeah, and with Convergence now being taken off of the table, which means no Central Park opportunity for Toozy or Crazy Kitty in the Flyers in terms of the Phoenix and the Human Torch, we now have to go to Convoy. So there is a decision to be made here. We've only seen Spider Islands get picked twice, and both times it's led to a full hold. But with Chopped in the driver's seat, if they do want to continue going down the line of utilizing a Flyer composition, Spider Islands, with all of the verticality and amount of buildings that your flying components can hide behind, might be a good opportunity to take us to a potential win for them.
Yeah, like being able to utilize those flyers has been a big part of quite a few team strategies over the course of Ignite Stage 2. We've seen Storm enter the meta. I don't think either of these teams has really been as Storm built. I know that Noct used to play quite a bit of Storm back in the day when she was when she had her like rise in competitive viability around Season 2, I believe that was. But in the newer times, not so much. We've seen a lot of Nocta playing the Jeff. Maybe we see some pivots back towards Jeff on Convoy maps where we have a lot of environmental hazards, in particular Spider Islands comes to mind. And we did see a pivot towards the one-sided Jeff. When it came to the bans coming through from Short, I don't think they really utilized or got any real value out of.
Yeah, it was definitely a tricky one, but I mean, Insomnia, I think this is the danger when Insomnia get taken to a Convoy map. They are very good at breaking full holds. They're also very, very good at positioning into compositions that are designed to break full holds. Out of all of the teams that we've seen, they're one of the best at being able to play themselves in separate pockets. So if things like the Groot and Moon Knight wombo combo was attempted from the attacking side, it picks up a minimum amount of players rather than a maximum, and also means that the Moon Knight's ultimate charge doesn't generate as faster as if you're firing and getting those onks to bounce into 6 bodies stacked on top of each other in comparison to 2 or potentially 3.
Yeah, well, like we've seen some crazy generation of Hand of Khonshu. Like I believe we saw Knuten get it in 12 seconds. 12,
maybe. Yep, and 12 on Spider Islands.
Yeah, then he fell off and took 24 seconds to get the next one. So honestly, no surprises. Knuten fell off. This is a call-out post. Don't at me. 1-to-1 between Insomnia and Chopped as we discover, oh, I hear the banger. We're going to a Rocco.
You can just immediately identify. I mean, yeah, everybody knows, I think, by the first, like, 30 seconds of sound that we are going to be headed over towards Araco. What is the ban line now going to be? Is it going to be things like the Doctor Strange, which is going to weaken the teleport, retake onto the second fight of the defenders, or is it going to be onto things that have a better opportunity of breaking that spawn hold, as Insomnia instant banning out that Adam? They saw that Chopped left it open on Hall of Dajalia, and they do not want to have to walk into either a Soulbind fight or the Karmic Revival potential.
Okay, Chopped are going to be prioritizing their Ultron here, which may force Insomnia to protect Ultron in return, given that Noct was getting a lot of value out of that previously.
you're gonna have to ban flyers if you're Insomnia, because Chopped, one thing that they're going to be able to do, even though they're going to be starting out on the attack, Arako actually has so many wraparound flanks that you can do, especially if you're a flyer, where sometimes, you know, we got to see in the last series, Cherokee go to the Magic, take that long wraparound right side rotation for attacker spawn. However, with flyers, you can go left side and pop up directly behind them, put pressure on the backline as your frontline core walks. And if you have an Ultron pocketed with a Human Torch, that particular flank can be incredibly hard for a backline to stand up to.
All right, there's the Mirror Protect on the Ultron. Now, top are going to be able to get 2 in a row, but the second one is going to be mirrored in terms of timing, so not so much predictive capacity. And as you said, flyers, when you see the Ultron Protect, they can be must bans, and Chopped certainly received the mission statement for that one, Mox.
So, do Insomnia now? I mean, they have a ban first, but do they let a flyer go through and pick up something like a Star-Lord? The worry for them... Yeah, it is a very big risk, because if a flyer does manage to make it and Chopped get access to Human Torch or Phoenix, that's going to be the thing that wins them the fight. But as we've seen from Insomnia when we went to Hall of Dajalia, it feels like they kind of baited Chopped into going for those flying components and were able to shut them down, because when they know they're going to be playing against Chopped, Tuzi and Crazy Kitty, that's the kind of line that you practice into.
Okay, even with the Venom ban, still a prioritization here of the MMO to try and catch out a potential cart juggler in a initial spawn hold, someone like a Captain America, or potentially even an Angela, given what we've seen so far. Angela actually, I believe, has most of their time used on Arako.
Yes.
It's a very popular pick here, especially right at the start, because there's the proximity of that environmental hazard from the attacker's perspective on the left-hand side of the door.
I think it might actually be rivaled by foot usage of Angela on Celestial Husk, considering we saw that for 2 full rounds, as opposed to when we see Angela, it's only really been for 1/3 of Arako coming on out. But I'm a big fan of the Venom ban coming in through from Insomnia. DRP was making headway when it came to those soft eyes coming on through and forcing the backline to have to turn and deal with the Venom before they could bail out their frontline when they wanted to walk on forward.
Okay. No Human Torch to be seen. He's no longer a priority ban, but he is still a pain that needs to be dealt with. It's going to be Insomnia starting off on the defense here. Chopped are going to have to break through a... Oh.
Yep. Iron Man time.
Bit of 3-3, and you know what? I dig the Iron Man. I dig the Iron Man.
Iron Man is actually very strong here, because if it's into something like a Groot or a Thing, you're going to be able to have a lot of spam pressure up in this guy. Granted, Thing did in the past now get a buff where he can actually jump not just to his teammates but to enemies in this guy and ground them. Part of that was because Thing struggled formidably into flyers who would just absolutely melt him, and as a melee character, he didn't really have any answer to it.
Like, what can you do? Get taller, reach better.
5'9" versus 6 foot, looking up.
5'11" versus 6 foot. There we go, gonna give a quick speed boost out of a spawn here. May actually stick to the Jeff, of course. We're in a different era, but I still have the conditioning from before. Insomnia up close and personal with 3 Vanguards, 3 strategists, and a whole lot of meat that Chopped are going to have to carve through.
Yeah, but Beetle on that Wolverine is going to be able to do a lot of damage if he gets close enough, and already he's been able to close up the distance. No picks yet, though, so Noctis BRB is still waiting, and that is a big carbon crush onto Tuzi, but with the help of both the Guardian Shield and the Firewall Imperative, he will be able to survive and disengage, and in the meantime, Twitsy's been taken down.
Common 511L forever taken down as well. Tuzi really making sure to follow up on these feral leaps that Beetle's delivering. This is not really a part of a Beetle hero pool that we've seen previously, but obviously you don't need to stack up too much from the survivability of Vanguards when you're so close to your spawn. You don't really mind trading out. Steal Insomnia and keep it... Uh-oh, don't get this reflected, and it's good. Twitsy can't shield that one with their Aegis, and the Sea has already been burned to give additional damage and sustainability abilities of the remainder of Insomnia.
Oh, Beetle too is just farming forever on this Venom at the moment. Psionic Seduction comes on through from DRP. Relaxing Sky's going to try and keep the team alive through it. Off of the back of Fate of both worlds, and Vertigo just comes on through with the Jeff Eat. And off of the back of that, Crazy Kitty uses the Rage of Ultron to continue pressuring Insomnia, so they can't just sit inside this Eternal Bond. However, the heal per second from the Cloak and Dagger outmatches the Ultron, and Insomnia finds stability until the last time from Beetle comes on through. That's a jump scare and a half, going for a portal and fighting a Wolverine, as Forever will be finding himself off of the map.
Yeah, big Feral Ape dropping him off the map after seeing Forever previously used the disengagement tool. Vertigo swaps over from the Jeff onto the Luna. I don't know if they actually got anyone in their Itch Jeff. Didn't seem like anyone fell off the map.
I mean, they've been able to deal with Insomnia trying to utilize these Venom compositions. Tuzi goes over to the Phoenix. You want to have the Luna to use that Snowflake, pass it over to the Phoenix so she can play a little bit more aggressively on those off angles out of LOS.
All right, pass away, wrapping around the back. Eyes here onto Vertigo, but already a little bit of poke has been caught from the hands of the Ultron. Vertigo definitely needs a little bit of care here as Passo pops up their own freedom charge. Almost got sent all the way off the map as Twitzy doesn't want to infiltrate within the invisible boundary. It's too dangerous a proposition to move into that territory, and so it's just a fair trade of disengagement. Passo falls elsewhere. Beetle will be able to run away with their tail between their legs, and the remainder of Insomnia, they've been spread out too far. They don't have their Testudo formation anymore, so it can be easily picked apart.
Passo is onto the Doctor Strange, at least. Got picked early enough to be able to set up a teleport. Unfortunately for them, Lion Pro got picked incredibly late, so they have to try and fall onto the point and build up to a Rage of Ultron, but the target focus is immediately there from Tuzi. Ultron so close that ultimate gets removed as a threat, and now it's just Chop picking up pick by pick onto the objective, as Insomnia have no choice but to throw themselves one by one in and hope that Nocta can come back with the Rage of Ultron and let them live through it.
Yeah, great shield usage there with the Aegis coming through from DRP, forcing Line Pro to commit through the portal in order to deliver the healing, meaning they could be easily picked up afterwards by the Rage of Ultron.
There's the Star-Lord that we expected to see coming through at some point to be able to put more pressure onto the Flyers and also dive with Venom, because Papa is creating opportunities. There's just not a lot of follow-up coming on through, and Chopper just playing backline trades right now with Beetle and the Captain America.
Forever looking up towards multiple stunned enemies, going to parry the incoming Carbon Crush, utilizing their diamond form. Great reaction speed there, and maybe can keep DRP in if they're able to connect their own, but looks like they're not going to commit it. Oh, once again, an absolute mirroring of utility. Line Pro and Relaxing Sky might be able to survive this one, though, because everyone's zoned away by the counter ult from the other Emma. Beetle still wondering how to try and make a true incision here. It's real aggressive coming through from Line Pro. Has to be a maneuver onto the point, and already Passo is taking so much aggro for having infiltrated thus far. Slow abilities there. Nox are going to come out with the Rage of Ultron, and it's going to be mirrored coming through the other side from Crazy Kitty. Everyone's feeling all of the healing that they need, as Mash has also brought up the invisible boundary, and this is an opening for Twitzy to try and make something happen. The Galactic Legend written potentially in blood, but for the remainder of Chop, they're happy to just let democracy sustain them.
Yeah, Beetle gets to come through with the Freedom Charge. Vertigo got picked before, but is going to have a closer respawn. And with the speed that Luna can move, comes back into the fight almost immediately afterwards. Insomnia now going to be burned almost entirely out of their ultimate bank. Forever is going to be the next one to come through with a cycle. But Chopped with Tuzi, playing on this off angle, is going to be able to put so much pressure with the Endsong Inferno before they can get back onto the objective.
Yeah, surviving this is going to be truly difficult. Tuzi's already set up on the high ground. Oh, you can see the grab's already been used by Forever as well. Oh, the sustainability of the Emma is basically zero now, especially with both their healers falling on down. The strategists have just been nuked from orbit, courtesy of the cosmic force of a Phoenix itself, and that's surely going to be a completion. Forever's nowhere near. And Insomnia, yeah, I don't think we're going to be falling out of this one, right, bro?
DRP is going to have Psionic Seduction as well, so that Chopped can continue this momentum. Moving on forward, Nocta does have the Rage of Ultron, which is CC immune, so Insomnia might not have to fully disengage it, but if you use your Rage of Ultron now, Crazy Kitty gets that second.
And when it comes to these strategist ults, we know the rules. Generally, second is better, lasting for longer. being able to outpace those. In the back, Pasuo still trying to make these soft eyes work. Oh, this is an absolute treasure trove that has been discovered. The meaty underbelly, the crit spot. You know in your old classic RPG games, that's the big glowing red dot on the boss.
Oh, Crazy Kitty and Noxa didn't use their ultimates either. It was just the Emma mirror. But like you said, Chopped found the better targets. Pasuo, yes, kept the backline of Chopped looking at him. But that also meant that there was no Venom to peel for his backline. Oh, Nocta gets cancelled out of range of Ultron in the startup frames before he gets the CC immunity.
Oh, that's kind of tragic there for Nocta. Forever does have a good angle to try and play with. Can't quite connect with the Carbon Crush, but the follow-up is good. Crazy Kitty on the outside. Second working on out. Twitzy seen up in the sky. A direct impact. Tuzi says, leave my character be. What just happened to that Venom? What happened to that Venom?
I mean, that Venom's got to come back in and try and tap onto the objective. He's got to look for the slam and keep this point in play. They've at least got the Eternal Bond. Feast of the Abyss used at the same time as we hear all of the damage coming on through from that Endsong Inferno. But Mash comes on through with the invisible boundary to match Witch with the sustainability. Twitzy has to hold on to his ultimate and hope that he finds the pickup at the back of it. The fate of both wards from Vertigo means that they survive the entire duration and get a pickup of their own.
All right, all in on the defense now. The fate of both worlds is over, but the rage of Ultron has only just begun. He's going to be getting madder and madder. Beetle in towards the back line. The assault has once again begun. A quick freeze to put this one on ice. Chill out, they tell Beetle. But Beetle's more than ready to chill because the remainder of his team has pushed the Flora Colossus to completion.
I mean, yeah, Beetle doesn't need eliminations. That he just needs to be enough of a bully to pressure out the backline, forcing to backstep into spawn. And unlike Midtown, where you can weave in and out of the spawn doors, get a full heal if a Captain America is running directly at you while still getting to heal your team presence on point, you don't get to do that on Araco third. And the second that the Invis, or rather the Cloak and Dagger and the Luna, try and make a misstep backwards, the Venom and everything else left contesting the objective is prone, vulnerable, and picked.
Just easy to tear apart. Attention is a resource as well as those which are more concrete, being bound to buttons or ticked as an ultimate. Where your strategists are looking, very much be a divisible resource.
Yeah, stats are only half of the story. Soft dive value and disruption dive, a little bit of a newer concept to the playstyle, has really started picking up a lot of steam, but unfortunately you don't get to see in terms of numbers all that it's doing because they're not going to be doing a lot of damage. The crucial thing is the amount of times they revisit the spawn room, and Chopped have been doing a very good job of making sure that that number is limited.
Once again, 3-3 likely on the table. A cosmic fastball to open up, and then Line Pro will swap over on something with a little bit more sustainability, I imagine. And you can see the jump pack ready for forever here as well. Oh, actually, he's already used it by accident. That's a bit of a heartbreaker for him. Pasuo getting assaulted on their entry, pulled back in by the Invisible Woman. Invisible Woman's a fantastic counter to Venom when it comes to trying to stop those disengages.
Well, here's the storm that we foretold coming on through as a knock to pick one-sided damage boost off of the Goddess boost, and even worse for Chop to have to deal with if Line Pro is able to land a blind in the same time. Tuzi just goes down in so little time, but he will be brought back up by the BRB, and Vertigo has been building up the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier so incredibly quickly off of all of the orb bounces in the close spaces.
Vibranium Energy Sword to cut through the backline. Line Pro the primary victim of that one, and Tuzi claims revenge against the Weather Goddess. Omega level versus one well-coded boy. Twitzy is going to be the next to fall on down, and Insomnia, they are having some trouble breaking out of this absolute gulag.
Yeah, Storm, unfortunately. Hitbox, not that easy to obscure the way that Human Torch does, so inside the 1v1 duels, tends to lose the flyer fight as DRP finds a big pick onto Line Pro, who is so close to Eternal Bond. That's going to be Insomnia having to back up yet again.
Oh, DRP's just playing such a reserved position here. We're actually seeing Crazy Kitty be more of a roaming vanguard. And that means that often Tuzi can just keep the drone on them, so DRP doesn't really require any healing resources.
And Pasuo gets no opportunity either to really find these openings for the rest of the team to be able to walk in, which means no green light for the Storm Dash. Oh, that was a mega hurricane. And that was immediately shot down before the storm could come on through with the animation activation. Massive meteor from DRP2 counts as Eternal Bond, and this is just textbook spawn hold right now.
Oh, look away, children. It's brutal to behold. 4 ultimates available for Insomnia, but they're going to be almost matched here by Chopped.
I mean, they're going to have Psionic Seduction from forever to try and open up these spaces. Nocta off of the Storm is onto the Star-Lord to try and keep up with the Ultron in those fights. There's the Sonic Seduction. Pass always been able to push as well. Tuzi all the way back with pressure from the Venom, contesting that backline. And finally, Insomnia have space, but the question is how long are they going to be able to hold on to it as Chop now make that move.
All right, Rage of Ultron assaulted by the Feast of the Abyss, but all's well that ends well, and no one's really going to fall on down. Liberty drives forward, Chop to keep this point contested once more. Beetle in towards the backline line, Pro noted up high, but a quick target swap over onto the Lunar Snow. Crazy Kitty finds himself alone in the path of the Flora Colossus, but it might well be a finish. The uppy is nasty with it, bro. How is he allowed to get away with this on the off angle now with a sonic projection? It's going to be far away from their strategist, so might find themselves isolated. A backup maybe through the teleporter. No, Line Pro manages to make that one work. A wall climb away from a speared sentience, but Line Pro's just too scary to stand up to at the moment. Crazy Kitty still moves on forward, using that sonic seduction to get the relaxing sky in an ideal position for Beetle to just grab them with their horns and bring them inside the exoskeleton for digestion.
Oh, DRP got picked, but got brought back by the PRB. And in the meantime, for the entire duration of the fight, he's able to build up Meteor M to match Wits now with Noctis Galactic Legend, which Insomnia are going to be looking to open up this next fight for them.
How do you deal with the amount of resources Chopped have when all you have is the Galactic Legend, and Nocta's already under so much pressure? The AoEs off the back of the Iron Volley just keeping Nocta hidden away behind this, and it's still this point is moving backwards. To the sky goes the Meteor M. What's the plan right here? Already eating up a little bit of Element Gun coming out to begin with. DRP taken down by Passo. It's a great opening, and now Relaxing Sky can drive everyone forward. You can see the damage boost aura coming on out. This should, oh, that means Switzy can't get through to try and take up a Seer early. So damage done here. Tuzi's been able to build up towards yet another Rage of Ultron. Freedom rings once again. Echo around Duraco as it's going to be up close and personal. Tuzi's feeling really ballsy, and Beetle is managing to make sure that it's well reinforced. Rolling forth, Crazy Kitty up against the world can bring up the charge D just to make sure that no mind control can be given. Just dodge the wisdom saving throw. Why do you need to grab it? Line Pro just continually pushes them through the Eternal Bond. He's just built different, and so too are Chopped. Insomnia, I'm afraid it's time to get some sleep tonight as they're laid to rest by Chopped.
6 players all turn and look in that Cloak and Dagger's direction, and it is danger. Immediately felt through the Eternal Bond's 265 heals per second. They're able to do it in just the neutral, and that's why things like this Ultron is so difficult to displace when you're an attacking side. If you try and rely on things like that Storm to have the one-sided damage boost and walk forward, you're a flyer. Ultron is really, really good at beaming flyers down as they come through from the little space that they control.
Dude, Beetle dropping 16 final hits, 20k damage. I mean, played Wolverine for a while, but that's such impressive uptime on the cap, honestly.
I think Tuzi did 29,000.
Yeah. But Tuzi was playing like Phoenix and Phoenix, who doesn't count. Fake damage, fake news.
Yeah, these Phoenix hits, look at this. The melee animation cancels and then coming on through with the ultimate catch too. There were a lot of times too when he used Ensong Infinite when he was above a doorframe, so Insomnia didn't even get the opportunity to be able to start melting his 400 HP summon before it was hurtling directly at them. This was the true blow though, on third, when it was the traders of the Psionic Seductions. Granted, with the distance that Chopped allowed Insomnia to push, it didn't really matter all that much in the end. But that Psionic Seduction where they caught both of the backline without a strategist ultimate allowed them to full push.
All that focus on the Line Pro there is nasty. I'm not gonna lie. Chopped walk away with the win, and they are looking like quite the Titanic powerhouse. I can't help but feel that internally there are going to be a couple of soul-seeking questions, though, about that Hall of Xalia, which seemed like it just forgot to load into the lobby.
It was a little bit rough. It kind of feels though that like Insomnia, they purposefully let a couple of picks go through so that they could try and control the composition that they would be seeing. Because as we talk about, right, Flyers on defense, entirely different matter to Flyers on attack. Because those Flyers, they don't immediately have access to all of the space, they don't get the natural terrain and cover to be able to hide themselves away from all of that incoming pressure on the walk-up itself. So being able to defend against Flyers when you already hold Hall of Dejalia, one of the maps that even in stage 1 we saw a lot of full hold compositions come through even before a triple strategist meta started to be established.
Yeah, like the triple strategist, it's a bit of a newer thing. Like we've seen it a little bit with the Jeff, but honestly, like these full holds at the beginning of Araco have been they've been a lot to deal with, and we've seen some iterations come through against the 3-3s, like the Storm that came out. Nocta didn't manage to get as much value out of it, unfortunately, for Insomnia here. We have seen Nocta get value out of it before. I would have liked to have seen an earlier move over, potentially onto that Groot, so they could try and maybe isolate DRP, which worked quite well on their Hall of Jalia.
The problem with the Storm is that you're sort of basing it around having goddess boost and being able to walk on one specific person, but then the rocket BRB brings that person back and you're without your cooldown.
Yeah. It's a little bit rough. We got the coach of Chopped coming on in to have a bit of a chat to us and maybe give us a lowdown on how that series went. Thank you so much for joining us, Dennis. Congratulations on the win.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, congratulations. Yes, we can indeed hear you. Hopefully you can hear us too.
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. So starting things off, I don't think a lot of people really expected this to be a free mapper series. Can you give us a little bit of context into why Hall of Dejalia went the way it did?
Well, people didn't expect it because I think people a little bit underestimate Insomnia. I mean, I never underestimated them, even because we had a matchup in MRC. My players were very confident, and I told them don't be overconfident, because it's still an MRI team, it's still upper bracket. They have a lot to lose. If we're coming as, they're coming as underdogs, they're going to have an advantage. That's how it usually goes. So I didn't expect it to be an easy series. So they played very well. I can't say that something was wrong in terms of draft or I don't know, like how my players played. I think they just played it to perfection, I'm pretty sure, was it Passivo on Venom, right?
Yeah.
I think that guy did book perfect drafts. Dives. I never seen a guy diving so perfectly on Venom. It was impossible to pull him, so I think they just played it better. I can't say anything else. Props to them.
As a newer top-tier team in EMEA, what would you say is Chopped's best attribute? What are you guys best at that no one else can really beat you on?
I mean, that definitely flexibility, our best attribute. We can play everything. I don't think there is any line of ban that's gonna put us oh, we can't play this now. I'm pretty sure my supports can play everything, and we even saw Vertigo on Strange today. Crazy Kitty is probably one of the most versatile flexes in this game on high level. I mean, my tanks can play the whole amount of tanks in the game. I think flexibility would be our best attribute. We can play everything. It's very hard to prep for us,
So now that we saw that matchup between Virtus.pro and Na'Vi, and we got to see Na'Vi take a 2-0 win, when we talked to Level 1 Crook, he actually said that you were one of those teams, that it's not really a three-way race in EMEA, it's now become a four-way. In your opinion, where do you think Chopped ranks in comparison to Na'Vi, Virtus.pro, and Citadel?
It's a hard question to answer because we respect all of these teams equally, and I think last interview you asked me about Citadel, and I also said that we respect them as a team. We were preparing hard for them, and it just happened that we were better that day, so we won. But I wouldn't say that it's appropriate to rank us anywhere. I think it's anyone's game, because official is official, and you never know how it goes. It all comes to prep, to how it feels during the day and how it goes during the match. So I wouldn't say that there is any ranking. I think we all have very solid chance to get the spot.
Well, you only have one more group stage match to prep for, so we'll let you get on with that. Thank you so much for joining us, Diniz. It was great to talk to you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that was the coach of Chopped coming fresh off a victory, Mox 2-1. And there's a little bit of room for improvement there, but also a huge amount of raw potential and talent, which really is showing to be the top tier of EMEA.
I mean, I'm excited because we got to see so many different compositions today, find so many different kinds of wins. Like Triple Strategist, we knew that Triple Strategist was going to be strong, but we also got to see that Human Torch from Phoenix still has a place in the meta as well as Dive, and we can now see how our bracket is going to be faring after this day, because as we talked about, all of the teams that we saw play today will continue to play, as this was not lower bracket eliminations, and it is going to be Insomnia going head to head with Citadel in the lower bracket finals for a chance of a rematch against Chopped in the grand finals of Group A.
Yeah, Citadel versus Insomnia, that one is certainly going to be a banger. Looking over I mean, Chopped are just so scary, and they've already taken out Citadel once. It's going to be a best of 5 in the grand finals, so there's a lot more room for the series to like have some evolving bans. But as Dennis was pointing out earlier, like they are so hard to ban against just because Chopped have so many different looks these days. Here's a quick look at how Group B is shaping out.
Yeah, Virtus.pro versus FaZe. I mean, Virtus.pro is definitely the favorite moving into it, but then we also saw Na'Vi take a incredibly dominant performance win against Virtus.pro on the first map of Krakoa. Araka was a little bit closer, and I feel like maybe if Virtus.pro had started off with like that same level of momentum that we saw in Araka, that series could have gone the full distance off the free maps. But Domination has long been an Achilles heel of Virtus.pro. Even back in stage 1, it was one of them, the map types with the lowest win rate, as it is one of those map types where you have the least amount of macro.
Yeah, when you're not relying as much on macro and it's all about punching people in the face hard and fast, that's where having an in-game leader like Trust Me, who does have good macro calls, but is also great at like just designing a fight from like an architectural standpoint. Really being able to win those first fights is exactly what Trust Me brings to the table. Here's a look at what's coming up tomorrow for Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. It's going to be a pair of best of 5s. Insomnia GG versus Citadel Gaming, and then Virtus.pro versus FaZe.
Insomnia versus Citadel, I think, is definitely going to be an interesting one, because again, you don't want to reveal too many new strategies, but Citadel have been running a lot of different compositions. So too have Virtus.pro and FaZe. I really want to see whether or not this double strategist dive full line composition starts taking on off, and whether or not we're going to start to see more Star-Lord, as well as he's been rising in terms of picks in case you let something like an Ultron through.
Yeah, Star-Lord is a great stopgap when you're going up against these flyers. For tracking is fairly easy against a bunch of flyers, unless they're doing like the silly animation cancels on Human Torch. Don't forget, if you still want more esports in your life from Marvel Rivals, North America is going to be coming your way a little bit later, where you can join our talented compatriots over there to bring you some of the best in the world. And the 4 spots they've got at DreamHack Atlanta certainly are going to be hot commodities to trade for. Thank you so much for watching us here in EMEA. We'll be back tomorrow with even more action, and we will see you